Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, my fellow YouTubers. Facebook, or skip the Facebook in. I used to do that a long time ago. Worldians, whatever, yada yada yada. Welcome to another edition of Mary Sky Ridley's video blog. I'm Mary Sky. I have some updates for you on Social Security. Now, I got a lot of people asking a couple questions, but before I get into the entire crux of this problem, okay, I got a couple things to say. I had to ban a person this morning who was being severely rude on comments about calling me a fat ass and basically saying YouTube should remove me as a fat ass and that, yada, I'm a fat ass. Well, I can say I'm basically saying, that, I am not a fat ass. So, well, good for you, Rick. So I have a couple updates for you all, okay? A person that was supposed to get direct deposit this morning of his stimulus check. He filled out the entire stimulus check problem, okay? Put it on the portal, did everything. He got a check this morning in the mail. And let's just say he's kind of afraid to go to the bank, okay? So he's like, this is just utterly crap, okay? So I decided this morning, I apologize for being really late. I went to bed late. I got up really early, and very early. I had to do some research this morning because, as I told you last night, that we were supposed to get an update, and Nelfie said the same thing. Direct Express would update itself, and Social Security would. There's no updates. I called Direct Express this morning to get the same bloody BS voicemail. Automated, we have no information about payments. Now, you know me, I'm basically handing this information to you guys with no, doing this for for you to be in the know. All right. So this morning I decided to call Social Security, okay? And I don't want to sound rude, but I think Sutton is mostly going to be correct, okay? The next deadline that we got to wait for payments going out for SSI payments would be the 29th at 10 p.m. Pacific time or 1 a.m. Eastern. So a week from today is when the payments will probably be going out on it. All right, I'm looking at the calendar, okay? So basically what you say, what's it mean? Well, it means that anyone who filed taxes for 2020 or 29, anyone who filed, the filers got their payments today, okay? Even if you got SSI on the third Wednesday month, some people got their checks today by Direct Express. I have several connections that basically said they got their payment because they filed. So they got their payment and they got their stimulus in Direct Express. Now, Direct Express is claiming, again, right now, that they have no information, okay? It's like, the big hoopla was we're supposed to get benefits, on May 1st. Now, here's where it's getting tricky. I know Sutton, if Sutton was here, would be kind of depressed, but wouldn't be surprising, okay? So this morning I combed through the newspapers for you all over my morning coffee, which Chloe just made more coffee for me. And it basically stated, okay, and I had to double check on this, but all the papers were giving information on paper check dates. And then right there, another reverse, okay. So I had to call Social Security again. And that was the problem is now they're saying instead of Social Security disability retirement and SSI recipients, not SSI, survivors disability retirement railroad VA, okay? They're not talking more about VA railroad, okay? I have connections inside the railroad, okay? So I want to share about what I know about the VA, the railroad, and a couple other things, okay? So anyways, here goes. So Social Security turns around, right? And they're basically saying everyone is getting everyone is getting their payments in early May. Okay, this is the kicker now. Newspapers have said early May. Okay, so basically they were supposed to give us an easy update because payments are supposed to go out between the 29th and the 30th by 10 p.m. Pacific time or 1 a.m. Eastern, right? So like April 30th or May 1st, 1 a.m. on those times, Eastern time is when SSI and disability and some retirement benefits go in, which means stimulus checks. Fortunately, the problem is again, they didn't give us any answers. Basically, it's early May. That's fine. But I want to be very crystal clear with you all, okay? Crystal clear. Right now, for what I understand, is they're trying to make a deal with the Veterans Administration people at Direct Express and extras, etc., to either get paper checks out to people or to get the IRS portal to do the veterans. Now, if you got veterans, and this is what's really a bad thing, okay? Let me just tell you what happened, all right? As, by the way, if Nelfie, you're watching, your video was great. I watched them both. So basically, let me tell you what happened, okay? This morning at noon, the IRS basically shut down dependents, okay? Fortunately, the veterans didn't have much time to file. So the veterans are arguing the veterans need a little more time to file. Sophie's grandmother? Who's Sophie's grandmother? I don't know who Sophie is. So, anyways, basically, and welcome Raspberry. So basically, right now they're duking it out on two fronts. They got the Veterans Administration and the railroad. Okay, now let me explain the whole railroad thing. Okay, I got a stepbrother who's gay. Okay, and he's married to a great guy. They both worked. Well, one's retired and the other one's still working for the railroad when the railroad is moving. Anyways, my stepbrother basically said they're all in limbo when the railroad payments are coming, okay? So he's got a connection in the Treasury Department. I'll explain that in a minute, Angie. So he's got a connection in the Treasury Department. I got a big insight here, okay? The Treasury Department's sitting on everyone's money due to the fact that you got veterans to handle, railroad pensions to handle, dependents of railroad beneficiaries, dependents of veterans, Social Security survivors, Social Security retirement, SSI. You're looking at over probably 90 to 130 million people, let alone or so, right? 70 million are in the government plans for our government programs for disability. Hey, Sutton. So what happens? So basically, like I said, they're all basically throwing the bone out there this morning. Like I said, it's May 1st, okay? When I called Social Security this morning, they turned around and I asked them, what is the definition of early May? They said, the 1st through the 7th. So to me, we're going to get our payments, but the problem is the longer we basically sit here in the dark with Direct Express. Now, let me explain Angie. Angie asked a question. I don't want to neglect Angie professionally. So what's going on with Direct Express? Again, no one knows. Me and Nelfie were told pretty much that we were going to have, they were going to update their website. They were going to give people information today. They haven't done anything. I went to their website this morning and this afternoon, and closely now as it's evening in some parts of the United States. And what do I get? I get the COVID thing. They didn't update it. I went to Social Security to check, see if they updated their info. Nothing. I mean, right now, the only thing that's going around is that anyone who filed or didn't get the file for their children, and this is something that's really big hoopla, okay? This is what Nelfie and I call being hoodwinked. Basically, you shafted shysters. Is basically they claim that people can claim their their dependents for $500 for next year, how do you know they're going to not just change the playing field of the rules again and say, oh, you didn't get your stimulus last year, we don't got to pay you this year? You see what I'm saying? So what is Direct Express doing? They're not doing anything, Angie. They're just sitting back and hoping like heck that everyone around just be as good little people and just sits back and waits patiently, and so Sutton, I assume you were paying attention to a point where I basically said this morning, I hope you were paying attention, that this morning the people on ssdi survivors retirement, they changed the playing field. The new play on words is early May too, not late April, now early May, ever since this whole thing came out. Oh, I know. I'm getting fed up myself. I mean, honestly, sweetheart, I'm getting freaking fed up, Hello, Robert. How are you holding up? So basically, and then I got a sleeping Shih Tzu right here. You okay? Sleeping Shih Tzu. So basically, you guys are asking what's going on, so I want to be completely direct with you, and I agree with you. It is ridiculous, Sutton. So for all of you wondering what's going to be the future, okay? Well, here's where it gets a little tricky, okay? Now, because it's the 22nd, okay, and now everything in the papers and everything's changed to late April is now early May. We have to look at the possibility, hypothetically, okay? Hypothetically, 2 times this girl. I'm you, Gilly. Yes, they're sending checks out Friday, but that doesn't mean it's going for us. I mean, look, I've had people ask me time and time again, Robert, are we getting our money? When are we getting our money? When do we get our money? When is everything coming in? If you have Direct Express and your payment is on a Direct Express card, then you get your payment Direct Express, unless you can actually, how was it you say, hoodwink or be a shyster and change the payment thing to deliver to the IRS portal, which the IRS, here's the other thing, the IRS keeps pushing for everyone to use the portal for some reason. Literally, maybe they're unhappy that the Donald Trump's name is in the checks. I have no clue why, but they keep pushing for the portal. And as long as they keep pushing for the portal to update people's deposit information, then they're pushing for that way and delaying everything else. They say, oh, we're on course. Really, if we're really on course, then why is it you guaranteed? You gave Congress and the Senate guarantee. This is Steve Mnuchin. We can have it delivered in 2 weeks, everyone. Right now, as of right now, in a course of 5 days, it'll be a flat month. 4 weeks plus 4 weeks, and no one has got their checks yet in that time. So let's see what happens. Just tell us, don't mind. 2 times, just tell us, don't mind me. What about Comerica? Comerica basically has no info. They're so damn lazy, Angie. They're not going to update their phone service. You call them up, it's, we have no information of the payments. Let's see. Robert says, yeah, I got Direct Express, but they're saying when you call them, they don't have nothing to do with the settlement payment checks. Yeah, you see, there you go. You go to their website. You see, I was told that Direct Express was going to be updating the site today and Social Security. They didn't do it. And so I want to basically make it clear to all you, my subscribers out there, that who I dearly look up to, and I worry about every one of you. My heart hurts to see you guys suffering. And so I want to make it crystal clear that it's not my fault that Direct Express basically didn't update themselves. Literally, what are they waiting for? I mean, look, Sutton's completely freaking right. What the fudge are they fudging looking for? Hold on, let me see. GE could at least make a statement on it or something, even a friggin' update. Oh, yeah, exactly. Comerica could, but they can't. Their hands are tied, Sutton, because you know what the real problem is, as I just said. The real problem is, and I'll explain this if anyone wants to hear it. problem is, everyone, is Direct Express supposed to update today. Same with Social Security, they didn't. And now, I don't want people, I mean, look, I went through the comments today, okay, of several of these people. You remember I always talk about the people that make a living making these updates, right? I'm actually starting to think, for once, people are starting to think and respect me a little more. Not that I need respect. I don't need any respect. And also the fact that when I'm reading these comments, one guy basically wanted to literally apologize because, frankly, look what he said. He basically stated that he's lost faith in the entire government when he can't get his check on the 22nd when they say end of the month. Now he doesn't even believe it. He's like, we're not getting checks. They're basically screwing everyone around. And so to me, I mean, literally, I don't need respect, but at least someone's acknowledging that, the May 1st is the next, well, actually the April 29th and April 30th. Those are the pay dates, by Direct Express on the 10 o'clock p.m. Those are the dates that we now know will be the next payments. But the rest of the Treasury Department, and this is where I got some insight from the Treasury itself. And let's just say my stepbrother, who works with the railroad, turned around and basically got in touch with his friends that work at the Treasury Department. And the Treasury Department is basically they're being a bunch of lazy people. Let's see. Yeah, I got Direct Express. Call them. It's Comerica Bank Direct Express deals with. Yeah, Comerica Bank is the one that they deal with, Angie. They probably sent it on the first one, next payment. Now, I want to explain crystal clear that I've seen some people have Direct Express, right? Literally Direct Express. Several of my insider circles, the ones that are on disability and stuff, SSI, they're getting checks coming in, paper checks, literally. They're like, oh, look, paper check. Well, Well, the payment is coming with next month's payment, maybe. Well, that's what I want to say, okay? Before you sit there and say the next payment's coming, okay? As Sutton said, Sutton, if you're still here, please explain to them that, I'm starting to not, look, Social Security claims that, that everyone gets it May, right? This is the newspapers is saying everyone gets their benefits early May, right? But the holdup is freaking the Veterans Administration and the railroad. The railroad's waiting for the Treasury. The veterans are waiting for the Treasury. The veterans was to be determined when, and the railroad doesn't even have a date at all. They're just like throwing out there, oh, we're going to have to give the railroad people money. Oh, we're going to have to give railroad retirees. We're going to have to give the veterans now. So what's happening? It's all basically stalled because one hand ain't talking to the left. And the Treasury Department, they're basically saying, oh, everything's great. We're sending them out. Yeah, but people are going hungry. It's like Clydell said last night. I'm worried, not for myself. Last night, I want to say this to Sutton and the rest. I know you went to bed, but a couple people out there, I was enjoying some cognac last night, and yeah, out of misery. I was depressed because everyone around is getting the shaft. When will they give information? I mean, look, I want to be very crystal clear. I know this is why everyone loves my videos. Look at the calendar, okay? The calendar is the 22nd, right? Today's the 22nd. The end of the month is the 30th. I want you to all see common sense here. If they don't give any updates next week on anything for Direct Express or the rest of the stimulus is going out, I'm betting my damn top, middle, and bottom dollar that we're going to be basically overlooked because no one's going to be giving in. And when people say, oh, I'm ass hurt or I'm a fat ass, I eat too much and I need it for food. No, I'm worried about the people. They keep playing roulette, Russian roulette. Someone's going to get hurt, and I'm talking about the people that are going hungry. The Social Security office doesn't have anything. Calling the office ain't going to get through to anyone because they're closed. Yeah, exactly. It's coming next month. No, I'm young. You don't know if it's coming. That's the thing. I mean, ask Sutton, basically. Yeah, I'm frustrated with you, sweetheart. What are you making for dinner, by the way? I haven't pulled anything out today for dinner. No, actually, the only ones that got their stimulus, okay, I got inside sources of the Treasury, that anyone who got Social Security or SSI payments today. Remember, Direct Express was down last night because they were putting the payments on and they're putting the stimulus checks for the people that got it, that filed taxes today. As I said, unfortunately, NetSpend, if they went to MetaBank, we would know, okay. Fortunately, this isn't about NetSpend. If NetSpend has SSI or retirement and the stimulus on it, I'm going to say good for them. Yay for them. I'm happy for them. But the rest that is suffering, I'm basically stating my frustrations because they're not giving any dates. We were supposed to have an updated on Direct Express today and Social Security. I mean, last night I basically clearly stated that it's like a smoke and mirrors thing. It's basically a smokes and mirrors thing. They're like, look at the birdie over here. And then when you guys basically go up to call Direct Express, you get the same BS answer. It's frustrating. It's freaking frustrating. Yeah, I mean, here's what I say, okay? The next payment dates is a week or so off, okay, for SSI to get hitting on the 30th. So we'll know the 29th, okay? So anyone who gets SSI on the end of every month will know if they get their stimulus checks, okay? And if they don't, then we as in people will be checking I'm still checking the bank daily, okay, hoping, but I've given up hope, okay? And then on the first, if the checks aren't there, then what do? That's the thing. I mean, literally. I mean, by now, and I want to be crystal clear. This is my own opinion. Take it with a grain of salt. But I also want you to think about this. Again, we have 8 days left until a week from tomorrow. A week from today and a week from tomorrow, we'll know if we get the stimulus checks. In the meantime, they're not giving any info. They keep changing it. The new play on words this morning in the Washington Post and all the newspapers is early May. Let me see. We're not getting any. We might get a paper check. That's the other thing. I mean, literally. I mean, let me tell you a little secret that I have, okay? If you have never done this, okay, I know a lot of you have email, okay? This is something you might want to look into. Have you ever heard of informed delivery? If you haven't, I'll tell you what it is. Basically, you put your information in, you confirm your information, you get everything set up properly, right, with the United States Postal Service, and they take pictures of everything coming into your mail, which reminds me, I need to see because I didn't get an email. So you go into informed delivery, for example, you go to USPS.com, loading up. Internet's kind of bogging today. Then you go into informed delivery right on the top. See, it's a see incoming email in your email. Basically, you click on informed delivery. With me, I have Google Chrome, so I just go sign in. You can sign up for free if you don't. Then my password's everything, blah, yada, yada. And then, here we go. All right, so it says you have no mail from today, check back tomorrow, and it tells me when my packages and what my mail pieces are, and etc. Like there, it says, welcome to informed delivery. Hi, Rita. This is what's coming soon. Nothing. So if I get an email in the next 2 days or 3 days with a treasury check, I will let you know if it's for me. Because I will now clearly know that they're basically going around and giving us the frickin' shaft. Look, Lord Samuel, okay, I'm not basically going to base it on it, okay? I'll tell you something I know that you don't know. Call Direct Express, and everyone knows this, that your payments are basically pending. There's nothing pending. I can go to Direct Express's website right now. There's nothing pending until it resets itself for 10 tonight. And when it resets for 10 tonight at 10 p.m. Pacific or 1 a.m. Eastern, we'll know if we get something, say, for Friday, because it resets itself. So when I call in the morning, tomorrow morning at 10:30 in the morning, there's nothing pending for Thursday night. It's basically everyone gets it early May. That's the new rules right now. And Robert, we're not going to get it again. Everyone is living in faith. I mean, look, I know Sutton's making dinner and she's listening and she can post comments. But Sutton, do you think we're going to get it? There's nothing pending, you know. That's the thing. Nothing is pending. Okay, let me basically show this. That's because if you have SSI, ssdi, survivors, veterans, retirement, railroad, they're not going to tell you if it's them, because the thing is the IRS portal is for people to put in their information for direct deposit if you have a bank account. If you have Direct Express or you get a government benefit, the IRS portal is pretty useless and it's garbage. Let's see. Next payment just makes sense. Yes, but like Sutton says, what if you don't get it on the next payment? They keep changing the date. Look, in the next 8 days, they can change the ball game yet again. You know? Look, if you call Direct Express Lord Samuel, you're going to learn that they're going to tell you nothing is pending. Everyone knows this. You can even ask Sutton about this. How do you check your mail? I just said, if you sign up for informed delivery at the Postal Service and you use their email and stuff, and you get it all approved, they will turn around and take pictures of what's coming in your mail. So if you get a Treasury check, that's how I knew Chloe's Treasury check came. Meow, I keep getting, yeah, that's it. You know, your mom's basically suffering. Everyone's suffering. Again, with the Real Stony, how you doing? The Real Stony, okay, here's the thing. SSA was supposed to get at the end of April. They basically clearly posted this 2 days ago in the paper, 3 days ago in the paper, remember? Now they're saying to everyone in the papers this morning, when they were talking about when people are getting their benefits, when they said everyone got cut off at noon that has to file for taxes next year for 2020 taxes to get their stimulus check then. But they could change the rules and not give a stimulus check then because it's 2021. Yeah, exactly. If you have kids. If you don't have kids, well, there you go. See, Sutton already basically said it. We'll be lucky. I mean, Social Security was supposed to be updating the thing today. They didn't update it. Maybe didn't even update Direct Express. You get the same BS every time you call them. I'm saying right there, I'm a young Geely, that if you basically check your Direct Express on the phone, it would say something's pending. There's nothing. There's nothing pending. So I don't think anything's going to be pending. So you got to basically wait until next week when it gets close to the payday. Now, as one of my subscribers said, they might do an email basically 4 days. I think it was Robert that said it a couple days ago. That don't quote me with what Robert said. I think it was Robert who said that everyone will know if they get an email from Direct Express when their payments are going in, and that would say if the stimulus check's going in too. So. Well, yeah, exactly. See, that's what Sutton's trying to say. They're dragging this out, and that's because they don't want to pay. I mean, look. I basically called Social Security, and they said the lady was rude today and says it's early May. And they said the Treasury Department can't make a deal with when there's dates for the veterans or the railroad. This could drag out longer because if you read the news, they're not talking about railroad veterans. Veterans is to be determined. Railroad is to be determined, you know. All right. XBX. Basically, what's pending will be at 10 tonight, 10 p.m. Pacific or 1 a.m. Eastern. It'll reset itself for another 24 hours. And right now, there's nothing pending. So at 10 o'clock tonight, when I call, and there's nothing pending for tomorrow, then you got to wait till 10:30 because sometimes it pins 12 hours before. So I will call again at 12:30, 10:30 to 12:30 my time. And if there's nothing pending, then we're not going to see anything Friday. So we just got to wait till early May and hope like heck it's completely on course. And right now we have 8 days, and they can change the rules in 8 days yet again. Look, unless SSA sends emails, which they usually don't, I'm calling BS there. I'm just saying I am positive, but I'm also basically knowing like Sutton right now. Sutton and I both know that they could change the rules. They changed the play on words today to early May for everyone. Yet veterans and the railroad is still to be discussed. Exactly. That's why I said I'm calling BS. No, they're not. I mean, look. Ask Sutton the same question. Sutton, are we going to ever see $2,000 a month for 6 months or a year? No. I mean, look, I just saw a report today in the Washington Post, Robert, that said that good old Moscow Mitch doesn't want to give another stimulus. He wants everyone to go back to work. Exactly. I'm not being negative either. I'm basically saying we need to basically be positive. What the next pay date is in May, but I'm not setting myself up for disappointment. And like I said, everyone needs to know that I'm not at fault for Direct Express and Social Security not updating the info today like they said they were. But yeah, exactly. No one's talking about another stimulus. Moscow Mitch said he didn't want another stimulus. He wants everyone to go back to work. So while everyone's talking about this $2,000 of free rent, do you think banks are going to just give a free mortgage? No. I mean, even if it's law, then, your mortgage could be $1,000 a month. It could be up to $100,000 a month if you live in a mansion. So that means we have to give the wealthy free rent for 6 months to a year on their mortgage, which means each mortgage is a little different. Each rent payment is different. Subsidized housing, the rent's based off the 30% of your income. What's that tell you? They're not going to get free rent. Actually, you're completely right. Geely, or two times, that's what I'm going to call it. 2 times that. You're right. People are basically worried. They want their money. And as I said yesterday, some of them want their money for groceries. Some of them want their money for bills. Some of them people want their money for a spending. Right now, we all got to focus that will come May 1st. Fortunately, for the rest of us, I'm more upset right now, honestly, that they didn't update the Social Security information or the Direct Express like I was told. Now we're still told, check back next week. That means right there that, the whole end of May thing has changed again. It's like Sutton said. They keep changing it. They're changing it faster than they're changing their damn underwear. And yeah, and you have an opinion, Sutton, and your opinion's duly noted, and I agree with you. Literally. People are not getting that money next Wednesday, Robert, because it's not on the pay date. The next Wednesday is only on SSI at 10 p.m. Pacific or 1 a.m. Eastern, because Wednesday night next week is when SSI payments go in for April 30th. Otherwise, we all got to wait till April 30th. Now, what if the SSI payments go on April 30th and there's no money? I mean, look, Direct Express is trying to work this all out. The IRS can flip a switch and send everyone their money 2 times in a matter of minutes. My father-in-law is a computer programmer. All they got to do is push a button. They're not. That tells you right there. Steve Mnuchin basically stated that he can have everyone's payments delivered within 2 weeks of the law being signed in on March 27th. He said that would mean that payments would be going out the 13th. They only trickle out on the 11th. Everyone that filed taxes got their payments the 8th, the 15th, and the 22nd. Everyone else, yeah, that's the thing. Look at what Sutton's saying. She's basically completely right. People, they could just flip a switch and send to everyone. Why are they delaying it? That's what I'm saying to you all. Think about it. Why are they delaying it? Wait, Razor, I'm glad he got his check today. Yay for your dad. They need help September 11th, people. Y'all have it easy. It's not easy. That's the thing. I mean, look at what I'm saying, Tuesday. If it was easy, they would have basically sat there and flipped the switch and gave it to all in 2 weeks. My sources through my brother at the railroad stated, a guy that works for the Treasury Department said, quote unquote, that think of it this way. They had to ask for more money for these $484 billion more in loans for small businesses because everyone, quote unquote, there's no money. I mean, and 2 is they want everyone to use the IRS portal. Well, yeah, they could have sent you a paper check. A lot of people I've talked to that has Direct Express, they're getting paper checks for some reason. Last eat early May. Last eat? What does that mean? Last eat. Well, as I said, Razor, if you're paying attention, Direct Express was supposed to update today. And Social Security, too. They didn't do it. All they did was now it's children can't be claimed till 2020 taxes. And as I said to everyone, they can change the rules and not pay you, the people, 2020 for when they file 2020 taxes. You know. Let's see. Varetha, welcome, Varetha. Hey, guys, still nothing in mail today, but my aunt got hers. Guys, we have to pray, everyone. Exactly. We have to pray and be, you know. The reason that people on September 11 have to wait, it's the stragglers. It's the ones that are the homeless, that doesn't have a mailing address. And by the way, the reason they're doing it so late is because as long as the states don't reopen businesses like the library, the homeless can't go in. And if the homeless has a mailing address, say a post office box, they got to wait until then because the libraries are closed, restaurants are closed, places that you can get on a library, free Wi-Fi is closed. Now, if the homeless has family that has computers, they can do it that way. But you got to look at it. It's a complicated issue when the homeless can't get their checks because everything is going down the toilet. I know. And by the way, Robert, that was apparently the templates I heard costed between $2 and $10 million for the templates for the checks to be specially made for one-time checks to be made. $2 to $10 million, which could have paid for a lot of people on Direct Express and people waiting for their checks. Instead, they spent $2 to $10 million foolishly to put a template out there for the check template just so they can have his name on the checks. Let's see. Do we get the checks on the 1st? If you get a paper check, it will come May 1st on the second wave. The first wave of paper checks went out. People are starting to get them now up to Friday. The next checks go out on the 27th and will be mailed by, and everyone should get in between The 1st and the 2nd of May. Yes, I've already said that many times over. Direct Express is supposed to have it May 1st, but they keep changing the dates. Everyone who has disability, retirement survivors, Mary, was supposed to get their end of April. They changed it this morning in the newspapers to early May with everyone else. But while they're talking about everyone getting their checks early May, the veterans and the railroad people are still left in the dark when they're going to get a date for them. I mean, it's basically very confusing. I mean, everyone is basically sitting there going, when are we going to get paid? We have to have faith that it'll be next week. But like I said, use common sense. We have 8 days. They could change the entire playing field. And the reason I'm upset is there's people out there going hungry. You know, I asked Social Security about this today. They said, well, people are going hungry and they can't manage their funds, and they need a payee because they can't manage their funds, and they're basically spending more than they're bringing in, waiting for their check. I mean, literally. Well, exactly. You see, there you go. Because we already get money, they think we're fine. We don't really need it. You know, we're eating fine. We're drinking fine. Well, you know, Rashawn, all I can say is everyone's hurting. I'm not hurting money-wise, but I'm hurting because I see everyone else hurting. And a lot of people need money because unemployment's going through the roof. And no one cares. I mean, look, they're basically worried more about the unemployment numbers in the election than they are worried about us getting our stimulus check. Well, yeah, exactly. There's more people. Like I just said, the unemployment need it more. A lot of these people that are unemployed, I heard a lot of them are getting paper checks, and they got to wait. You know, like I said, they can flip a switch and give everyone their payments. They don't want to. And then the IRS keeps touting the portal's the best way to get your money faster, and they keep pushing for it. But the portal's broken. And that's what saddens me is the portal's broken, and there's too many people going hungry. We're all praying, Rashawn, for you. Everyone's praying. I'm praying for everyone that can get through this. And, you know, as Sutton, my moderator, said, you know, we shouldn't be put down for disappointment. I saw a lot of comments today. You know, people are now losing faith in the government because they all said they could flip a switch. Instead, I mean, I talked to my father-in-law Monday, okay? I said to my father-in-law Monday that they're saying that the antiquated equipment on Cobalt is so antiquated that everyone, you know, they don't want to overload the systems. He said the government just flips a switch and that's it. Everyone gets a payment, you know, just like that. Instead, oh, the system can handle it. They're just playing with fire with people's lives. Hey, Rita, I was wondering if you knew if Social Security case will be messed up if I accepted. Cannot make over $1,000 a month to lose my 3 years of back pay. Basically, you are not going to be losing your Social Security case due to back pay, okay? Basically, this is an emergency fund. Everyone gets it, and it's not going towards your income. So basically, you're not going to basically, you know. Well, yeah, and the reason they're using 50-year-old computers Tuesday is because the machines that run the machines in machine language is 50 years old plus because the new system, the new computers like the ones we have in our home can't run Cobalt. They need a slower machine to run Cobalt. Cobalt is a special program, and most of the programmers for Cobalt is retired. My father has been trained at Cobalt. He's a computer programmer. The government offered him a job. He programmed for him, but you need a special program a special reader program to get it up to speed in machine language for the newer machines. They don't want to spend the money to update the machines and update the programming to reprogram the COBOL readers, so they're using stuff. The unemployment office is using COBOL, and that's old software. And so, because it's just, oh yeah, exactly. Their computers are huge. I mean, they're basically big, When will SSI get their stimulus checks? Alan Arnett. That's a cool name. I knew a guy. I have a family that's named, the last name's Arnett. So basically, Alan, SSI is early May, but don't hold your breath, because in the next 8 days they can change the playing field. Yesterday and the day before yesterday and so forth, from the 15th of April onwards, everyone on disability retirement survivors was supposed to get their checks late April. Now they changed it again. Everyone is early May. Backs effect, but again, they can change the playing field at any time. They changed it this morning, saying everyone that's supposed to get it late April is now early May.
Well, I'm doing well by a little getting this table kind of organized.
That's crap. Well, yeah, exactly. That thing, it's purely crap. I mean, literally, they can change the playing field. That's why, I mean, look, April 15th, they said that anyone who has dependents need to use the IRS portal. So then everyone started using it, and all of a sudden, Monday night, in the Washington Post, I read the Washington Post on my tablet. I get 4 weeks for $1, by the way. Great paper, by the way. They said they were the Post first posted it, and then every other newspaper started posting it that on 12 p.m. Eastern time today, anyone who doesn't file for dependents has to wait till 2020 to get their checks for their dependents. But they could also turn around and change the playing field from now until 2020 taxes and say, we're not paying those stimulus checks to dependents because of whatever reason. They're changing the playing field. And by 2020 taxes and next year, we could have new commander-in-chief, which means things will be changing again. Yes, exactly. That's the thing. And I've also heard from Raspberry that they said the people that have the dead accounts, the bank accounts with dead people, they got to keep those checks, which is really BS, literally. And did you hear about the guy that basically was going to take his stimulus check out and he found he had over $8 million in it? He basically contacted the bank, and he was a fireman, and they basically made arrangements with the Treasury to get the $8 million back. I mean, these are the glitches going on, and everyone sits there and says, no, well, we have to wait patiently, The government is already being sued by nurses and stuff because not enough PPE, personal protection equipment, and other issues. So, give me 1 second. I need to go refill my coffee cup. So, and then I'll continue. If you have any questions, please leave in the comments. I'll be right back. All right, let me go and check this real quick. Let's see. There you go. Just keep it clean. Hi, Boomer. Hi. Hey girls, how are you today doing? Oh, I'm fine, unheard. How are you doing, by the way? You see, that's really suck, you know. So basically, the veterans, for example, are still waiting for a determined date that they get their deposits. The railroad people are still waiting for their determination. They could just flip the switch and transfer the money to everyone. No, if you have a payee, you still get the check. It's deposited on your Direct Express or paper check. The thing is, payee or not, you get the extra $1,200. I explained that in the other video. Payees still get their checks. Thing is the payee helps you maintain your money. So technically, you'll still get the check. The payee, if you know anything about payees, basically helps you manage that $1,200. So you'll still get, you know, and yes, that's right. Social Security and the newspapers this morning said anyone who has been on the IRS portal or when they did their taxes or filed and claimed as a dependent, they don't get 1,200. You know, so basically that's what's really stinking, bad. No, they actually, as I said before, yesterday, it's a bunch of poo. Yeah, it is a bunch of poo. But here's the problem. The problem is the economy's tanking. Look, everyone is worried. Okay, good old Moscow Mitch wants everyone to go back to work. Same with the Republicans. 8 states want to open up by the early next week. 42 states are putting in stay-at-home orders. The Washington Post had a report where a person worked at Boeing went back to work and he was so afraid that he was going to get coronavirus. He literally, after 20 years at Boeing, put in for retirement. He's like, I'm not jeopardizing myself or my family when this thing blows up in everyone's face, Well, like I said, the next pay dates, like I said, is April 29th and April 30th for Direct Express. So, I'm a nurse. Well, again, I saw a report today about nurses suing because there's not enough personal protection equipment. Everyone wishes to be home. I mean, literally, nurses, EMS, firemen, doctors, they're the front line of defense. And, I thank you for your service, Meow. And there's people out there that are suffering. So, and by the way, I've been meaning to ask, since you're a nurse, I have a question actually that maybe you can answer if it's not too personal. And that is, when it comes to the economy, they say, well, nurses and doctors and stuff, they're the ones keeping floating the drive-through for food and the drive-through for coffee and stuff. How is how is being a nurse affecting you on the economy side? Because, supposedly they say there's about 183 million people that have to be working right now, and the rest are at home. But those numbers will go through the roof because retail is closed, malls are closed, stores are closed, and I was just curious, how's it affecting nurses and doctors and the the essential workers? I think she still works. I know a lot of people working. So yeah, that's the thing, and that's the thing. The ones that are working, and I feel, and this is what really saddens me. The ones that are working, like a Meow, who's a nurse, it bothers me that she's on the front lines and she could get sick from this, and so we have to look out for our nurses and our doctors. Well, yeah, I'm self-quarantined too, even though I don't have it. I'm basically been isolated. I live in Washington State, so they're going to extend the date, after May 4th. But the governor gets to make that decision. So, right now, as the numbers that and the World Health Organization said, hey, You know, this is the worst thing in the world. It hasn't peaked. And if people open up, you know, it's bad. By the way, I do want to say something about a Washington Post report that came out today. Something that's very scary. I want you all to think about it. A mayor from Las Vegas stated, take everyone, open up Las Vegas, let people use casinos, their bathrooms, be cramped, smoke cigarettes, cigars, pipes, handle chips, handle the slot machines, flip cards, do whatever, right? Let them all get sick and let's weed them all out. If you weed everyone out with this virus, who's left? That's the thing. I mean, what, she thinks everyone's people that are immune from this virus will survive and everyone else will pass on? I mean, this lady basically shouldn't even be a mayor, and that's my opinion on it. Not on in my state, small stores aren't open. You got gas stations, you got grocery stores, and that's about it. Souvenir shops, tourist areas, like we run whale watching boats. They're in port. We have yachts in port. We have people that are trying to get their yachts and boat engines repaired, and you know, these people are working on it. We got automobile people working. I mean, heck, if people are stuck at home, right, then I don't understand why the hardware stores have to open. If the hardware stores are, you know, if everyone's at home in the state, why is the hardware stores got to open? Let's see. They say, oh, someone might need to buy Drano. Well, the grocery store sells Drano. Let them go to the grocery store. I mean, why are we keeping the hardware store open? What, people need to buy tools? I mean, some of these businesses that are open doesn't make sense. Now, the small pet stores or pet shops, or I should say feed stores, as I call them, they should be open because some people need to get hay, and some people need to get alfalfa and other things. I mean, I have a bunny, a little bun, and he needs his pellets, so the pet store is open, you know. You live in Washington, just knock on the White House door and ask for it. No, Washington, as in Washington State. I'm near Seattle, okay? Let's see. I heard if this keeps getting, and I hope you say keeps going, not getting, and they're going to cut everyone off SSA. Well, I mean, look, what's going on, okay? And I've talked about this in a longer video once before about the economy. They want a new currency. They want to wipe out the entire world's currency because the debt is 53 trillion. So if we had a new digital currency, it would be better. But to do a wipeout of digital currency, we don't know how that affects ssdi, retirement survivors, veterans, railroad, etc. So technically, it's a big conundrum. Let's see. I want some Chinese. Well, I have a Chinese shop. I don't know if it's open here. They also do pizza. But, you know, the thing is, the sledgehammers. That's the thing. No one needs to buy sledgehammers. I mean, literally, they're not doing house remodels and stuff or needing to do things. I mean, literally. So, you know, I'm not trying to discourage anyone, okay? You know, but the truth of the matter is there will be a second wave. Exactly, Meow. My father-in-law said the same thing. My father-in-law said, this is what he said. He said, I'm not a doctor or nurse, but there's going to be a second wave. There's going to be a third wave. I had confirmation from one of my subscribers, MGM. It's not, you know, like the hotel. It's making music, making great music. MGM. He or she said that right now they can't find a cure for this virus, Meow, because it's mutated 4 times. So there's 4 strains of it. By the time they get a cure, it could be 5 times, 6 times the X1. I haven't received my 1,200 because I'm on SSA, yet dead folks receive them. Hungry. Can someone please cash app me anything? Will help. My cash app is my God above. I would like to help. I would really love to help, but my debit card's only got $19 in it myself, and so technically I can't do anything. I mean, there's a lot of people going hungry, and it's like Clydell said last night. He's not sad that he didn't get the 1,200. He's sad that everyone around him that needs this money is suffering. They're going hungry, and literally they can flip a switch and give everyone their money tomorrow, but they don't. Well, my mom's boyfriend's name was David, and his sister is Dixie. His brother was Donnie, who passed away, Donald. Um, then there was Dennis, and then my mom's boyfriend's son was Troy, and then there's Joe, and then there's my nephew Tyler, my sister who took the last name Caprice. So it just goes down the list, you know. So they might even decide we don't need a stimulus. They might up our pay like they do everywhere. Well, that's not the problem. The problem is the law states they got to pay by. If you read the bill, you get your money by. Everyone's supposed to get their money by December 31st, 2020. To me, and I know Sutton's eating dinner right now, but to me, I'm like Sutton. They're basically changing the playing field to me. Like I said, look what happened. September 15th, it was late April for all these people except SSI. It was early May. Today in the Washington Post, I get the digital copy, and other newspapers, including CNBC and stuff, says early May for us all now. That tells you right there, they're changing the dates every time you turn around. I called Social Security. I said, "What's to ask what is the end of April?" They said, "Well, the end of April would be the week of the 27th." But I said, "Well, what is early May?" They said, "Early May is between the 1st and the 7th." You know, has anyone garnishment on their ssdi recently stopped? I don't know anything about garnishing Ronaldo. You know, the only way they garnish if you have child support or a government agency you owe money to that can actually like student loans or whatever. But I heard garnishment right now, they can't touch the 1,200 unless it's child support. That's the only thing I heard. So what me, like I said, they keep changing the rules around, and so no, I don't know it, John. All right, you never told me what was your dinner, Sutton. I hope it's something tasty. I'm still deciding whether I want the rib steaks for dinner tonight or corn dogs or Salisbury steak. Chloe's going grocery shopping tomorrow, so let's see. Ronaldo redacted. Okay. Every day there's something new. Exactly, and that's why me and Sutton enjoy your supper, by the way, son. That is why. What is supper? Yeah, food. Basically, she's having her dinner, and I just asked what her dinner was. I'm trying to decide if I want corn dogs, Salisbury steaks, or rib steaks. Yeah, I know exactly. I like it, but here's the thing: the problem is like I said, when it comes to everyone in the world, everyone gets to eat. Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk about food. Okay. I always keep candy on hand when my sugar level's low, or jerky chew, or jerky dip, etc. But no, basically what's going on is like I said, where did she put those? Hold on a second. I need to ask a question. Be right back. I'm gonna ask a question. Chloe? Okay, so trying to find it. I don't see it anywhere. That's why I asked where my key was. Yeah, so I asked Chloe where my key was. She said, oh, I put it on the table, but I don't see it. You know, I can always use this if I need it. So this will work anyway. Look at it. That's why they invented the Swiss Army knife. Can't find the key, so this will work. My grandparents always say supper, you know, that's early May. Soon we'll get in next month's payment, not a day or two after. What the hell? Damn, this thing is fucking. Yeah, well, I assume it's going to be May too, like Social Security told me. But like I said to you all you lovely people, they can also change the dates without us knowing in the next 8 days yet again. That's why, you know, I always do updates, you know, and then you got people saying, oh, well, we're going to get it in a day or two. You know, there's a lot of people on YouTube right now. Gee, I'm going to have to oil this. Anyways, did I actually get it open? Yeah, cool. See, comes in handy once in a while. There. So, I'm correct, everyone. You know, not likely. I mean, right now it's only a scientific speculation that payments will be on the date. I mean, look, as I said many times over, 2 times, they could turn around and basically flip a switch. Why they're making us wait is a different story. I know people are getting stimulus money. I think they're below Social Security recipient. You know, Gail, I exactly agree. That's what one of my moderators said before she went to have dinner was basically, you know, I mean, they keep changing the date. The 15th of April, it was the end of April for DI retirement survivors, and early May for SSI only. Now it's early May for everyone except veterans, and veterans are getting a payment, and railroad. My stepbrother works in the railroad. He doesn't even know. The answer he's getting is to be determined when the date will be for railroad pensions or railroad people. Let's see. Sorry, just here, but have you discussed why a lot of us are still seeing you qualify for direct deposit? We'll let you know on the date of the deposit. Are you talking about the unwelcome EG? Are you actually talking about the IRS portal? Let's see. Alan says, I think that SSI and the slim check and the stim check would come at the same time, since they're from the both ones. Yeah, but you got to also remember the problem with Direct Express is that, Alan, is the problem with it is Direct Express has a contract. You know, Comerica Bank has a contract. Okay, so picture this: if you go and get your Direct Express payment, okay, and it is happening, and the reason for it is when people that file the filers filed and they had jobs, and some of them had temporary jobs or they're working part-time getting SSI or retirement or disability, they were getting their payments on April 8th, 15th to 22nd. 22nd today, so they got paid. Unfortunately, what happened is Direct Express doesn't really want to accept extra payments because they got to charge the Treasury Department more money on their contract to get the payments out. So they're trying to work together to put it all in one payment. But the problem is when you go to Direct Express, their website, it'll say something like SSA payment, or SSI payment, or whatever, Social Security Administration around survivors, disability, and retirement. So it's SSA. Others, it's SSI. I assume because of that or whatever. And then there's another payment that will say something like pending or IRS. You know, so that's second payment. So they're basically duking it out. But the other problem is the Treasury is basically leaving everyone in the dark. Direct Express is still waiting for confirmation for supposedly updating their website for when they're going to get a payment. You know, so it might be different. Let me see. Ronaldo. So here is my case. I'm on ssdi. I received benefits in December, decided not to give my direct deposit to IRS since they said SSDI recipients do not need to do nothing. Did I F up? No. If you were getting your benefits on Direct Express or direct deposit in December, then you would get your payment. They said anyone after January 1st, 2020 that was receiving benefits had to file with the portal. And they could still file. But now they're basically saying you got to wait till next year. Unfortunately, the problem is it depends on two factors for you. One, did you use the IRS portal and put in direct deposit? If you didn't, and you have Direct Express, you do nothing. Now, if you went to the IRS portal and put in all your information, it won't work to tell you get my payment because you're on government benefit. So it's broken. Second thing, or the third thing is when it comes to the thing is if you use the portal, they might just be sending you a paper check if that's the box you checked. So it's just, again, a complicated issue. So like I said, right now, we all have to wait till next week, April 29th and April 30th at 10 p.m. Pacific, 1 a.m. Eastern on April 29th and April 30th. So you first check your payments on 10 p.m. on April 28th at 10 p.m. Pacific or 1 a.m. Eastern time on April 29th. And you should have something pending for April 30th. Now, April 29th at 10 p.m., again, there should be stuff pending for April 30th's payment. This is what I'm saying. So the payment is for SSI for April 30th. Should be pending in your account at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., so 10 p.m. Pacific time, April 29th, making this crystal clear, or 1 a.m. Eastern time, May 30th, and everyone should be getting their payment. Now, anyone who gets paid May 1st for May 3rd and SSI gets paid May 1st, your payments will go in on 10 p.m. April 30th or 1 a.m. Eastern time, May 1st. So those are the next dates that you got to worry about. Now, for the people that did file did the filing, okay, and filled the tax forms out through H&R Block, TurboTax, or the IRS portal, those checks are still trickling in as we speak. The report said they're still trickling into bank accounts. So they're trickling in. So let me see. That's the same way they're sending it anyways. I doubt they're going to be spend a second time sending checks. A worker at Direct Express told me they deposit stimulus payments that all they use Direct Express for is Social Security. They don't use Social Security only. They also, if you go to their website, they also, Direct Express uses things for SSI, survivors retirement, disability. They also have somewhere in their FAQ something about the military, some veterans or some military people that work use that. So, hey, check out my SSI video about stimulus checks. So that's what's going on that. I'm sorry, but I'm busy doing this video right now. So technically, I'm not on SSI. So frankly, I don't care. So if you want, I can literally block you from commenting too if you want. I'm the actual admin, so I can just go and do that. So anyways, let's see. Worker Direct Express. Let's see. SSI does get it in multiple sources. Yeah. If you have SSI and you have survivors, you can get both. If you have SSI and you have disability, basically, excuse me, I'm going to go and block someone from right here. Let's see. I'm going to basically hide this user because we don't need negativity. So the user's message is hidden. So please excuse me. I hid this guy because we don't need negative people basically attacking on this channel. So if you guys think I'm full of beans, please leave. Otherwise, we're having an actual constructive discussion about this issue. So let's see, SSI does get it multiple. Yeah, so if you have SSI and retirement, they put it in. Usually you get your payment on May 3rd. If you have oh, yeah, exactly. But the thing is, okay, here's how it works. Okay, Gail. So, for example, you have Direct Express. What you do is you contact Direct Express's number. Like I said, you keep checking back daily. Like I check 10:30 to 12, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. my time every day. If there's anything pending, it'll be released at 10 o'clock at night my time. So it would be 1 p.m. 1 a.m. Eastern time. So what's happening is that's when you know something's pending. You call them up, and it'll tell you. The online thing doesn't say pending, so you know. Oh yeah, everyone's hoping. That's the thing. That's what's going on right now. Is what Social Security has said, but frankly, we don't really know. Now, again, I apologize if you think I was wrong to cut out comments from Dank Weed Legal, because frankly, I'm not having anyone basically be negative in this channel, even towards me. I mean, I've already been told today where I had to block someone who said I was basically shouldn't even be on YouTube because I'm a fat ass. And if anyone says that, that kind of bothers me, okay? So basically, I wanted to share that with you. So if you think I'm being unfair to Dank Weed Legal, I want to say to you all, I apologize, but I'm not having someone basically say I don't know anything. I've already said this yesterday, as well as Nelfie said that it will be May 1st, but I also said use some common judgment right now because we have 8 days till checks go in or benefit payments, and if that happens, guess what? We all have to see if the playing field changes. I also say check your newspaper feeds, check your Google feeds. You'll find out what's going on with the news too, so you're updated like me. I comb through it all the time. Well, like I said 2 times, you've heard me say this time and time again, they could just flip a switch and give everyone. Steve Mnuchin promised 2 weeks after the bill was signed, everyone would get paid. What happened? It didn't. This is what I have. SSDI and SSI got Direct Express, so will come on that card. 1 payment of $1,200 or 2 payments of $1,200. Oh, great. Welcome, Shell. Let me just say, I get survivors, okay, and I get disability. I've had this question asked many times over. Will I get 2 payments or 1 payment? Honestly, I can't give you any answers. I know one of my subscribers, Clyde L, would say that would be really nice if we got 2 payments. If I get 2 payments, I will let all of you know. Fortunately, I don't think we're going to get 2 payments. I think the government's not going to let us be that lucky. I hope we get 2 payments, honestly, because I'd be running down to the store and spending $2,400 in groceries because we don't know when we're going to be able to get unlocked in some of our states, you know. It's okay. I didn't mean to be kind of rude. It was 2 reasons why I was kind of getting agitated, Shell, was someone basically told me I don't know diddly squat. And earlier someone said I was a fat ass. So, you know. Yeah. And as 2 times says, we can chill out. We can. Unfortunately, like I said, I don't know about the 2 payments. I've been actually wondering about that myself because I get a lot of messages asking me, are we going to get 2 payments? That would be nice. But I will have mine on my Direct Express. Yes, unfortunately, the problem is right now with Direct Express is they were supposed to update their website today. That's what I was told. Social Security was going to update too. They didn't do it. So to me, it basically feels like big smoke and mirrors. So when you call Direct Express, what do you get? You get, we have no information about your stimulus at that time. And then you go to the Direct Express website and you click on the COVID information. In a little purple box, it's the same thing. We have no information about stimuluses. So basically what it is a giant conundrum. Everyone says, oh, when you get money? May. Unfortunately, as I said, Shell, in the beginning, video as long as it is, because, you know, we have a lot of people wondering about their money. and asking a lot of questions, which I love answering, and that is May 1st, but the government can turn around and change the rule May 1st. As one of my moderators said, Sutton, they could turn around and just change the entire playing field. They could just turn around and change it again within now until then, because, for example, on the 15th of April, they stated that we, the people, needed to turn around and what was going on. They said that if you want your dependents, $500 per dependent file, right? So people started doing that. Otherwise, if you don't have dependents, you can just wait for your check or your stimulus payment. Now they basically, Monday night, and the Washington Post released it first, stating, quote unquote, that you had till Wednesday, today, noon Eastern time to get it in. Otherwise, you don't get your payments till next year when you file taxes. But they can turn around and change the entire playing field next year when you file taxes and say, oh, well, you didn't get your check then for your kids. Well, we're not giving it to you now. You can claim your current blah, blah, blah. No one knows what's going to happen in the next 12 months or when tax is due, in the next year. So that is a big conundrum. The second thing is they said September 15th, they stated, quote unquote, we the people basically would be getting our payments except for SSI in late April. Today, the newspapers have changed it to early May with SSI. So that's why moderator Sutton says, they're basically dragging this out. And like I said many times over, Steve Mnuchin basically stated he can get all payments out in the next 2 weeks. That was his exact words when the bill was passed. Instead, on the 27th, it will be freaking four weeks on the 27th, Yeah, well, mine, I'm not showing anyone. They're implants, okay? I'm going to be admitting it. It's implants. But we're talking about Social Security here. We're not talking about boobs, okay? So, I called 3 times today. So let me ask you, Gail, what happened when he called 3 times today, And so, let me see. I have to scroll up for a second. All right. So, we can chill out, but we'll get mine. Yeah. Okay. So we don't get 2, but we don't get 2 payments. That's the thing. 2 times, no one knows. For example, if I get 2 payments, one from survivors from my dad's side and one from my own thing, then most people might be getting 2 payments. We don't know this. I mean, I asked my friend at the that's inside the Treasury. He says he doesn't know. I mean, it's a big conundrum, we don't get 2 payments, and we don't get 2,000 until this bill is over first, and they debate. As I said 2 times over, we're not going to see $2,000 a month. They're not going to be that generous. That's the thing. That's why I said we probably won't get 2 payments if you get 2 different types of government benefits. You're not going to get that, Well, yeah, and that's the thing. They are talking about it, but only 2 people came up. I do want to make a statement, okay? Moscow Mitch today basically stated in the post that he wants to basically get everyone to work. He doesn't want any more stimulus payments. He just wants everyone to work. I know the bill hasn't passed. We're just hasn't passed the bill. It would come on direct. Yeah, well, if it was, it would. Direct express. Fortunately, I don't think they're going to even pass it right now, So, I think they're broke and not telling us. Exactly. I mean, let me explain this to you, Gail. Basically, what's going on is, okay, if you read the Washington Post information, the Seattle Times posted it, the IRS had to cut 40,000 employees over the last 10 years. 2 is a week after they started lockdowns, the call center shut down. And another thing is like I said, they flip a switch. The other thing is, as soon as 2 weeks went by and all the private loan money went out, they asked for more, and it was basically approved today. for $484 billion. But because it was approved, again, if no one gets back to work and there's not enough testing kits, it's putting a Band-Aid on small businesses. They'll have to ask for another bit of money. Unfortunately, well, that's what the doctor did. They look normal, okay? And so basically what happened is within 2 weeks, the money ran out. So they started making deals to get more money. Meanwhile, the first 80 million people that filed taxes or filed a tax form, the filers, I call them, got their payments. They're still trickling in. The non-filers are sitting there in limbo wondering when they're supposed to get their money. I'm thinking that if we don't see our money May 1st, they're going to have to go and ask for more money because, A, they went and bailed out Boeing. They bailed out 70 other companies. They bailed out the airline business. But you all are suffering, and some of you aren't eating and getting any food because they bailed out all these places first. So, Well, yeah, exactly. That's the thing, Gail. Fortunately, the problem is it's a big conundrum, okay? It's a big, big mess, and that's the problem. We are all going to die if we go back working. I know, right, Gail? Since my moderator isn't here, I have to approve these myself. I wish I had, one of my moderators here that can handle things. So, but anyways, yeah. So, like I said, they can flip a switch. I've said this from I believe April 15th onwards, Gail, that I think they're broken and they're not telling us. I mean, look, they keep talking about how people keep talking about on other videos how they want to keep pushing for the IRS portal. Let's see. Freedom of speech, yes. When I use freedom of speech, usually my videos get flagged. So, if I drink a shot of rum, I get my video flagged. Last night, I didn't get my video flagged, even though I was drinking cognac. But I'm more worried about all of you that are suffering and waiting for your money to buy groceries. I mean, I literally, like I said, I called Social Security today and I asked questions for this video. And I mean, the lady was rude. Well, if they can't manage their money, then they need a payee because everyone needs to manage their money and not dwell on the stimulus check. I mean, that's all Social Security's getting usually. About 90% of the calls are about stimulus checks. I asked, hey, when's the stimulus check coming? I'm curious because I'm concerned with the American people that haven't seen it, the 70+ million. Some of them are going hungry. And they're like, if they're going hungry, then they can't manage their money. They need a payee. You shouldn't be dwelling on the stimulus check. And then the lady went on a tirade, just like I did yesterday, about some of them wanted to go shopping. They should be thinking about using it for emergency. We might not open up. I mean, literally. Literally. To me, I'm going, So I asked about the timeline, and they're like, early May. $1,200 items. Yeah, but I'm not putting my money at Money Tree because, frankly, we don't have a Money Tree in approximately 40 miles. So to me, I live on an island. So to me, it doesn't matter. What matters to me is I want to make sure everyone gets their payments and everyone understands what the hell is going on around here. Literally, no one knows what's going on. Literally, I mean, I saw a lot of comments today and other people making updates where they monetize on it. And they basically were like, the portal sucks, this sucks, that sucks. And people are starting to say, look, I don't think we're going to ever get our money. I've stopped having faith in the government. Some people said the same thing. They can flip a switch and give it to us. What's the delay? Gail's right. It's more likely there is no money. If they can go through $2.2 trillion and then they ask for more money for these loans. It makes you wonder if they're covering up something, because they could just go and give us our money. They say, oh, it's this or that. I heard it's because they're waiting to get confirmation from Veterans Administration and the railroad people. I mean, the railroad and veterans are sitting in limbo too. I mean, it's like every time you turn around, they move the goalpost. Oh, look over here. We're moving the goalpost again. Woot! I live in an apartment with other elderly disabled, and an old lady got robbed for her groceries yesterday, and the police went and bought that old lady everything they sold. People are suffering. Yeah, and see, that's the thing. I mean, literally everyone is freaking suffering. I mean, I have people, okay, that message me, Gail, and they're like, oh, well, you looks like you're not suffering. You're drinking cognac and stuff. Look, everyone is suffering. It doesn't matter if it's groceries, okay? I read a report today in the Post. Again, I like saying Post is great paper, where they stated that if people don't get their stimulus checks and they don't get back to work, or if states keep closing, eventually families are going to have to cut streaming services. They're going to cut streaming services, Hulu, Netflix, all these things. Eventually, they're going to have to cut internet to survive and live bare bone, which doesn't make sense. But they basically said they're going to have to make some tough decisions. Well, people say, oh, well, you have streaming service, you have this, you have that, you're not hurting. I budget properly. I'm mostly worried about other people. I mean, literally, I'm not here sitting there going, oh, look how I'm eating tonight. No, I'm literally worried about the people. I mean, I'm more pissed off at the fact that the government keeps changing the goalposts. Then they basically do a 360 and say, if you don't file by noon, your dependents don't get the money. But you'll get the money. Then people say, where's our money coming in? May 1st. But as Sutton said, they could change the goal fields again. She didn't say that, but she said that, she's basically preparing not to be disappointed because they could change it again. I mean, in 8 days. Social Security was supposed to update today. Direct Express was supposed to be updating today. Nothing. Where's the money? Let's see. I'm suffering from low weed. I barely have weed. I need it to keep calm. Yeah, I understand because I'm on medical patients. I understand what you're going through 2 times. The list says this comment is negative, so you should delete it. I don't see it being negative, okay? If you call me a fat ass or something, yeah, I will basically delete it, but There's also, if you read U.S. Weekly Online, the president has thousands of military force guards. Didn't know that. I'll have to look into that, Gail, because that's an interesting thing. I mean, literally. I mean, and everyone literally asks me all the time about the economy. Oh, is the economy going to I mean, I already said the next wave of unemployment benefits is going to be the retail sector. Malls are closed. Shops are closed. No one's getting anything. I mean, as long as people aren't working and states are keeping this closed to protect the citizens from this virus, the unemployment will still go through the roof. They'll have to extend unemployment benefits. And 2 is they're going to have to cut corners by not buying things online unless it's groceries. Everything else, they can wait. I mean, there's a lot of people just wanting their money tomorrow for TVs and stuff. However, I will tell you, I started looking through comments of other videos, like I said, and they're basically all losing faith in the government. I mean, some say they can flip a switch, which is true. Others say that they've lost faith when they keep saying, oh, people were saying, everyone is telling me that I was wrong and we were going to get paid today. Last night, we had a good long stream. We all sat around. Direct Express was down, so we waited and waited. Finally, came back up, then it went down again. And finally, we checked our balances. Nothing pending. People called. I called. People checked online. Nothing was pending. So there you go, If it's a Direct Express iTheist, then it will be May 1st. Direct deposit into a bank account May 1st, and etc. I am going to say, and you guys can take this as a grain of salt, that I think that if anyone's going to be seeing their ssdi, their survivors or retirement their railroad, and their veterans payments is the one that has bank accounts. The Direct Express card, I don't know what to tell you. I got a bad feeling that they're basically shafting only Direct Express people right now. Oh, yeah, I know. Exactly, you know. God bless you for answering questions. Well, God bless you too. I'm here. That's what I'm here for. I mean, we're here to talk about Social Security. We're here about talking about, you know, what's going on, and then I also share, my opinion, which you guys can take as a grain of salt. No, I don't think that, Gail. It's way more than money. BS. You know. I actually think Gail might be right, everyone, that there is no moolah. Basically, I mean, look, if they ran out of small business loans and everything else on 2 weeks after the bill was signed, and they were distributing that money faster because they bailed out airlines, they bailed out Boeing, they bailed out other places, and then they gave 80 million people their checks, the filers, and yet you lovely people are still sitting here getting the shaft. That makes you wonder right there. And I'm going to do this just for fun and giggles. I hope no one gets offended. I'm doing Nixon. I am not a crook. There you go. Shane Porter. Hello, Shane. Welcome to the YouTube discussion of Social Security and Direct Express and stimuluses. Right now, they basically, okay, here's what's happened. Okay, I guess I'm going to reiterate again. April 15th, they said anyone who has dependents should use the portal to file for their $500 dependent payment as well to make sure they get it with their $1,200. Now, anyone who has no children, just wait for their $1,200 payment. Now, Social Security told Monday that everything was going to go in late April for ssdi retirement survivors. May 1st for early May for SSI. Unfortunately, now they're saying everything is going in early May, is what I was told today. Unfortunately, they keep changing the goalposts, changing it. They keep changing the goal, moving the goal further and further away. And so, it makes you wonder because, and then Monday night, after everything was pretty much closed, the Washington Post made a statement that said that anyone who doesn't file for a dependent by today, Wednesday, 12 p.m. Eastern, will have to file for it next year. And as I said many times over, next year means that they could change the rules again and not give you your stimulus next year when you file 2020 taxes, or file for your benefit only if you didn't get it. So, to me, this is a big, big mess. Also, the problem is IFIS, is if you go to Direct Express, for example, they're basically saying there's no information. It's like they were supposed to update their website today and they didn't. Same goes with Social Security. So, to me, I'm not at fault for them not updating, and I just think this is just one giant smokes and mirrors. Watch the birdie while we do something over here, or vice versa. Watch the birdie while we do something over here. So, let's see. I'm on SSID, and I heard maybe the 24th. Shane, basically, if you heard the 24th, then I got a bridge to sell you in Alaska that goes to nowhere, okay? Because I've heard that every freaking day, okay? Your best bet is if you have basically Direct Express, what you want to do, or if you have direct deposit, keep checking your bank account. Because like I said, because that'll tell if there's something pending if you get something the 24th. If you get a paper check, it'll be delivered by the 24th, if that's the way they're sending your stimulus. There's a lot of people out there in a conundrum waiting to find out what it is. I mean, look, I heard nothing but big news, Shane, that was talking about, and I'll tell you this, everyone on YouTube was saying, oh, yes, we're getting our payments today, okay? So last night, because I'm Direct Express, I made sure to check my bank account, recheck it, check to see if any was pending for tomorrow. Nothing. That tells you right there that if someone's telling you you get your payment on the 24th, then it's either a paper check that you're going to get, because they're not going to give you a deposit unless you are a filer. If you file taxes, that payment is literally still trickling in that from the 80 million. Otherwise, if you're on government benefits and you're non-filer, who knows when you're going to get it? Everyone is saying early May. Social Security calendar, when I basically looked it up, the filers that get SSI or retirement or a combination that works part-time and gets these benefits, the 8th, the 15th, and the 22nd got paid already, okay? They started trickling out the 80 million payments for the filers on April 11th. All they got to do is flip a switch. They haven't flipped a switch for us. I'm not hurting, but everyone else around's hurting, and they need their money. Direct Express, when you call them, like I said, they have no information on it. You go to their website and you click the COVID information. They say your current payments are going in, but they have no information on stimulus checks. The Veterans Administration, the railroad, is to be determined at a later date for depositing when they get their checks. If you take 2 plus 2 equals 4, there's some common sense right there out the door that says, use your judgment. Unless they're really going to give it May 1st, we're all basically looking at other options. I mean, we're all sitting here scientifically speculating if it goes in with our payments or not. I mean, it is a big mess. All they got to do is flip one little switch, but they don't want to. You got to ask yourself, like Gail is. Gail's thinking clearly. Where's our money? It's a simple flip of a switch, transfer. It could be done in minutes. Let's see. They counterdicted that because they said people have until end of the year to get stimulus, and anyone who doesn't files no checks. They counterdicted pretty much. They basically said anyone who they have till July 15th to get their dependents to file. Now they said, oh, you had till noon today Eastern time. They turned it off. Now they keep saying, we need you to go use the IRS portal, yada, 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 to basically go ahead and get your stimulus faster by direct deposit so we don't have to send checks out. Unfortunately, I've heard people today that basically have Direct Express going to their mailboxes and saying, I got a paper check, and basically are freaking because they don't have a bank account. So, I've told them you can go to a bank for $5 or $10. They'll charge you'll get like $11.95 or $11.90, and they'll just take it out of your check. Don't go to a check cashing place; they'll charge you $40. But you go to a regular bank because it's a federal check that they'll charge a small fee and they'll give you your money. Now, I know this. Let's see. ssdi Unite. Direct Express is still clueless after all this time. IRS technically don't have to pay any Social Security benefits people if they don't want to be a-holes, since we already get our regular monthly. Actually, Patricia, that's wrong. If you read the CARES Act, the law, the actual meat and potatoes of the law, they have till December 31st, 2020 to pay everyone. The question is why they're not paying it. They're dragging it out, as Moderator Sutton would say. Delete these people. Direct Express. How can I get mailed out the 24th if it's getting mailed on that day? All right, let me explain how it goes. Okay, the Social Security the Social Security and other places, the IRS leaked to the papers, Veritha, that basically that when payments went out, the paper checks were going out on the 20th. So they're giving it till the 24th or 25th for people to get it received in the mail. The next set of paper checks that are already done printing will be mailed out on the 27th because they're already made out. Those people will get it May 1st and May 2nd. So if you look at the big picture, Veritha, it's already done. They're just putting them in the mail and getting them mailed out, which there's another thing. They don't want to pay the postal service to mail them. And so a lot of people are now getting paper checks, and they're wondering why. And so to me, this whole thing is a giant conundrum because if you got Direct Express and you end up with a paper check, it makes me wonder. I've had people say to me, why are we getting paper when we're supposed to get, Direct Express? It's because Direct Express doesn't know what to do, and they're waiting on the Treasury Department and the IRS to help Same goes with the veterans. Same goes with the railroad people. They are all waiting to know to be discussed deposit information. If there is a to be discussed deposit information, then people need to realize what's going on. There you have it, Yes, no action required in May. It says this on there. I'll go check it out. I'm a Twitter thing. Let me see, because I have Twitter. I will go check this out just to confirm it, because I'm confirming everything because I'm getting kind of cranky because I'm not happy that people out there are. So if Twitter said this, they're saying May, they're basically trying to cover their own ass because, like I said, they could change it at any given time. They could flip a switch and give you your money tomorrow, but they're making you wait. The question is why? Now, whatever. Updated, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. All right. Okay. So 5 hours ago, the IRS says if anyone filed taxes for 2019 or 2020, they will automatically get a stimulus check in the next 3 weeks. You see, we were guaranteed that we would get our money, quote unquote, everyone would get paid 2 weeks after the law was signed. That's what Mnuchin said. Now he's basically stating that you get your payments. Let's see here. Several railroad beneficiary and SSA beneficiary eligible children must act by April 22nd on filers. Okay, so we know this already. If you're a recipient of federal benefits but do not normally, you got to file by 4/22. We know this. People who receive SSI will get $1,200 no action 51 minutes ago. In response to COVID, IRS taxpayers, yada, yada, yada. So basically, this is all the crap they're posting. Eligible taxpayer impact IRS $1,200 coupled with payments with parents. Okay. Issuing economic payments in record time. Record time, they guaranteed it in approximately a whopping 2 weeks. Now it's going to be another 2 to 3 weeks. Normally don't file. Okay, hold on. RB 22nd, add to add money to their economic payments, register with non-filers for children. See, they're talking about children. If you owned a refund, you get it a refund as soon as possible. If you're owed a refund, okay. Scam phone calls, other crap. Okay, next 3 weeks. This was 5 hours ago, so in the next 3 weeks, everyone else will get it. IRS continue to impact payments as millions of eligible Americans. Americans living abroad can get it. Your Social Security Administration Railroad Retire Benefit with dependents. IRS will not call a request. I mean, literally 7 hours ago. So all these things 7 hours ago, you keep twittering it, but they're saying in the next 3 weeks. You see, that is what, let's see. Social Security beneficiary file taxes do not need the economic payments automatic. More information at IRS. You go to more information, say that they don't do anything. This one's again, more information. Disability insurance will automatically, but it says right there, doesn't give a timeline. This is basically 9 hours ago. They're saying you'll get a payment, but they're not telling you when. They're not saying April or May. They said you're just going to get a deposit, which means right now, they're not giving it in for 22 hours ago, 23 hours ago, 24 hours ago. They're basically saying use the portal, use this, use that. You got time for this. Thing is if you look at the IRS website, it doesn't say anything on a timeline. They say you will get a deposit in time. Other places are posting dates. So if you look at the bigger picture here, again, they're basically trying to hoodwink us all by stating that we, the people, are going to get it, but it's a matter of when. And I've said this. I've said, you can't trust them to post it because we were guaranteed 2 weeks after the law was signed, and now they're basically posting in the next 3 weeks. Well, let's look at the calendar, everyone, just to be nice here. I'm going to have to use the bathroom in a second, too. So let's pull this out for a second. So today they said in the next 3 weeks. So they're basically stating by May 13th, we're all supposed to have our payment. So I guess early May, May 13th. I mean, that is a long ways away, but because we are already getting benefits, I guess we can all basically wait patiently till the 3 weeks for today being May 13th. And so Rasheen says, just wait. They can find a reason if they want to. Ira says, yada, yada. Why are these people complaining how they get it anyways? Why don't they just go cash it like anyone else and be grateful? Exactly. Jennifer Watson, I'm on SSI and I have 2 kids. I filled up the non-filer, payment info on the 11th and still got and not got it. That's because it's the IRS, Jennifer, and welcome. The IRS is delaying payments for everyone. The IRS non-portal is broken. And if you are a non-filer with no social, oh wait, you're on SSI. Okay, so you filed it on the 11th. On the 11th, the 11th is kind of complicated because they said anyone after the 15th of April needed to file for the children. That's when they basically let it out on the 15th. And today they said that anyone who didn't file by today at noon Eastern time would not get their payment. I would say just be patient. Your payment should be May 1st if you get your benefits May 1st. If you don't get your benefits May 1st, you get your benefits April 30th, it'll be there. I'm hoping. Don't take that for a grain of salt. As I said earlier, the IRS keeps changing the date. ssdi retirement survivors was supposed to be late April. Now it's early May. The IRS just said, if you were reading that thing, that anyone who's a non-filer will get their checks, quote unquote, in the next 3 weeks. I guess if Sutton was here, she'd be basically freaking out, but she has a right to. I'll be right back. Give me one moment. I mean, if the IRS is on time, then they would basically be stating that we would be getting it in 2 weeks, not waiting another 3 weeks. Okay, so I have something to say on the record. I heard that the IRS is full of alcoholics. Would explain all the F-ups. Just saying. Actually, I heard the same thing, Itheist. I heard they're all boozers. I mean, literally. Let's see. I'm on SSI, so now it's May 13th. No, Patricia, that's not what I'm saying. Okay, let me explain it to you so I don't confuse you. Okay, sweetheart. What I'm saying is you look. Josh basically said expect the money of IRS in May. What they said is anyone who's on government benefits. Government benefits, Social Security, disability, retirement survivors, SSI, railroad, and veterans. Expect your payments in the next 3 weeks, okay? 3 weeks. Now, picture this. If they say in the next 3 weeks from today on their Twitter account, from today, that means the last day is May 13th. They say between now and May 13th. However, if you keep checking your Direct Express account and you get your money on May 1st and there's no stimulus check, then you know damn good and well that they're going to turn around and basically keep delaying it. I mean, look, this is what I was trying to say to all you lovely people that tune into my channel. They just changed the goalpost again. While they stated on the papers everyone will get their checks early May, they just changed it on their IRS website by saying anyone on government benefits is going to get it in the next, the play on words here. Again, my husband's favorite words, the word is play on words, is in the next 3 weeks. If they dragged it out, full 3 weeks, which they could, that is May 13th. That's the last day. By then, they could change the goalpost again. This is what Sutton was saying earlier. Let's see. Hi, I get SS retirement the third of each month. Yeah, exactly. Hi, Michael. Welcome. How are you doing, by the way? They're intentionally vague. They're stalling. Exactly. I keep telling people this, but no one listens to me. They say, oh, we're going to get it in May. Well, that's why I just said they just did this on Twitter. And some people don't have Twitter, so look what happens. The elderly just say, meanwhile, if the elderly on Twitter, they'd be seeing it right there, which says in the next 3 weeks. It's play on words. What I'm getting from this Direct Express is a debit card. Does not say SSI on it and no more. So IRS can give it to us when they feel like. No, actually, SSI is basically a part of Direct Express payments. What you're getting is if you call Direct Express's own number, even if you get any government benefits on your Direct Express card, they can't answer when you're going to get paid. Raspberry, she's trying to tell you you get your check on May 13th, basically. No, I didn't say Raspberry that. I said doesn't anyone listen? I said the play on words is by the Twitter account by IRS says in the next 3 weeks you will get your payment. One person, IFIA said they're stalling. That's what I'm saying. In the next 3 weeks. I said if you take 3 weeks from today, that is May 13th. Doesn't anyone listen? Lol. It's May 1st. SSI and SA get paid on the same day. That's my best guess. Exactly, Chris. That's what I said. We're all theorizing it's then, but they say in the next 3 weeks, it could be going out tomorrow. But that means that's only if it's for people with bank accounts. I mean, they didn't explain. Okay, look. Here's the second play on words here. I want to explain this so people don't think like that one dillwad thinks I don't know what I'm talking about. The play on words. The second play on words is in the next 3 weeks, right? But if you look at the IRS's own portal, they've never said anything about Direct Express. I've asked many times. I've even checked in with and did what I could through it. No, people ask about Direct Express. They're not answering about Direct Express. Doesn't anyone basically realize common sense? If they're not answering about Direct Express, basically someone's got to stir the crap storm to get answers. That's when you get your check, May 13th. No, they said in the next 3 weeks. I said if you look at the calendar, do I need to show you the calendar, Raspberry? In the next 3 weeks. They posted today on Twitter that in the next 3 weeks, everyone was supposed to get their stimulus checks on government benefits. 1 week is the 29th. The second week is May 6th. The third week is May 13th. In the next 3 weeks, their own timeline, people will get paid supposedly. But as I said, and iThesis said, what if they change the playing field in the next 3 weeks? They can do that because they think we're all stupid. That is why I'm talking to you all about this. But I guess because everyone doesn't understand what I'm saying is that their timeline is in the next 3 weeks. 3 weeks from today is May 13th. Think of it that way. I'm just saying, have some thoughts and etc. They sent dead people checks. They deposit. Yeah, and guess what? Guess what, Gail? People that got the money, the dead people, the people that had those accounts open that was maintaining funds in the Washington Post got to keep your tax money. They got to keep that freaking money, and they don't have to give it back. It's May 1st. That's going to get paid on the same. No, it isn't May 1st. Look. Again, do I need to pull the calendar out to explain it again? People that get SSI get it in various dates. SSI gets paid April 30th or May 1st, the end of every month or the first of every month. Other people on SSI gets it the second, third, and fourth Wednesday of the month. And that would mean that some people get theirs the 13th of May, the 20th of May, and the 27th of May for non-filing. However, technically, Social Security basically also gives benefits out on the 3rd, which means you will get your payment on the 1st. Well, what if you get your basic payment on your benefit payments? Like I get 2 benefit payments. What if we get our benefit payments and no stimulus check? Then what? Then you know the damn good and well they're dragging it out. I mean, look, they're not giving any information on Direct Express. They're having the newspapers post false information to people that read the paper. Early May, late April. Now it's early May, or now it's on IRS's own website in the next 3 weeks. You see, they're giving so much conflicting, confusing information. No one knows what to make of it. So I'm here to try to explain things in detail so people understand. Look, we're getting shafted. I say be patient until the day you normally get benefits. Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been saying. But I also know if we don't get the payment, oh well, it's not a big deal for me. Yeah, exactly. I agree with you completely. The other thing is I also want to say I have connections with my representatives for my state, and they don't know what the hell's going on with the Treasury Department. They should have delivered within 2 weeks. They don't know why they're basically being delayed either. On one site, late summer. Late summer for what? Please explain it to me, Gail. I'm actually curious. Is there any coffee in here? Yeah, there is. I mean, we're having basically a good constructive discussion. You know, as long as everything is clean and etc. But yeah, I mean, look at it from that point of view. There's people out there hurting that need their money that's not getting it, and I'm trying to get the answers as best as possible to people by checking with Social Security, with Direct Express, but you know, other things. I mean, like I said, other people direct deposit. It's trickling in right now. It's literally trickling in. Let's see. Alvin, people don't realize how much the government's lies. Exactly. You see, Alvin, that's the thing. I mean, I don't trust that. I don't. I mean, look. I mean, I come here to give everyone the best answers as possible. And again, sorry my video is long, but we have so many people watching, so you know it's good to be updated. You know, and you know I read the Washington Post, Alvin, and the Washington Post basically came out Monday night. They came out that they were taking away the dependents part of the portal for filing by Wednesday noon today Eastern time. Every other newspaper published it on Tuesday morning. They published it. What's that tell you? Meanwhile, every newspaper gets updates all the time at Social Security, and they're basically giving wrong info. Oh, all the benefits will be like Social Security posted end of April. That's what their latest thing says. End of April. The IRS basically posted Twitter in the next 3 weeks, which means May 13th, last day in that 3-week timeline. Meanwhile, the newspapers are saying now instead of late April for disability survivors retirement, it's early May. Now they're changing it for within the next 3 weeks, but that would mean that we all got to sit back with the Direct Express cards and keep calling Direct Express up, seeing if there's something pending. And so far, I don't have anything pending for tomorrow. Tells you right there, something's not stirring the Kool-Aid, man. Tone low. You know, Ace, something ain't stirring the Kool-Aid, man. Like you said, I think some people know, which is sad. I don't know. I don't care about that Gail seeing believing. Nobody knows what they're talking about. Most of all the government. Yeah, that's the thing. Oh, welcome, Peter. The thing is I try to give the best information. I've seen a lot of videos where people that make money monetizing is basically turning around, and they're literally turning around everyone and basically going, the government sucks. I mean, literally, we don't know what the government's thinking. I mean, literally, this just really irks me that they're turning around and basically stating in the next 3 weeks on their Twitter page. I mean, I basically think that this basically is something that literally stinks. Hey, friend. Hey, how goes it, Mike? Michael, how goes it? We were just talking about the latest news, Mike. I don't know if you just came in or if you want me to brief you as well, Mike. I know you follow my channel, so I gladly give you the update. So basically, what's going on, Mikey, is people were saying yesterday that everyone was going to get paid today on their stimulus checks. When that didn't happen, people started to say they lost faith in the government. Well, when I was reading the newspaper, Mikey, they basically turned around, and Social Security, as you know, said that it's into April for benefits, early May for SSI. And then today's paper was early May for everyone on ssdi, retirement survivors. And then Twitter posted in the last 24 hours multiple times that in the next 3 weeks from today, benefits will be going out for everyone. Unfortunately, that makes me wonder. They just changed the goalpost yet again. And that is something that I'm really seeing, and it's really hurting. And so, yeah, So they changed the goalpost yet again. By the way, I have some news for you that you might be happy about. Veterans Administration will get payments. The only question is there to be discussed or decided when the payments will be dropped from the IRS to the veterans benefits people. The railroad's in the same boat. They don't know what date payments will go out, but they're all going to get payments. So I thought I would share that with you, since you said you asked about veterans. And so you're not going to be shafted, Mikey. You will get your payment. It's just a matter of when. Now, the IRS said anyone on government benefits are supposed to get it in the next 3 weeks. I don't know if that just means like Social Security, SSI, Railroad, or all of it combined. They're not explaining. They're just saying the next 3 weeks. But again, the newspaper said that it's now early May for everyone. And then this people said, well, it's, late. If you look at it, they changed the goalpost in the next 3 weeks, which really stinks. Thank you so much glad to help, Mikey. I really am glad to help. I know you were really wondering about veterans, and well, I got the information, and I thought, you would be really happy to know about that. But yeah, I mean, literally, Direct Express is still a big conundrum. They were supposed to update their information today, and their Social Security about what's going on with Direct Express. Same phone message we're getting still is there's no information about the stimulus payments. Peter says, I get SS disability. It's supposed to be at the end of this month, I hope. Your payment will be going in, Peter. The problem isn't about your deposit. If you have Direct Express, you have bank account, direct deposit, whatever. The problem isn't about your payment going in, Peter. It's about the stimulus check. They keep changing the goalpost on the stimulus checks for the benefit for people on government benefits. That's the real problem. Like I said, they keep changing the entire goalpost. Literally, I mean, if you look at the entire goalpost, they changed it yet again, and that's where it gets really complicated. I mean, literally, they're not giving any concrete dates. Newspapers are giving one thing, Social Security is giving another. The IRS and the Treasury ain't giving jack shit. No offense. And then everyone's hurting. That's the thing. Everyone's literally hurting. And then people say, "Oh, well, what's real good about that?" Hello, what's wrong? You the press mop? For anyone wondering, I was talking to my Shih Tzu. I have a Shih Tzu, but he's just sleeping right now. What's wrong, Bobo? It's probably a miserable day out with it raining, so he's inside. So if you get your benefit, Peter, you're going to get it on the date. That's no question. Direct deposit, SSI, whatever. Direct deposit checks or direct deposit, Direct Express, or checks. You'll get it any form that you get right now. The payment's not going to be delayed. It's the stimulus check is what we're talking about. Stimulus checks is basically being delayed. I mean, look what they're doing. I mean, okay, so I got a lot of people watching. So post in the comments. I know some people say, wait, you'll get paid May 1st. Others are just, whatever. I want to ask you, Basically, do you think the stimulus, honestly, do you think your stimulus checks is being delayed? I mean, the IRS promised that checks would be going out within 2 weeks of the law being passed. Everyone would get paid. Now they're saying that half the deposits all went out, but paper checks are delayed. No one knows, Paper checks are going out now too, but no one knows. Will we get paper? Will we get direct deposit? Will we get direct express? No one knows. So I'm asking, do you think that they're delaying it on purpose? And if so, what is the reason you think they're delaying it? I like Gail's answer the best. They're out of money. I mean, they ran out of money for the small business loans after they bailed out airlines and other companies. Then you got to know the mismanaging funds is something that is damn right stupid. Why don't you just come out and say, we have no money to pay the rest of the people? And then Congress would cut another check because they have to by law. But instead, they're not oversighting anything. It's just it's like this money vanished like a fart in the wind. Hallelujah! He just vanished like a fart in the wind. Shawshank Redemption. Well, yeah. See, some people got it. Did they actually, Patricia? Did they actually get? Did they actually file on the portal or IRS or H&R Block or whatever, and that's why they got paper? Or did they actually put in their info for direct deposit? I heard SSI is making it be Friday and the May 1st. So making it Friday or Friday, May 1st. Jason, come on, what are you talking about? May 1st, Friday, May 1st, or Friday the 24th? You mean what? May 1st or April 24th? You didn't say what dates. Did their money go on direct express card? No. The only ones that got direct express right now that got their money and their stimulus is the ones that were the filers, the ones that filed because they work part time or full time and they're collecting early retirement or disability. They got their payment. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, when they got their payment check form, did they actually request it to be in check form, or did they request it in direct deposit or direct express? That would make a difference in the question. Because if they requested it on direct express and they got a paper check, that would mean someone at the Treasury Department is doing something shady. If you filed your taxes, Rasheen, as I said before, and you get SSI, you should have had your payment by now. Okay, so if they don't have direct deposit and they don't have direct express, that would mean paper check was the alternative. So yeah, they got it in time. I heard the ones that was supposed to get it today. Jason, since you hang out a lot, that damn good and well, if they were going to pin it Friday, we would know something tomorrow. We would know something at 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. Pacific time, 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. Eastern time on the 23rd, if there's going to be anything pending for Friday the 24th. Otherwise, we just wait patiently and hope for the best. Because if you're thinking April 24th, I mean, look, joking aside, Jason, and I'm going to say this. If you think you're going to get your benefit on the 24th and you believe that, then I have a bridge to sell you in Alaska that goes to nowhere. Because frankly, everyone was talking about in all the comments yesterday and before on the weekend that we were going to get paid the 22nd. It didn't happen. Now people are losing faith in the timeline for when people throw out dates. Me, I've lost complete faith reading the Twitter post. In the next 3 weeks, that basically means crap's hitting the fan worse and worse. I heard the people are supposed to get paid today, Social Security administrating until Friday. No, actually, Direct Express people got paid today. And I'll explain why. Because their system's down. I know several people that got their payments today, and they got their $1,200. The ones that filed for taxes. The ones that didn't file for taxes, they're wondering if they're going to get their payments soon, and if it's the fourth Wednesday of the month, they also know that they might be getting their payment May 27th. So, everyone's going to be suffering. But like I said, and I want to be very clear, crystal clear again. Well, I talked to Social Security today, and I said there's people relying on their stimulus checks to eat. The lady was the rudest lady in the world. She said if they have to rely on their stimulus check and they're dwelling on it to eat, then they need a payee because they have to, rely on it, and they're all dwelling on it. I mean, 90% of the Social Security Administration calls is, where's my damn stimulus check? Well, yeah, I agree. Rasheen, again, I just said we won't. I mean, if you're holding out to Friday now, like I said, I got a bridge to sell you. Anyone wants to buy the bridge? I got the London Bridge, the old London Bridge to sell. Chloe, did you want to input your opinion? You said you did.
Yeah.
Have a seat then. Show yourself.
Well, let me just say, well, hi everyone. But okay, so you're just gonna get your stuff when you get it. I mean, you can't look. We don't really know what day it is. You can't trust anyone on
the IRS just gave a new thing on Twitter today, right?
Yes.
They said in the next 3 weeks. So the timeline is from now until May 13th.
And I know they'll just keep pushing it further and further back. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter because they're just going to push it back. I mean, they don't want to give away that money. They don't want to. And there's reasons why they don't want to give it away because, they just, I don't know, it's a pandemic. I mean, we're all fighting this. I mean, everyone's yelling at each other, screaming at each other.
It's like I keep trying to tell these people. Now they're basically throwing out these Social Security profits and now saying we're getting paid Friday. I said I got a bridge to sell them. I think it's going to be Friday, Chloe.
Yeah, well.
Well, the thing is, Gail, the reason the lady was rude to me was because they basically, people that get benefits, okay, they get paid once a month on their benefits, right? So what they're saying is if you can't manage your money in an entire month for food, clothing, stuff that you need, and yet you're expecting $1,200 to buy food, and you're out of food, then they're saying you spent your money foolishly, therefore you need to pay, is what they say. Going out for smoke? Let's see, right, boss. They act like it's their personal money and they don't want. That's the thing. And like you said, Gail, I think personally they used it up magically and they can't explain why. I mean, look, they basically came out and said 70 major big box businesses that, like, these like mall stores, hypothetically mall stores, like the ones that have 2,000-3,000 stores, they had to bail some of those out, like 70 of them. Boeing was bailed out. Airlines were bailed out. But then again, they're bailing out all these people. Why aren't you seeing out of the 70 million people needing their money, they're not getting it? I mean, I told the lady where to stick it, basically. I'm like, look, people need their stimulus. And they're just like, wow, you'll get it when you get it. I mean, it was like they didn't want to give any answers. I even asked why Social Security didn't update it. They said they didn't have any new updates. I asked about Direct Express. They said, well, that's between Direct Express and the Treasury Department. It doesn't have anything to do with us. It's like they're basically delaying giving money. And they don't, it's like their personal money. Oh, yeah, exactly. But they think the poorest can manage monthly because they've managed years and years before on their income. So they can manage another week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks. It's not a big deal. Those are the ones that are suffering because of it, Hey, Clydell. So the new profits are saying we're getting paid Friday. I got a bridge to sell if you believe that one. Oh, yeah, exactly. That's what I say. Don't even bother, you know. I mean, literally, if you look at the Social Security calendar, Jason, again, it says the next payments are April 30th for SSI. In the meantime, we just sit back and wait. Hey, Robert. Oh, yeah, yeah, exactly. I agree with you, Patricia. Literally, I agree completely with you. I mean, they wouldn't survive on our income because they wouldn't know how to make it last. They live in a posh lifestyle. I'll tell you a little story about TP, Gail. Now, this might be TMI for some of you, but I had to wait 3.5 weeks. I have a stack of rags. I had to rinse out, wash, just to get by until I found a store selling TP at affordable prices, and I loaded up in like 500 rolls from 2 different stores to make sure I had it, and paper towels. Now you can't find it. I mean, you go to Amazon, they're jacking the price up on switches. Did anyone hear about the switch epidemic? Because there's a robot that basically goes on the internet, right? And a switch comes available at a big store, it buys them all out, and then they go to eBay thinking that you, the lovely people that get it waiting for your stimulus checks, when your stimulus checks come, they can make $200 or $300 profit by scalping switches right now. If you guys want to switch, I say wait till Nintendo, because I have inside sources with Nintendo. They're going to be producing between 22 plus million units to fill the hole of these people that are scalping the switches. So if you can wait till late summer, early fall, you'll get a switch. But right now, they're all sold out, and they don't know when they're coming back in stock. Well, yeah, I mean, I basically stocked up on, it equals to about 500 rolls. They're like double rolls and mega rolls. And I mean, I've stockpiled what I could because I didn't like using a rag, Michael. That's the thing. I hated when going on every day, 4 times a day to different sites and saying, sold out, sold out. This will be filled in May. This will be filled in June. This is going to be unavailable. Put an email notification when the toilet paper came in. I got tired, so I found a store selling it, and I just went straight ape and went, okay, I'm buying it. I was at a store Amazon the other day, Gail, looking for, do you remember the candies called Mambas? They had like a 48 pack of Mambas was going for $100 last time I checked. I'm like, I'm not paying $100 for 48 packs of Mambas. Chris, that's crazy about the switch situation. I know, literally. They're basically scalping and thinking that I'm sorry to say this, okay? Americans aren't stupid. But these people that are scalpers, they're the most stupidest, dumb bastards in the world that basically want to take advantage of the situation. Other scalpers are trying to take advantage of the toilet paper. The best thing is to ride it out, not give them any business. Oh yeah, exactly, Jason. Exactly. Let's see. There's Jason and there's who was the other one? There's Jason and then there's Clydell. Clydell, you've been with me since the beginning when I started doing these videos, and you like my videos. And because of that, we have no moderators moderating except me. So I'm going to put you as moderator because other moderators are out at the moment. So I just wanted to say I'm putting you in as a moderator, Clydell, since you were with me last night too. So there you go. Because other people that just came in, found some about 5 packages. Yeah, you see, and what's really funny is you go to our local grocery stores on this island. There's no toilet paper. Chloe went to another island the other day, and she said to me, Oh, look, I went in there and they had toilet paper up the wazoo. Well, now we know where to go to get it. If they want to go and stay on this island, we'll just take the ferry to another island to get our TV that way when we run out. Well, I believe it too. I mean, I always was taught being in special ed that you read the ads. You know, I go online and I check the ads for when they update the store here on the island, and I go, oh, these items is what I need. I go down there, buy what I need, throw it in the freezer. You know, et cetera, et cetera. So, mm, mm, exactly. Exactly. I agree completely with that situation, you know. So, you know how it is. So, on that aspect, because frankly, everyone needs, you know, I mean, yeah, I mean, first of all, Jason, I agree completely. Everyone could use that money, but like I said, Social Security was rude and said, oh, well, you need to pay because everyone's dwelling on it. It's like, the lady's like, it's free money. People don't need that big check. They have their benefits every month. They can make it last. But like Gail and Patricia said, it was Gail, you know, that things are going up in price. Lysol's going up, hand sanitizer is going up, toilet paper is going up. Well, yeah, I'm loaded up myself, Patricia. I'm not going to go without, and I'm not going to use a rag either. Besides, I'll tell you what's really good about paper towel holders and toilet paper holders when they're empty. I just stick them and give them to Ebony, and he thinks they're great little toys. I think every one of these wealthy should be on a fixed income to see how it is, because you know then they'd realize that you know it's not cool. I mean, did you know if Bill Gates retired, they said he'd get like $100,000 a month on Social Security? That is freaking ludicrous. And before you guys ask me, I know Patricia or Life Patriot, you are a life Patriot real. I don't know what that means, but Patricia and Gail, you guys are probably wondering what I'm talking about. You're like, what is an ebony? Let me show you what an ebony is. You're probably wondering what is an ebony, and why would ebony like paper towel holders and rolls? This is an ebony. Say hello, Ebony. He's a full-grown Dutch dwarf. He's a rabbit. It's okay. There you go. You need to get out more. See, isn't he so cute? Look at that nose. People think he's not real, but look at that nose. He's actually breathing right now. That's adorable, isn't he? He likes his paper towel rolls to play with, and his toilet paper rolls. Ah, yeah, it's okay. Don't mess Mama's hair up. It's okay. It's fine. Boy.
Hey, Abs. Mopping out.
It couldn't even pay her electricity bill for her ice cream.
He's a cute dog.
He eats about $30 a month in food. He gets hay, and he gets pellets. Oh yeah, you know he's just you know. Oh yeah, so would I. You know. Oh, he is cute. Yeah, he's about 5 pounds. This is as big as he's gonna get. I got him last Easter on Easter Day. The breeder gave him to me free. Otherwise, he charges $50, and I said give him a good home. So we've been giving this little guy a good little home. Hi. And he's so silky soft. He's just so adorable.
Silky soft.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like a little fluffy dog that wants to eat him.
Moppy wants to eat him. My Shih Tzu is always fascinated with Ebony. So, but Ebony loves paper towel rolls. That's his
He's
toy.
fascinated with Ebony because he sees them as food.
He's not food. He's not my food either. He's my baby. Oh, you're so cute. Everyone likes you. Yeah, everyone likes you. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm worried about the people. Patriot, literally. I mean, I'm worried about people going hungry, and yet Social Security says, well, if you can't manage your money, then you need a payee. That's what's really stinky. I got to use the bathroom real quick. Chloe. You want to give your input?
Well, we just gotta.
Go ahead, share your opinion.
We just
Show
got.
your pretty face.
Okay, well, we just gotta hang in there, everyone. We just gotta hang in there. I can't wait till this pandemic's over. I'm thinking about getting off this island, and I really don't like it here. I really don't. There's other places I'd rather be, honestly. I just, I mean, I would just like to, I don't know. I really would like to do, I really like to go back across the country, and, I don't know. It's, I mean, right now with this pandemic, it's just, I don't know how long it's gonna last.
Well, yeah, that's agreeing. I mean, there was a report out there yesterday that was talking about how people can get into your bank account, private debt collectors to take your stimulus. They're putting it in place to protect it because some of the Congress and the Senate stated that you need to use this for food because some states will be in lockdown a lot longer than others, and yet they shouldn't be tapping in and taking this money away so you go and starve
These
more.
collectors they just want the money.
And on top of that, there's people out there that keep pestering, Social Security, when's my check coming? And all they want to do is go shopping. They want new game systems. They want a Switch. They want a PS4. They want games. They want this. And it was maintained for food because we don't know how long we're going to be in,
If everything crashes, like they said, if the world banks crash and everything, we have to go on new currency, new everything, whole new system that we've never did ever before. Like we were talking about one time, we could enter a new age. And if we enter a new age, would the year still count up from 2020, or do we start? Is it going to start over as a whole new age with like year one?
No,
year two?
what it is they want to crash the economy so everyone has a new digital currency. And unfortunately, with the way things are looking, as I said, Moscow Mitch doesn't already stated today in the Post that he does not want to give any more stimulus money to anyone or new stimulus, even though we're still waiting for stimulus. He doesn't want to give another stimulus, whether it be $2,400, $2,000 a month. He wants everyone to go back to work. But again,
so if they do this whole new currency, what will a $20 bill be? Just an item of the past? So if you had like $100 bill, and we end up having to go on a whole new currency,
that $100 bill would be a relic.
It'd be a relic. It'd be something you want to keep.
A collectible.
A collectible, which won't mean anything. It will actually, in 100 years, it'll be like it'll be worth digital currency as a historical artifact. Be well preserved a $20 bill. If you have a if you have a $20 bill from, like if you have a crumbled up $20 bill from 1980 that looks like it's seen better days, it's not going to probably be worth as much as if you preserve one from recently that has not been much used, like a $20 bill, a $20 bill from the year 2020. If you just well preserve it now, if all this goes as they're predicting, you keep a well preserved $100 bill from this year, and it's still kept preserved, and it's still in good condition in the year 2120.
It would be a collectible, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, because, but any money that gets seen better days, they usually destroy and then produce new money to cover the old money. That's how it works.
Yeah, so you wouldn't. That's why you don't see dollar bills from the 80s or even the 90s now. They're like, now with coins it's different because I've seen coins from the 70s still being used. I had a quarter from 1985. I had another quarter from year 2000, one from 97. And they were members, the Eagleback quarters, last year they issued those out was 1998, because 99 was when they start issuing the quarters we see today.
99 is also in 2000 when they started doing the dollar coins too, those dollar gold coins. You don't see those anymore.
They kind of changed things up, I remember, in 1999. Because I don't know if it was because it was last year of the 20th century and the old millennium, and they were trying to get things prepped for 2000 at the time. I remember, like in '99, everyone was already talking about the year 2000, and there were a lot of people back then eager for it to be 2000 for some reason. I mean, everyone was preparing, for this big new year to come, because there's a big 2000 was pretty much a big year. There's certain years in timeline that are like big highlight years for some reason. Like for some reason, a lot of right-wing Americans love 1985 for some reason. 2000 was a big year because 2000 was a turn of a century and a turn of a millennium at the same time. And then you got 2015. I don't know what was so big about 2015. 2015 was just the year we went through and it flew by fast.
So anyways, Michael, you said they're talking about implanting people. Yeah, well, that would be considered the mark of the beast. A lot of people aren't going to be wanting to be implanted with the mark of the beast. So, but yeah, anyways, what I'm trying to say is, that, honestly, we'll get the money when we get it. The question is when. And if they keep changing the goalpost, then they just keep changing them. And Twitter says in the next 3 weeks. You heard the update, right, Clydell? If you want me to give you the update, by the way, since I don't have a moderator on hand and you've been with me for a long while, I decided to stick you with a wrench. Well, basically, like I said earlier, Clydell, as well as I do, we always check Direct Express. People nowadays are saying we're going to get paid Friday, and yet I have a bridge to sell you if you believe it's Friday. We've been through this, you and I together, checking Direct Express for today. Everyone said it would get paid today. That was a giant lie. And then, the newspaper said that instead of late April for us getting payments of retirement, survivors, disability, it would be early May now by the papers. And then they changed the goalpost again by saying in the next 3 weeks, which would be the last day would be May 13th, everyone would get their benefits. But they didn't say who would get their benefits. It just says everyone who's on government benefits. So basically, it's they changed the goalpost yet again. And as you know, Clydell, with Sutton, she's not going to get her hopes up. They might just delay it again and then delay it again. And what I was trying to say earlier in my posts when we had like 30 plus viewers was that if you look at now until our pay dates in May, they could change the goalpost again. It's like they're changing it every day, like they're changing their underwear. So that's something that, I keep trying to tell people. Just, if you want to live with faith and hope, go for it. If you don't, just don't get disappointed. Just ride it out like everyone else is. You're with the. I have to make a joke, Dale. Missouri, huh? The guy Gary Sinise did a good job for our president from Missouri. I know all 50 of those men, and not one of them has common sense to pound sand down a rat hole. Truman, good movie, by the way. And yeah, you're right. They said the poorest get it first. Then and before that was the second thing they said. The first they said was everyone gets paid in 2 weeks after the bill is signed. Everyone will get paid. The payments would go out the 13th. They started trickling out on the 8th for the first bit of people, the filers on Social Security, retirement, survivors, SSI that are working. And then they started giving everyone else on the 11th. And then it started trickling out. It's still trickling out now. Then the 15th came. Like I said, then they said anyone who has dependents can file. They got till July 15th to file. And then a day or two later, veterans was approved. I found that out. And then what happened after that? Then Monday night, the Washington Post said they were cutting out the dependents at noon today on the portal. So no one can claim them until their 2020 taxes now, not July 15th for the extension. Then the newspapers today turned around, and what did they do? They turned and changed the goalpost by saying not late April, but now early May. And then the IRS posted on Twitter several times in the next 3 weeks until May 13th. So again, they changed the freaking goalpost. Well, yeah, I agree. I'm a minister of God, so I know the mark of the beast well. But still, like I said, they changed the freaking goalpost. And I want to say to IPS, you're completely 100% right. It's because we don't pay taxes that they don't want to give us anything extra. So, I mean, frankly, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it is basically look what's going on. Everyone is hurting. I mean, I got family members I got to email and ask them how they're doing. I'm worried about them, because they're hurting too. And, they could lose their house. They could lose their cars. And with no jobs, right now or under the roof, people are literally worried, And I have a right to worry about everyone because, if they're really literally going hungry, then that tells you right there's something wrong if you're basically going hungry because, you need extra money, and these Social Security people shouldn't be turning around saying, oh, well, you should balance your money out better. That's not an answer you give. You basically give a polite answer like, I'm sorry they're going hungry, just wait patiently. Instead, do they need to pay because they're not eating? I mean, literally. Surprised the lady didn't say go to the food banks or go to other places to get food. Literally, it's just basic a bunch of mumbo jumbo. I mean, that's why I keep saying to they're giving the damn runaround. I mean, every time you turn around, and people ask me all the time, how come Social Security, or not Social Security, how come Direct Express isn't updated their web thing? Simple, because they don't have any info. They're basically skirting around the questions. You call them up to check to see if there's a pending deposit. What do you get? So, there's the thing, they're basically stating this, So, and so to me, it's basically a bunch of mumbo jumbo. I mean, literally, everyone was basically, asking me, how come they haven't updated? Honestly, I don't have any honest answers, Hello, Joe. though they have had gold spoon and lived spoiled, so they have no clue. Hey, they don't know nothing. Yeah, exactly. You see, that's the thing, Raspberry. No, the wealthy don't know nothing. America Bank doesn't know nothing. Social Security knows nothing. The IRS and the Treasury Department knows stuff. Everyone else don't. I mean, look at it this way. If they knew something, they would update this. They would give the people the right information. They don't. Why? Because they know nothing. Basically, they don't know nothing. So what are they doing? They're just doing the same automated thing. I mean, literally, Direct Express is waiting for information from the Treasury for either veterans, Social Security, anything, railroad, etc. Meanwhile, everyone else is sitting in limbo going, hey, what's going on? How is everything going? When do we have answers? I mean, they're literally stating this. Let's see. Joe says SSDI won't get anything. SSDI won't get anything until when? Sorry, just came in here. Sugar levels low. Basically, you're asking when you're going to get your money, right, Joe? Honestly, I have no clue. If you just came in, I just have to reiterate it again. SSDI survivors and retirement were supposed to get their benefits end of April. This morning, newspapers are now saying early May. The IRS says in the next 3 weeks, which would be May 13th. As Raspberry said, you're not going to get anything. More likely, it's true. I'm only speculating. Don't hold that as a grain of salt. Because frankly, if you're a Direct Express holder, they're not giving any info. If they gave info, we would have known by now, but we're not. Because we would have known. Because they haven't updated their phone service, nothing's pending, and the big hoopla going around, or the big shindy, as they call it, shindig, was we're supposed to get our money today, supposedly. That's what everyone's throwing around on YouTube and other comments. When that didn't happen, they all lost faith in the timeline. So now they're changing, So when people say, I don't know Jack, and they say, oh, go and watch their video, I'm not going to watch someone else's video because they're saying I'm full of crap. I'm not full of crap. I mean, I'm looking at it from a scientific point of view. They keep moving the goalpost. So, IRS's Twitter said in the next 3 weeks. All we can do is hope like hell we get it. Your best course of action if you're a Direct Express card holder, a bank holder, check your bank daily. Check your account daily if you have online banking. Or call up your bank daily. Check your balance. I heard the same thing about Chime. I heard about 300,000 people are getting advances early. Fortunately, I heard also Chime stopped doing it due to the fact that they can't get a comprehension of when the money will go in to pay them back. So now they're worried. I mean, literally. Yeah, life. But the problem is what if people that are relying on that check to survive on food, rent, whatever, with no unemployment or food or whatever, how are they going to worry about their life when they can't put food on the table or pay rent, pay their electricity, pay their internet? And by the way, Gail or when we said about Pelosi living on X amount of money, her booze is more money than what she brings in. I hear she drinks the most finest stuff in the world, stuff that we wouldn't even be able to afford. So that tells you right there. Actually, Dark, Direct Express does it this way, Dark, Joker. Around 10 p.m. Pacific, 1 a.m. Eastern time is when they reset for pending. Me and Clydell and Raspberry and others know this. So what happens? I'll check tonight around 10:30 tonight in about maybe 5 hours or so. Kimmy, in about 5 hours I will check, but I guarantee you we're not going to get any money. Kimmy is also a moderator, by the way, so just to let you know, we have to have a clean debate, clean discussion here. And oh, thank you. So basically, like I said, I assume Kimmy, you want the big schmeal or the update too, sweetheart? Well, I'll gladly give it to you. Now, Patricia, you're right. The government doesn't give a damn. Otherwise, it would have been hey. All right, I'll give you the update, Kimmy. So basically, as you know, I like the newspapers. Newspapers changed the goalpost this morning by stating that that, as you know, noon today Eastern time, if no one files for their children, they got to wait till their 2020 taxes to file 2021 for it. Fortunately, they changed the goalpost and said in today's paper that anyone getting disability retirement survivors gets it in early May. Twitter has been posting with IRS's on Twitter side that we'll get our payments within the next 3 weeks. So doing the math on the calendar, they say the last day is May 13th. So again, they moved the goalpost. It's really pissing off people. And I told Social Security today, the lady said that anyone who's struggling for food, they can't maintain it while waiting for their free money, needs a payee, is what the lady said. She was really rude. So to me, it was basically really bad. Yeah. So basically, the IRS put this on the Twitter account, so everyone's up in arms. And then several people are saying under the my theory, the Social Security prophecies or the benefit payment prophecies, often turn out saying Friday we get paid. I'll believe it when I see it, I'm sorry to say. Literally, it was big news. I mean, literally. And some people messaged me today saying that I have Direct Express, and right now, in their mailbox was a check for $1,200. They don't even know what's going on. So to me, it was really bad. So to me, it's really scary, Now, when you call Direct Express, Dark Joker, put in your card number, your PIN number. I'm going to right down the front thing from anything pending. Oh, we can get it May 1st. The thing is like I said, and Sutton went to have dinner, but Sutton's not going to be basing it off of May 1st because she doesn't want to get disappointed, which is true. I mean, no one knows what's going on. And Direct Express, by the way, never updated their website or Social Security. So when you call Direct Express, you get the same damn information. We have no information. So they never updated it like they said they were going to. So, smokes and mirrors. Watch the birdie while we do something over here. I've warned everyone. I'm not at fault. I'm just a messenger of bad news. I'm hoping we hit May 1st. But Twitter, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I'm not saying we're not getting it. I'm just saying it just doesn't make sense. They keep changing the goalposts. And that is what's sad. I mean, if they weren't going to change the goalposts, we would know when benefits are being made. But right now, they didn't change. Oh, yeah, exactly. And the reason, Patricia, it went down for an hour is they were loading money up in stimulus checks for the filers. Anyone who filed their taxes and works part-time or full-time gets early retirement, SSI, part-time they work, or disability, et cetera. So they got their stimulus last night. I know this. Because when Direct Express goes down, it's usually because of something big like this. Otherwise, I mean, literally, I was with Timmy last night here on the channel with Sutton and Clydell. We all checked our accounts as fast as we could when we could. There was no money on it, so. Oh no, the equipment's outdated from 1960. They're using a program called Cobalt. The reason they're using it is because the Cobalt program is easy to program in 1960 computers and machine language. And because the Republicans don't want to pay for a Cobalt reader and updated it to a new computer system like what we have at home, smaller computers, that they would have to redo the entire programming, and they don't want to do that. My father-in-law, he's almost 70 years old, and my husband passed away. So my father-in-law, Poppy, he's one of the few people in the country that still is alive that can program Cobalt. And he said that they asked him to do it, he would do it. But the thing is, they need a actual special Cobalt reader to actually get it programmed to get to updated computers. So because they can't use newer computers, the machine language has to be used on these big computers from the 60s. So, and on top of that, Cobalt's also used by the unemployment office and other agencies. So the Republicans don't want to give money. And by the way, Patricia and Gail, I do have something else. The Washington Post also talked about the 60-year-old equipment. But did you ever read the report where it also said, the same report, that a week after this pandemic got severely bad, states were closing their doors, the call center for the IRS was put on shore leave, as I call it. So they're all at home. They're not answering questions. So that tells you right there, call me paranoid, but I got red flags right there. They let all the call center to go home so people don't call and ask where the stimulus is. It makes you wonder. No, Trump's signature isn't. However, Gail, there is a problem with the checks, okay? One of my inside sources for the Treasury Department basically stated that the template that makes the checks, the check template, it's like having remember how every year they have to change templates for printing money between ones, twos, fives, tens, 20s, and hundreds. Well, they change their template yearly, and each template costs between $1 and $10 million per template to print money. So the checks that have Donald Trump's name in the check, they had to change the template. That was between $2 and $10 million to have that template be made, so they can actually print these checks out. So if you look at it, they just wasted $2 to $10 million to put his name in it to make people feel great that the president did something for them. I have no faith in the government. That's why I keep checking your videos, because I know you're doing real. Oh yeah, I mean, thank you, Dark Joker. I mean, I basically every morning with my coffee cup, with my tablet, I comb through every newspaper I'm subscribed with that are free, and my subscriptions that I pay for. I comb through it. I look over everything. Then I turn around and I basically get the information. I mean, literally. I mean, one person said, oh, Twitter said it's going to be May 1st. When I went to Twitter, it said between now and 3 weeks. And it said basically in the next 3 weeks, payments will be made. Again, they basically just moved the goalpost, goalpost. Let's see. Are you going to check tonight? I check every night, Joe, and I check every morning. So like this morning when I was in between calls with Social Security and Direct Express, I was checking to see if the money went in there, because between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, or 1 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern Time, I check to make sure that there's a pending. Sometimes it pins in 12 hours, sometimes it's 24 hours. So I check every night, and when there's nothing pending, I basically let you all know in the morning when I comb through the news feeds for any more information on dates or timelines to give you the most updated, accurate information. And so what I do, and I comb through it all, I basically make this video so everyone should sit there. I mean, look, today was a big disappointment. I watched several videos while I was combing through the information this morning, and usually when I was listening to the guy talking, I was going through the comments just to see what people were saying, and they're mostly losing faith in the government and losing faith on the YouTubers. One guy basically said there's a woman out there making too many YouTube vids on updates. They claimed popular. He basically said something like, this girl is so popular. She said it could be May 1st, but, you know, she said if you want to believe it's on Wednesday, the 22nd, I will sell you a bridge to nowhere in Alaska. He basically turned around and said, I should have listened, because this lady's got more information than the current jack-off on there that's throwing out dates. Some people are saying, oh, you're going to get paid Friday. Like I said, if you're going to get paid the 24th, I got a bridge to sell you. Let's see what's going on. Federal Reserve is the biggest money launderer. Yeah, and they claim they donated $2.2 trillion to prop up the small businesses, but I've never seen, you know, it was Trump's doing. I'm pissed off. Will my stimulus go on my Direct Express, or will I get a check? We don't really know, Cody. Yeah, exactly. Patricia just answered it. I mean, I basically answer. I get about a lot of comments every day from subscribers and new subscribers, and they ask the same question, Cody. Will I get it? Direct Express right now, as I was talking about, since you just came in, they haven't updated their website where you click on the COVID information and it tells you in the purple box about stimulus checks. You call up their Direct Express phone number, you know the number, to check your balance. They say, we have no information at this time in the economic impact payments. Then you go to Social Security and they say, oh, it's end of April, early May for SSI. They kept that's their timeline right there that they kept. The newspapers this morning said it was since the 15th till yesterday, said it was going to be late April for us to get payments on disability, retirement survivors, and SSI early May. Now the IRS is saying everyone's going to get their payments between now and May 13th, 3 weeks. They just changed the goalpost yet again. They keep changing it. The media basically keeps publishing it. So Social Security is getting a lot of calls as, where's my check. I called them today to confirm why they didn't update this and that and why people are going hungry. And their answer is if they can't manage their monthly benefits, they need a payee. If they're dwelling on the $1,200, that's free money. Other people are saying when the money comes, use it for food, stockpile, because we don't know when states are going to open. And then I go and I comb through, like I said, everything I can to make the video proper so I don't look like a complete butthole. And I want to apologize to anyone if yesterday's video where I clearly stated they were going to update the Direct Express today early. And Nelfie said the same thing. I apologize on her behalf too. And Social Security was going to update. There's nothing. All they're basically is doing is giving us basically false information. We don't know, Cody. Jesus loves you. Stay encouraged. Don't worry. Life will prove them wrong. Well, yeah, I mean, literally, I'm not hurting. Everyone knows I'm not literally hurting. I do spreadsheets once a month. I balance my budget to a T. I make sure there's plenty of groceries in the freezer, in the cupboard, in the freezers, in the mini fridge, everything. And then people turn around and say, then why are you worried about it? I'm worried about the people that are suffering, the ones that are basically going and they don't have a job. And they were told, I had people tell me their story. They basically did everything, right? Filled everything. They're unemployed. Bam, paper check coming to them. They'll be waiting a long time for it. They're struggling. And it pisses me off that those people are struggling. Some of them have kids. They're struggling. They're the ones that have to make sacrifices in the future if they can't pay their internet by cutting it off, not watching my videos, or cutting off first the streaming services and only using YouTube that's free, and cutting out all their streaming services. They can't keep the internet going. They have to cut the internet out and other things to basically live on bare bones while the states close down while waiting for plenty of testing kits. I mean, it's just a big freaking mess, and people are suffering, and I don't like seeing people suffer. Oh, yeah, exactly, Josh. I agree completely. I hate listening. I mean, it makes me wonder why they're not updating it or giving any info. Do you guys think Direct Express is holding all that money? Dark Joker, I've said that in the beginning. You're the second person that's actually thought about it. My husband, if he was alive, would have said the same thing. They're probably sitting on the money. But no, America doesn't have a dime. Because if you listen to the Treasury Department on Twitter, they said payments will go out in the next 3 weeks. The question is, why aren't they talking? And here's another key feature that pisses me off, and Kimmy knows this, is why isn't it that they're not talking about Direct Express? They're talking about benefits in general, but they're not bringing up Direct Express in anything. The little bit of info we get with Direct Express is if you get your payments by Direct Express, your stimulus will be there. If you don't have Direct Express and you don't have direct deposit, you get a paper check. I mean, literally, it doesn't make sense. No one knows what the hell's going on. False hopes. That's what I've been saying, Rasheen. People throw dates out there. Oh, we're going to get paid the 6th. Oh, we're going to get paid the 8th. We're going to be paid the 13th. Oh, it's the 15th. People said that. Oh, it's Friday the 17th. Oh, we're going to get paid the 20th. When the 20th came, people changed the date to the 22nd. It came. Now they're throwing dates out there the 24th. When will they realize that the dates don't matter? What matters is you just sit back and wait. And if you have to, go to the food bank. Or go to get help from other people. There's resources out there. The paper said there's resources in every state. Just try to get the resources you need. If you're really struggling and stuff, people say if you are struggling for food, apply for food stamps. I know it might be 3-4 hours on hold, but at least if you get a food stamps for your family while you're waiting, you will get food. I mean, our state opened up emergency cash reserves and cash money for people that are struggling that has no jobs, activating food stamps, activating Medicaid. They're doing everything they can in Washington State to keep these people from going hungry and losing medical and stuff when they need, expensive medicine. They're basically kicking it up a notch. They know that we're going to be waiting for a while, and they're going to extend the extension soon. So everyone's going to be getting their extensions of being indoors until this virus is contained in my state. So they're doing everything they can to make the people more comfortable, and the Republicans don't like it. They're like, oh, they need to go back to work. If they die, oh well, at least we call them off. That's not the answer I want to hear. I want to hear that if people are freaking scared of this virus, that they're entitled to stay home and basically make sure they survive. I mean, I would not want my own bloody family in any state that they live in, my family, to be basically feeling uncomfortable to go to work when this virus can kill. I mean, literally. And that is what's really pissing me off. Every day they hold these millions of dollars and more money in their growing pockets. Exactly. You're right. I never thought that they can hold our money to draw millions of interest for a couple of weeks and then send us the change. Well, yeah, they can. They can if they've already deposited the money into Comerica. Say, for example, Comerica's sitting on the money, okay? For example, let's put it this way. Here's a hypothetical, Josh. Dark Joker. For example, if the banks, let's just say hypothetically, a theory here, that the Treasury already gave the money to Comerica Bank. The American Bank is sitting on it, growing interest. They can do that. I mean, look how other companies got really wealthy. You know what I'm talking about, right, Dark Joker? They basically turn around. Let's just say you buy something, right? Let's just say, for example, you buy something on Amazon. And Amazon basically sits there and they take the payment out, right? And one day you're saying, hey, my package hasn't come. Wonder what's going on, right? And they haven't shipped it. You go into it, it says, not going to be shipping till July, but they took the money out. You go and say, I'm canceling, right? You cancel it. They say, oh, your money will be to you in 5 to 7 business days, right? Meanwhile, while they're waiting for the refund to go back into your account, they're living off the interest of, say, $100, $200, $300. It might be a few pennies or $1 or something in interest, but they're making enough money to live off, and all that extra interest makes their accounts get bigger while you're suffering. I think if you basically have to cancel an item, the money gets refunded right away. You don't have to wait, but the banking system doesn't work that way. So if Comerica Bank has that money, I guarantee they're sitting on the money only because they're waiting for the Treasury to give a date. So think of it this way. With the way the financial market is, a lot of accounts will be closed, a lot of unemployment. Soon they won't be able to maintain their bank accounts. Some people are going to start to not trust the banks again, and so they'll pull their money out. Eventually, the banks are going to be basically hurting. I mean, look at it this way. I watched a report recently. I checked the stock market. Most U.S. banks with a stock market that's on the New York Stock Exchange has lost 50% of their value or more. And so if you look at it, the banks could be holding their money to stay afloat while waiting for the IRS and the Treasury Department to say when to unleash it. So, for example, if this stuff hits the fan and the economy takes a full dump and the banks are still holding on to the money, they could just sit there and say, oh, we can't give the money because it's not time to send it to the people that need it. But they're propping the banks up. It's another way to bail out the banks while the banks sit on it and do nothing. While you guys suffer, the banks are propping up, living off the interest and trying to keep the stock market afloat. You know, every bank that holds your money in trust through the FDIC, they basically roll that money into the stock market. And when they do it, they basically make more money. So they're basically doing the Ponzi scheme, and that's what's really basically. Oh, I know what you mean, Timmy. It isn't. I mean, this is what IRS said on their own Twitter account. In the next 3 weeks, again, play on words. Bless Aaron's heart if he was alive, my hubby. That it will be going in. Well, I took the calendar, showed everyone 3 weeks from today is May 13th, and that means they just moved the goalpost. Let's see. I remember my friend told me about this check because I'm on ssdi. I told him and his father don't depend on this check at all. I remember my friend told me about this check because I'm on ssdi. I told him and his father don't depend on this check at all. Yeah, I agree, Joe. You're completely right. I mean, one of my moderators, Sutton, said she's not going to be basically bringing herself up for disappointment. She's basically not gonna. She said herself before going to dinner that they moved the goalpost again. but not in those words. They just keep changing the dates. They keep dragging this out. And as I said, Kimmy, that they turned they I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, but I want to answer Kimmy first. Kimmy's moderator, BBS. When I talked to Social Security, she told me it could be now. Yeah, that's the thing. Social Security told me basically they'll give it when they give it. They want to give it by the end of the year. They can by law. They have to do it by December 31st, 2020. So to me, I'm not holding my breath because frankly, I'm getting tired of people basically, look, Joe's completely right, that you can't depend on this. I don't depend on it. There's other people that have a lot of bills. There's unemployed people that need it. They're not getting help. They're waiting for a paper check. Remember what I said, Kimmy, last night? For all we know, we'll be getting paper checks. That's why I have email notification for mail informed from the U.S. Postal Service that tells me what goes into my mailbox. So if I know a treasury check's coming in, it's for me, I know they basically cut my check in a treasury check. Mike Elliott, I get SSI. I'm wondering why we're being put on the back burner. It's messed up. We have to be last to get it. Dane. Well, it's like Patricia and Gail said, Mike, and welcome, Mike, to my channel. Basically, because they said first that all checks would be paid out in 2 weeks after the law was signed in. The 27th of April will be 4 weeks. Then they said that they're on course, and the newspaper stated that it would be the week of the 13th for everyone. But they trickled the first filers that got their benefits at work and get, paid taxes and filed taxes, and the ones that have that work and SSI or survivors or whatever, retirement, whatever it was, April 8th got their benefits. Then all the other people started trickling in on the 11th. Don't forget, dead people got it. And when the dead people got it, the IRS and the Treasury said, oh, it's okay to the families of the dead people. You can keep that money. Meanwhile, the 15th comes. They said, oh, you have to file until July 15th for dependents. Then a few days later, veterans was told they were going to get their payment, but it was to be discussed or to be determined what date it would come. Then Monday night, the Washington Post got a leak, which was true. Yesterday, all the papers posted about it. And all people with dependents on any benefits has to file by noon today, or they have to file in 2021 for the 2020 benefits. But they can just change the goalpost then a year later and say, oh, you guys don't qualify for this benefit because it's been a year. You see, once they don't pay out after December 31st, 2020, which the law states, from what I read in the law, basically they don't have to pay you a dime for 2021 if you didn't get your dependents. They don't have to pay jack diddly shit. No offense to anyone. So what happens? So today, as I'm telling Mike, they decided to say, Social Security's own website says late April we'll get our payments, early May for SSI. The IRS today turned around. The newspaper said everyone would get it early May. IRS basically decided to one up the newspapers by saying, no, you'll get your benefits within the next 3 weeks. People are saying, oh, we'll get it the 24th. Thing is, all you got to do if you're Direct Express holder is keep calling and checking for pending. When it says pending, then you know you're going to get it. Otherwise, don't hold your breath. And so what's going on? That's what's going on. Then the IRS posted in the next 3 weeks, which means May 13th is the last day that they're claiming that these payments will go out. Again, welcome back, Sutton. No, remember what I said, Sutton, before you went to eat? The timeline from Twitter stated, quote unquote, you were with me when I looked it up. It says from now until May 13th, a 3-week window, everyone will get their stimulus checks on wave 2. Remember? And now our beloved moderator, Kimmy, beautiful girl, by the way, is just saying she called Social Security to talk to someone, and it's July. So remember what I said, sweetheart Sutton. Don't hold your breath. We both agreed to that philosophy. Cheetos would be nice. 7. Right now it is 6:30. I wouldn't be surprised if I didn't get anything, if we don't get anything else. Sorry, I went to the bathroom, everyone. It's like this: stick your name in a hat, and whatever you pull out, it's yours. Lucky effing day. Well, like I said, Patricia and Sutton knows this. Kimmy doesn't. That if you look at the big picture when it comes to that, the IRS keeps touting everything's going flawless. This is by Stephen Mnuchin on Sunday. He also said, oh yeah, he didn't talk about the dead getting checks or why they're not getting refunded or whatever. He says, oh yeah, we're doing great. Pat us on the back. We're giving benefits to people. They're getting their money. No, they're not. They're suffering. And he said everything's going flawless. But he goes and rattles like everyone else has been rattling in the last 3 days after that interview that they want more people using the IRS portal to put in direct deposit info so they don't have to cut checks. That doesn't make sense. I mean, literally, why does everyone want the people to use the IRS portal? That's something I can't figure out. I think they don't want us to have it, son. That's what I've been telling you, Kimmy, since you started watching my channels. I've said I don't think they want any of us to have it. Call them state senators and tell them to put life first. Life, I already did. I have advocates in high enough up, okay? And I'm talking about the federal level. The actual states are state Congress and state Senate. That's for the state where I live. They're putting the lights and trying to get things moving along. But everyone else, like I said, grab me some chips too when you're out, right, hon? No. You have hamburger? Yeah. How many packages do you want? 1, 2? Well, each package is 1 pound. 1 package. All right. You want to? That's what we have. We have the ground beef right here.
Defrost 2 of them.
Yeah, we have ground beef right here, Chloe.
Defrost 2 of them.
All right. Yeah. Okay, got it. All right, defrosting it now. See you when you get back. Cheese chips, Cheetos, please. Maybe you can get yourself a soda too if you wish. And me one. I love her. She may be mean and griping at times, but she's a lifeline when it comes to me not going to the grocery store because I will not go out and get sick. Let's see what Mike says. I used it and not posting. It feels like since we receive our SSI money, I feel the emergency money isn't priority for us. It's like a lie to make others think they care. Wish I could get help soon. Food low. Exactly, Mike. And see what happens when you vote and you all wanted Donald Trump. Just remember that when you go vote. Did anyone ever see the thing where he's saying that mail order voting is corrupt? I mean, in the state of Oregon and the state of Washington, there's mail order. Or mail-in ballots. It works. That's not corrupt. I agree completely, Patricia. By the way, has anyone seen Moppy? Come here. Oh, I want to share with you, since I've showed you my bunny. This is my large Shih Tzu. He needs a haircut. Hello, everyone. My name is Moppy, and I want hop and pepper dinner, but Mommy won't let me have hop and pepper. So I'm stuck with steak and vegetable dry kibble for dinner. Yeah. Hopefully when Mommy Chloe goes to the store tomorrow, she can get me a couple cans of Alpo. I deserve it. Yeah. Hello. Yeah. I'm worried about everyone's having food too. Everyone needs food, but they don't have food. So I'm a depressed little Shih Tzu. I don't love the man. Literally, don't shoot the messenger, sis. I mean, honestly, like I said, to all of you lovely people, I've told you this to day one when I started doing these videos and getting very, very doing my professional research like Nelfie. We all are basically not seeing. Oh yeah, everyone loves the doggy, right, son? I even Sutton knows I've said this many times over that I don't think they want to give it to us, or we have no money to give it to us. I mean, look, they bail out everyone else, and now they have to delay things. It's like they mismanage funds. Uh, So, anyways, like I said, it feels like they're mismanaging the funds. I mean, no one truly knows what's going on, you know? So, everybody getting checks tomorrow just feel Raspberry, Sutton and Kimmy, could you both talk to Raspberry for a second and explain to he or she that no one's getting checks tomorrow unless it's paper checks? Paper checks are trickling in until the 25th, which is a Saturday. So basically, if you're talking about paper checks, don't worry. If you're talking about direct express or direct deposit, the direct deposits are still trickling in. Direct express, no one's going to be getting jack shit from direct express. Now, while you guys are talking and figuring that out, let's see. Everybody, let's see. Everybody, let's see. Okay. Hey, what's this? Okay, sorry. Just checking the headline, see if there's anything good to discuss with you. Maybe there's some news about Social Security. Hmm. Oh, look at this. Look at this, everyone. One of our people that were in here earlier, who's a nurse, said the second wave is going to be pretty bad. This says right here, the second wave this winter is going to be really worse. Let's see if there's anything under the politics. I saw that report earlier. Check this out, everyone. I said it before, but I'll say it again. Tyson Food closes the largest pork plant in the country in Waterloo. Dude, 28 unemployment, and they process 20,000 hogs a day. And now it's been shut down due to it. Wow. You got Smithfield Foods, JBS, and other countries. So we're going to be seeing a meat shortage. So that's another reason why we as a people need this money, because you're going to see a meat shortage. National Beef Packing also closes plant in Tama, Iowa. Cargill halted production at the Hazleton, Pennsylvania ground beef and pork processing plant. Company also scaled back operations at one of Canada's largest beef packing plants. Look at that. That just tells you right there, we're in for a rocky, rocky time. And this is why I look at this. And then it says we have one of the lowest coronavirus mortality rates in the world. Right. This is coming from our president. All right. So there you go. So Missouri is suing China over the epidemic. That was something that they couldn't get done, you know. But yeah, the politics alone has been just interesting, you know. The death toll doesn't mean we're overacting. It means that slowdowns are happening and it's slowing the virus down, which is good. So Oh, look at this one. In Britain, a news anchor says, "Thank God we have no Fox News over here." Oh, I'm saying, see, this is the topics, Fox News. Now, the FCC can give internet to everyone, you see? Yeah. I mean, look at this. Wow. So there you go. I mean, I don't have to continue. I'll read that later. But you see in the news, it's wild, So let's see. Let's see. Love the doggy. If you keep on reading what I said, I know it's not true. You're not getting no checks. It's just we're nobody. We are trash. Oh boy, well, I wish you were right, but unfortunately, and they opened up the country to kill us. That's why the country is open up. I'm just going to tell you what's right. Actually, they're not just killing the elderly off. They're trying to kill off the gays, the lesbian, and bis. If you remember, Chloe said they want to kill off the GLBT community, elderly, because we're not viable to society. The disabled, we're not viable to society, so they're trying to kill us off. But we have states that we live in and are protecting us. We won't die. We're just stuck in our houses for God knows who blue F. Those on SSI, DI, and SSI will get their stimulus check the same day as the regular check. It means they're spend. Actually, Blue, you're wrong. We're all talking about that. We don't know if you're going to get your check at the same time. Thanks for tuning in. But like we all talked about, it's basically they're kicking us around and not giving us true answers. The IRS and the Treasury is not giving the true answers. They're giving the newspapers false information. They're saying first, April 15th, they said we're supposed to get it late April, SSI early May. Then the newspaper today said we all get it in early April or early May. And now they're saying we're going to get it within the next 3 weeks. It's just a matter of when. And they said, quote unquote, by Twitter, by May 13th. Basically 3 weeks from today is May 13th. So don't hold your breath. As all these lovely people are talking, they can see that unless we get it, believing is seeing. Seeing is believing. Another one says, suing the Communist Party, they won't care. Actually, there's only a couple ways the post said that it could go through, and mostly it won't. His dumbass. Your president is dumb as hell. That's your favorite word. Nobody is keeping you inside. Common sense prevails. Basically, if you were looking at my listening to me, I live by faith. Don't need to see it to believe it. Well, I'm not. I'm a minister of God. Okay, and right now I have a Social Security timeline that keeps getting broken up. So technically, if you want to believe that you're going to get paid like everyone else today, and it didn't happen, you got disappointed. If you basically think like everyone else that you're going to get paid tomorrow or the next day, if you filed your taxes, then yes, you'll get it soon. If you're a non-filer on benefits, well, like the old saying goes, the Republicans and the Democrats like to play kick the can. So that can keeps getting kicked farther and farther away. We don't know what dates we're going to get paid. Me, I'm not worried about money. I'm worried about everyone else hurting to the point where they won't have food. So if you want to sit there at times and say, I live in faith, good for you. Good for you. My only thing is when you have no groceries, then, well, that's a different story. I'm only worried about the people that are suffering, people that don't have medicine, the people that was living in faith and then turned around and didn't get their faith when the dates keep changing. They said everyone was going to be paid by the 13th of April, when 2 weeks after the bill was signed, they'd have everyone paid. They're dragging this out. What do you think, Sutton? Am I full of beans, or am I stupid? And I agree, Kimmy. You can speak the truth. I speak the truth. I mean, literally, if someone wants to come in here and basically state what they're stating, that's a different story. But to me, well, thank you. Basically, yeah. Well, today I got disappointed. Sutton, Kimmy, did I ever tell you the story where I had to ban someone from commenting on my videos? They basically told me that they didn't know why YouTube was keeping me on the air and that I'm a fat ass. So I finally had enough and I banned the person, Oh, I agree completely, Kimmy, sweetheart. I'm not going out. I mean, look at what I just said. Chloe's a lifesaver. I'm up there in age where I have underlying issues that could kill me. So, like she said, oh, well, she wants to make tacos tonight. So I was like, okay, so she's gonna make her own version of tacos, and I'm gonna have my own version of tacos, and we're basically making tacos. So I'm defrosting hamburgers, And am I single? No, not really. Sorry to say, I'm not single. Besides, I'm reserved for someone if they ever surface. They don't surface, well, that's a different story. I'm still mourning the loss of my husband. And outside of, let's see, thinking May 1st, what is it? Let's see. Thinking May 1st, if it doesn't come by May 1st, then I'm done thinking about it. Don't blame Trump. I blame the House. They got their ways. Oh. American Bank has been renewing every year for their contracts always renewed. I've been with Comerica for 13 years, or Direct Express. I have nothing wrong with them. Direct Express saved my account many times on errors that happened. So, so basically, let's see. Joe, what are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Talking about the Commander in Chief, or are you talking about something else? I'm sorry, Kimmy. I'm sorry, Sutton. I think, when I see the sign right there, someone just asked the same question yet again. Why don't you, lovely ladies, take over on that question for me? It's always Trump's fault. Oh, yeah. Well, that's understandable because the girl basically was stating that, and she's also the one that says I need to wear clothes. I don't need to wear it. I need to wear clothes that fit, and I don't need my belly hanging out. They were basically saying my belly's hanging out, and I'm a fat sloth. So, welcome back. Kimmy, I'm talking about Madeline. Madeline just asked, when do we get our stimulus checks? I sighed because basically I have an answer of I don't know. Okay, they're talking about it. I mean, I keep reiterating myself. I guess I'll put some dip in my mouth and explain it again. Basically, 2 weeks after the bill was passed, Steve Mnuchin basically said when the bill passes, we get all our money in 2 weeks, so April 13th. They started giving the filers, the filed taxes that get SSI retirement that's working part-time, their checks the 8th, the 15th, and the 22nd. Everyone else that filed started trickling out the 11th. The big hoopla was last night. Everyone was talking about, and over the weekend we get paid the 22nd. This is today. We didn't get paid. The new hoopla that people are throwing out there is the 24th. That's not going to happen. You have Direct Express, check your Direct Express card for pending. If you don't have Direct Express, check your bank account if you have direct deposit. If you don't have direct deposit and you get paper checks, you will get a paper check all the time. So basically, that's something I wanted to say, okay? Now, since you asked about it, great. I need to find out again. You guys are basically popping comments faster than I can reply to this lady's question. Madeline, that's her name, Madeline. Basically, then on the 15th, they said anyone who has dependents need to file the IRS portal. Some people did TurboTax, H&R Block, make sure they got payments. They were made everyone confused that they had to file taxes. You don't have to do anything. Then they said on the 15th that Social Security posted a thing saying everyone gets their checks except for SSI people in late April. Everyone else on SSI in early May. Then Monday night, the Washington Post stated, quote unquote, that we're taking away noon today Eastern time. That if you didn't file for dependents, you don't get your check, and they only have to pay up to 12/31/2020 for the stimulus check. So if you file next year's taxes, they can't guarantee that you're going to get it. Now, today they basically posted a crap load on the papers about if you don't do it by noon, the new timelines is paper checks were going out at X amount up to September 11th. Every Monday they send the checks out from the 20th onwards to September 11th. And then it comes in like first set of checks are due in Friday or Saturday this week. The next set is May 1st or May 2nd, or trickles, down once they send it out on the 27th for paper. That goes back to Direct Express. If you're a Direct Express card holder, no one knows when. They're just basically getting the same message on the phone. That's BS. We have no information on your stimulus check. Same with the website. If you click on the COVID link. Now, you ask what's going on with other things? Well, I can't give you a direct answer because no one knows. So today, the paper said when they were updating the information that they were going to personally said that everyone was getting their checks in early May. The IRS website the IRS Twitter site, I should say, states everyone's going to get paid between now and May 13th, 3 weeks from today. Again, they just moved the goalpost. So if you want to believe the federal government or the newspapers, then I got a bridge to sell you because, frankly, I'm not buying it anymore. They're delaying it so they don't have to give you payments. There you go. So let's see what's going on. Message deleted by, okay. What was the message deleted? I'm just curious. Let's see. All right, let me see what it says. I've been trying to explain it. Thank you for the info. So let's see. I'm back. You look fun. They're beating around the bush when it comes to those who've been moving the goal back and back, making extra stress for those who cupboards are low. Okay, so what did this guy say? Skies fall. Okay. You know what, James? You're pissing me off. First thing I'm going to do in my check is move on and love lives, he says. Will we get it on our normal payout, Direct Express? I already just explained, James. I'm just going through what's the deleted because I can see what's deleted. You just don't like Trump. Okay. I just seen a video saying it should be on our payday. The government wants to spend it as fast to get it back in the economy. ASB. That's the thing is, if the government was doing that, Patricia, then they would say it. Don't basically, if you saw a video, I'm personally thinking honestly that if you want to believe it, go for it. Because frankly, I'm not buying into this crap. I also threw out there that I'll believe it when I see it. Well, thank you, Patricia. Exactly. You don't need to believe some dillwad that keeps basically talking about on payday. We don't even have any answers for it. Let me see. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Are you leaving, Blue? Madeline, does that answer your question? Because, like I said, the goalpost keeps being moved, and no one truly knows. Now, a lot of people are suffering for food, and I talked to Social Security today, and they were rude. They said anyone who can't manage their money month to month, to live on what they get and they're out of food should get a payee. The portal, okay, here's the problem with the portal. Every day I talk about this in my videos. And the portal is broken. All right, Madeline, the portal is broken. It doesn't work for anyone getting government benefits. So it only works for people that have paid taxes and they can verify that you had a job with a working Social Security number because the government gets that info for, when you worked. So technically, if you don't pay taxes and you're on Direct Express, direct deposit, or you get paper checks, they're not going to tell you when your check's coming. That's another thing I'm trying to tell people. If the portal doesn't work for beneficiaries that are on benefits, then damn good and well there's not something ain't stirring the Kool-Aid right. That's what I'm saying, because it's broken. People sit there and say, how come it doesn't work? People used to say that they've heard, and I can't confirm this, that they were going to modify the portal to have you check my payment through Direct Express and stuff. It doesn't work. They got it so they're basically keeping the people with Direct Express in the freaking dark. I mean, it's like, yeah, I mean, literally. I mean, yeah, we're in the dark basically, and Kimmy, thanks for doing the job and keeping people, away. Dang it! No, I don't want to download 400 megs of crap for Apple. I've been canceling for months. I don't need an Apple update. I don't use Apple. I need to keep on. I texted you. Oh, you mean email? Let me go check it out. She's a sweetheart, by the way. Kimmy is a sweetheart. I mean, literally, I'm just freaking tired. I'm trying to. Chloe's got a nickname for these people that support Trump. She calls them Trump tards. My father-in-law loves that answer. So, personally, people that did vote for him, they should think about voting for someone else. I mean, that's just my opinion, but I'm not trying to get into politics right now. I'm more worried about you as in people eating and surviving. I would, but I can't. I don't have a phone, so technically, that's what I said. I don't have a cell phone. I have Skype, but my laptop isn't running. I will call you as soon as I'm done with this video. I'll fire Skype up and call you. Because she's I will do it, but I don't have a phone right now. So, I mean, I only have Skype. I'm kind of paranoid, honestly. I don't want the government tracking me. It's just something about the government. They're like, oh, we're going to use your phone to track you where you go in a virus-infected area. I don't want people to track me. I don't want people to know where the hell I'm going. I mean, literally, I do, but I don't. I mean, I'm not a criminal. I just don't want to have a phone because, frankly, it's too much of a hassle. And with me being on a fixed income, I just can't afford a phone, even though I can get a government phone. It's just, I'm telling you, I'm kind of honestly, as Kimmy and Sutton know, kind of exhausted because I get the same questions all the time. People come in and say, oh, Social Security update, when's my payment coming in? I mean, I got a lot of videos out there that explain when your money's coming. Right now, no one knows. The dates keep changing. One of these days, I need to go on my laptop and do an offline video where I can just make it 5 or 10 minutes, upload it for everyone, and, we're good. I like live video because I can answer the comments, but I'm telling you, it does get exhausting a lot over the fact that people basically keep asking the same questions. I mean, I would really love to discuss, the inside, outside, upside down politics of why you're not getting your money. As Nelfie said, it's probably because we get payment benefits, and they think we're not hurting over, hold on, let me do this. All right, let me see. Let me do this. There you go. So no one's going to be see this guy's messages any longer, okay? Well, yeah, exactly, Madeline. So for the rest of you out there, Patricia, Madeline, Kimmy, I basically blocked this guy from, um, I just blocked the guy. So he's basically not going to be posting any comments in the live feed. He's been 86th from my thing. Now, if he starts it uses a different username, he'll be back. But I can just do the same. If he has like 50 usernames, I'll just keep freaking changing the decks. But this guy doesn't need to basically attack when we're trying to have uh, a constructive debate over Social Security. I mean, you guys are all curious. Where's your checks? Honestly, I don't have any answer. I don't really have any answers. So, that's see it. I just don't have any answers. I mean, my theories and scientific methods, it feels like my evidence and everything I comb through the media every day, sometimes it feels like it's like you're ahead of the game. You're ahead of the game. Everything's great. And all of a sudden, the entire yes, we're gonna be great friends, Kimmy. And we're ahead of the game, and all of a sudden, as Sutton would agree, they changed the whole game. They turn around. These are the new rules, and as soon as you get used to it, and you're ahead of the game again. They change the rules again, and people sit there and say, "Where's our money?" I mean, literally, people are going, "Where's my money? We're going hungry. We're doing this. We're doing that," and I mean, literally, I mean, it is basically making me sick to my stomach going through all this information, getting all this information for you all. And every day they change the game. You get on, you're like, oh yeah, let's see what's on today. Oh, no way. Click, 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 go through Google. No way. Wow, wow. Click, 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 click. Making notes, mental notes, little notes. Next, what happens? No, no one needs the file. You just sit back, Mike, and you wait. Unfortunately, that's all we're doing right now is waiting and speculating. And that's what really hurts us all because we're sitting back and we're speculating. I mean, like I said, the IRS just came out with another nose twister today. Oh, yes, you can get paid, but it's hidden from now until May 13th. Other people are saying, oh, it's Friday. I mean, literally. I mean, when I basically find out there's a pending deposit in my account, I will let you all know. Otherwise, we're all shooting in the dark. It's night time. And unless you have the right gear, we're all shooting in the dark. Yeah, like I said, when I'm done with this video and it dies down, I will call you, Kimmy, because frankly, I just can't leave the video right now because I have too many viewers that have questions that need to be answered, and it's only proper and professional to answer these questions. Let's see. I'm gonna switch to my account. I'm on my daughter's. Okay, Casey Cole. Yep, you crazy. Kimmy is crazy too. Excuse me. What are you talking about? Why am I freaking crazy? Okay, please explain yourself before I give you the automatic boomstick out, which means I'm going to basically be using my band stick and kicking you out of my channel unless you explain why I'm crazy. Why? Because I know too much about Social Security? What time is it out there? It is 7 p.m. Where I'm at, Joe. And I'm wondering why we got a person named Casey Coyley. Why they're basically being a turd. Feels like I'm getting trolls now. Oh, well, at least I have the lovely Kimmy and the lovely Sutton that's got band sticks, too. They can ban this person. I'm back. This is my account, Annie R. Well, welcome, Annie. Poop. Try to ignore it. If they give you a lot of trouble, then we can go ban them. Me too. Yeah, cool. So welcome, Annie. I'm glad to have you here. Just subscribe. Thank you. I'm from Cali. Yeah, I'm up north from Seattle. Live on a little island. Only way in is by plane or ferry. You know, I haven't even checked to see if the ferry system's working properly. Usually I check on that stuff, but Chloe's like, "Can we go off island, Taro?" I mean, the island's pretty safe. You go from one island to the next. We only have like 15 cases, but still, it just gives me the heebie-jeebies. Sorry, I'm checking checking on the notices on our boats because I do like to see. Oh, they updated the COVID thing again. Oh man, I hate when they update this. All right, let's see. All right, let's go check out alerts. I'm just checking real quick while talking to you guys. Let's see. The good old Salish is back into business. Okay, so April 26th. The schedule is going to be restored April 26th, Sunday, running on a 4-boat schedule. So reservations reduced or canceled, yada, yada, yada. Okay, so there we go. So this was Monday's update. So we're going to be running back on a 4-boat rotation on the 26th. Yay, that's good to know because 4 boats are better than 3. 3's kind of slow. However, it is sad that because of COVID virus, they're not actually allowing the galleys to be open on the boats. Let's see. So I'm Louisiana. Cool. Welcome, Patricia, again. Do you want me to just go and block this guy? I'm going to go boot him. Whatever he's been doing, he's probably been really pissing off people. Oh, really? I'm crazy? Well, fine. I'll ban you. There you go. This guy here. Let's see. Ban. Let's see. Here we go. Oh, can't do it. Oh. There we go. The guy's messages have been hidden, so we don't have to deal with him now. Because I guess I'm crazy for some reason. I'm new. What's this about? Ugh. Again, what's this new about? Hey, Don, want to explain what this channel's about? Because, frankly, I'm getting kind of tired of people asking me the same questions over and over. So, how goes it, Capo? Seems we've got 3 moderators running right now. Just found out my mom's friend has the virus. Sorry to hear that, Annie. It is really hard, knowing someone that has it or someone who knows someone that has it. I mean, it's really hard, I'm on SSI, so I'm sorry, just got. All right, Minnesota Sports Talk. Let me ask you a question. What kind of questions would you like to ask so I can answer you directly if you have any questions? You're probably wondering about your SSI and your stimulus check, I assume. If that's the case, I can explain what's going on. So, what's going on, Capo, is I just had to block someone, Casey Coy, hiding him from the entire chat because he claims I'm crazy. Yep, I'm crazy. Yes, talking to her, she'll be okay. She's a fighter. We're all fighters in our own way. I mean, literally, Annie. I'm telling you, there's people out there that see my videos and think I'm more worried about my own stimulus checks than everyone else is. And, people say, oh, I'm not suffering, but I am. I'm suffering because I see everyone around me suffering and hurting and needing their money. And 2 is, I'm suffering because, frankly, they want us all to be in our house most of the time. So that basically really stinks, You're okay. I was just wondering what you were saying. It was something about the vote. The vote. I basically said earlier that basically we're talking about, that I hope people realize that when they go to the elections, the voting polls, if they vote for the right person they want as president this election. And so, thanks, Joe. Uh, so basically, for you asking about SSI, it's supposed to be early May, but now they're saying we're going to get paid between now and May 13th, everyone. So I'll believe it when I see it. In the last few weeks, where people are throwing dates out there every day and not getting their money. So I don't know if you have direct deposit or direct express or paper checks coming, but that also affects everything too. Minnesota sports. I don't go a lot anymore. So you don't go out much. I don't either. That's why I sent Chloe to do things. Thank you. I started off. Well, thanks, Don. I mean, I appreciate it. I mean, literally, you probably. I know you basically think we're gonna get $2,000 a month, but I was just talking to the people earlier before he came in, and the goalpost was moved yet again. As you know from yesterday, probably they said noon today. Everyone that's got a dependent has to file, or they have to wait till next year, but the law states that everyone has to have their money given to them by December 31st, 2020. Otherwise, people that want to file for their dependents for next year's, for this year's stimulus, could be shafted. The other thing I was talking about is the newspapers up from the 15th onward stated till today, till yesterday, stated that we get our checks late April. Everyone else in May for SSI. VA gets payments. Railroad does. The problem is those are to be determined when they're sending out the payments. And then today the newspapers basically said everyone's going to get it early May. And then whammy, walla walla, zing zam whammy. The IRS said in the next 3 weeks we'll get our payments. So between now and May 13th. So it's like they moved the goalpost again. I don't know. Maybe you have some answers for our viewers, Capo, why they basically keep changing the goalpost. Because frankly, I have no answers of why. And getting my kids some outdoor activity, they're going crazy being stuck in the house. Yeah, a lot of us are going crazy. Chloe is too. If we don't get it by the end of May, should we give up on it? You know, Joe, I've already given up on the fact of payments. I don't think we're going to ever get it. Anyone at SSI, SS get their checks yet? The only ones that got their checks, Minnesota Sports Talk, is the ones that filed their taxes. Filed their taxes. 80 million people got their checks. The ones that haven't are the veterans, Social Security recipients with survivors, disability, retirement, or SSI benefits, railroad benefits. Those ones haven't got their money yet. So over 100 million people haven't got paid yet. Wow, 23 people, and I'm the only one. Wow, you can all say thank you. Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of people watching it. I've not heard anyone on government benefits getting their stimulus where I live it. I haven't either. That's the thing. The only thing I've heard was some of them were getting paper checks. I don't get why they just don't give it on the first and the third when people normally get it. That's what the plan was, Annie. Unfortunately, the IRS keeps changing the dates. The papers keep changing the dates. Everyone keeps changing the dates. And I'm only giving you up the every day an update video on. Every day I do videos live, so I can give everyone the update video and have, if anyone has any questions, they can answer in the comments. That's why the videos keep getting so long. I heard we're getting this week. Then I heard it was May 1st. Now May 15th. They even know the government. Actually, I said May 13th. And by the way, people were talking about it on this last weekend that it was the 22nd. 22nd came and went. No money. Now people are throwing out there that it's going to be this Friday. I'll believe it when I see it. I'm tired of basically saying, yes, it'll be Friday and getting disappointed because I'm worried about everyone around me going hungry and suffering, because it's starting to disappoint me because all these people that need their money, they're not getting it. I'm thankful for your live video. Gives a voice, gets things off the chest. Sorry you had to block those being negative. You're a good person. Keep us informed. Well, thanks, Mike. I try doing everything I can to help you all out to understand what's going on. But what's really the problem is you know, you can see how I get wore down. And there's a lot of people out there that just come in and say, hey, where's my money? What am I getting? And it's like, well, I have a lot of videos out there explaining somewhat a timeline, but they just come in live and say, where's my money? How come I don't get my money? And then I have to reiterate it. The new people come in, I have to reiterate. So some of the moderators here are great. They'll just reiterate it for me if I say give them the schmeal, because frankly, it really does a number on me because I'm just freaking exhausted from, answering the same question over and over. Direct express. I have no answers. I don't know why they're not updating themselves, et cetera, et cetera. It's just really draining, Me too. Will believe it when I see it. I will believe it when I see it. I'm waiting for this $2,000 a month too. Went to Walmart. Everything was gone. Even the are you serious? Now that would be something different. The TVs one, did they actually buy them all out? I believe eating the blood and meat continues things like corona. Robert Jones, ssdi checks. Robert Jonas, what are you asking specifically? Because if you have a specific question, type it in the comments. One of the moderators or I can answer it for you. But right now, I want to talk to Minnesota sports for a minute and say, you're literally serious. You're not joking. The TVs were taken. I mean, literally, that would give me the heebie-jeebies alone if I went to Walmart and everything was sold out. I know some of my friends out here in California from Instagram posted about it. I'm pretty sure some people are just embarrassed to admit they're a game-free check. But as a lot of people have said such. Don, I like you as a person, but I'm just going to basically do like my uncle would say. I'm basically called BS. He said today we're supposed to get paid. Where's the money? See, I can be a pain in the butt too. Receive ssdi checks. Well, yeah, everyone gets their ssdi checks. Are you asking about the stimulus check, Robert? You're not being really direct on what you're asking about. I just saw some information that the overflow of information on bank systems with stimulus checks, the banks are claiming they crashed. Well, it wouldn't surprise me. Look, they supposedly sent 80 million checks out, and it's basically, it's basically a big number. I mean, literally, look at it from that point of view. The system basically took a dump, okay? Direct Express was down last night, off and on for about an hour and a half because they were putting money into everyone's account. Let's see. Some people not proud of getting SSA. I went for food, walked by electronic, 60% was empty. Oh, that is funny, Don, again, I got a bridge to sell you for thinking the 30th. I already said it could be, but they keep changing the goalposts. So, all these new subscribers and people watching me today, including you, we're going to believe it when we see it. I'm not going to count my chickens before they're hatching because it's not working. Annie, are you got yours? Annie, I don't know if Annie got hers. I think she was asking when she was supposed to be getting it. I think she's still, Gale overflow. Yeah, I'll have to see about that. If computers are real crashing, it'd be interesting to know because if they truly are crashing, we have a real severe problem going on in the world. That's just amazing, It was really amazing having these people turn around and people using checks were dumb. So I don't think people that don't need it should get it. Should have been people laid off and people like us in small business. Well, that's the problem, okay? Minnesota sports. The real problem is sports talk. That's cool. Sports talk. I'll call you that. Basically, sports talk, what it is basically small business ran out of money. So they had to go and ask for more money, and they passed something, $484 billion, another stimulus. Fortunately, the thing is because we're not getting our money right now, it's because they bailed out 70 plus big companies that are, chain companies that has multiple stores. They bailed out Boeing and they bailed out the airlines. Because of that, that's why you're not seeing your money. Second is, I agree, the unemployment are supposed to get it. A lot of unemployed are told wait for your paper checks. The disabled were supposed to get it first, and then everyone else. Unfortunately, we get it on the back burner. But they also said by Stephen Mnuchin that we're supposed to get our checks. Everyone was going to be paid 2 weeks after the bill was passed. We're supposed to start seeing checks 13th. It started trickling in on the 11th, but we still haven't seen it. So they're delaying it. And that's what the question is. Why are they delaying it, Let's see, but do you think the people still working full-time got raises off it? You think they shouldn't get it first? Well, no. What's going on is the big businesses that got it, it was to keep the big businesses afloat. And that's the problem. The big business, I mean, look, they basically bailed out the airline industry. It's not about paying the CEOs. It's about bailing out the airlines. Let's see. Gail, dumb shit. I need food. I have bills to pay. Dumb crap. I can't afford. Dumb shit. Well, yeah, some people that fight. The thing is sports talk is people that filed the taxes are getting their checks now. The ones that don't file don't mean shit to the fucking government. So it's people like the ones that are the non-filers that are getting the most freaking headaches by waiting for their checks. Yeah, I know what you mean, Sutton. I'm worried about that too. I mean, I've already given up because they keep changing the goalposts. That's what's really bothering me the most. And by the way, Gail, who are you talking about? Who's the dumb shit? And I hope you're not referring to me. Yeah, well, that's the thing. The non-filers are still basically being shit on. Oh, yeah, exactly. I mean, what I'm going to tell you something that I said the other day, and I had to get my video reinstated because they said it was um what was that word? Um, it had uh, I don't remember, but anyways, one of the things I said was, Gail, is the government basically says there's places out there, like we have a place here on the island that can help with rent, places that help with rent, with food, with clothing. What I said that irritates me the most, right? But I have advocates out here for myself for being disabled, but we shoot emails all the time and stuff, and they have a plan that people go and get help, right? And they're like, "Oh, I need food, I need my rent paid and stuff." The first thing they ask is, "Where's your stimulus?" And if the stimulus hasn't been given, they have reasons that they can go to check. The stimulus wasn't paid. That's one thing. But if people start getting their stimulus and spend it foolishly, like on video games, I had one guy say he's gonna spend 1,200 booze, and all this stuff, right? And then they said, "Oh, that's where we can go to these resources and ask for food, ask for clothing, ask for rent help, ask for electricity help." Then they're willing to go take away from others that need it while they went and spent foolishly. And this is where my advocate says we're going to weed them out. So if they basically trying to make someone else suffer because they bought some useless crap instead of buying stockpiling food, then there's a problem because they shouldn't be doing that. I mean, Congress and the Senate made a statement in the Post stating that that money shouldn't be touched by private debt collectors. It needs to be bought for food because some states will be locked down longer than we know, and we need to have it ready for groceries. Oh, yeah, I know this. We already know this. Well, I guess it must be really entertaining, Annie, if we made popcorn. You know. Well, we already know, Don, they want to make the economy crash. Even that, well, even several of the newspapers subscribe to. We're talking about that. You see, that pisses me off right there. $1,200 in lotto tickets. I mean, literally. That's the other thing. I mean, let me put it this way. People get money, $1,200 for groceries, right? You're going to see the grocery store shelves get empty really fast. And then people are going to be hurting. Then they'll have to go online to use if they got direct deposit or direct express. They'll use their card to buy on Amazon and find out nothing's available on Amazon. I mean, Amazon has ran out about their pantry is pretty dry. Their Amazon pantry is pretty dry. I mean, I was going through it the other day, and everything I wanted to eat, they didn't have in stock, you know. Oh yeah, exactly, Gail. I mean, did you just see that? Did you see this? Let me see if I could show you something. Maybe it's a copyright thing, but anyways, let me tell you what it says here in the post. It says, oh, someone post something? Large tornado strikes southern Oklahoma, killing one. Okay, it says right here. This is new. Trump disagrees with Georgia's governors to plan to lift restrictions. That's new. Anyways, it says here, in Russia, working fear. Right here. Second wave this winter set to be the worst. You see? Second wave. Let's see. Hoarding, second wave of coronavirus. Yeah, that's what the Post said today. He's loaded. He didn't even need it in the first place. Yeah, you see, there you go. And I see people say, well, I'm going to stimulate the booze industry. That's what I saw one guy say. It doesn't matter. He says, I can kiss his arse because he wants to stimulate the economy with the booze industry. I think it's going to be probably a long time, you know. I would say maybe 18 months for the states that are smart enough because they got to find a cure, or they have to either find a treatment or a cure to this virus. And right now, this virus mutated 4 times. So, Omaha Steaks promo code. Yeah, if you like to go through Omaha Steaks, they have those good king cut steaks I like to buy from time to time. Same with my store, not much left. Yeah, I mean, out here, I live on an island, Annie. And the other day, my companion, Chloe, roommate, companion, she went off island because, as Sutton knows, and Kimmy knew, that Chloe's been cooped up so long, she got mad at the store employee. It was 86 from 5 businesses. The owner owns 5 businesses, 2 grocery stores on this island. So she went over to the other island, took the inner island ferry to another island. The store was packed with groceries. She's like, you can get toilet paper. Well, we're already loaded on toilet paper. At least I know where to go if we need crap tickets, you know. Mm-hmm. Masks are expensive, and so are gloves. And until this thing changes, I'm going to wear them for protection. We're going to get screwed. Watch. I already said this, Minnesota sports. As sports talk, I already said we're going to get screwed. I mean, basically, they changed the goalpost again today on Twitter. So until they basically give us a concrete answer, we have no clue when we're going to get paid. They just keep changing it. So I've lost my entire faith on the entire economic downturn, you know. And so that's the real problem, is we are basically being screwed. Screwed literally left and right. I mean, literally, they're not even talking about Direct Express. For one, all you do is you get that answer. We have no information at this time. I mean, literally, at 10:30 every night, I got to check to make sure something's pending, you know. Well, let them open. Florida's going to kill a lot of people, too, if they open. Because this virus is going to be doing a number. Well, exactly. You know, that's what one of our moderators, Nelfie, said. We're already getting paid monthly, so who cares, you know? That's the way it is. I mean, the evidence is we're getting paid already, so who cares? Well, the only reason they got theirs already, Sports Talk, is like I said, over and over, is because they filed their taxes. And if that's the case, then they got it early. The IRS wanted everyone to use the portal for some reason, but no one has the answers to why they want the portal used for everyone. We're not the problem, no. The problem is if you understand, Patricia, during the debates, Pelosi wanted us to have a check to help with groceries, to build food, because she knew we weren't going to be we would be holed up in our house for a long time. Whereas the Republicans didn't want to give us a freaking dime. You know. No, I don't think it's going to pass. Mitch McConnell today, Moscow Mitch, basically said in the post today that he doesn't want to negotiate any more stimulus checks for anyone. He wants everyone to get back to work, even if they live in fear. I, for one, think that's BS. If you fear and you don't have enough testing equipment to go around, stay in your house. He just wants everyone to pay for everything. That's what it is. The guy's already wealthy. He doesn't care about you. He doesn't care about me. He only cares about his rich fuddy-duddy people. The problem is it's the politicians, Patricia. They just don't want to help when we're all struggling. They want everyone to go back to work like good little sheeple and to basically pay their taxes, to pay for the stimulus, pay for the small business loans, do this, because if the small business loans, if the states don't open up, Patricia, then they got to open up another freaking can of worms with more stimuluses to put more band-aids on the hospitals, the small businesses, bail out more big businesses to keep things floating. It's like Don Capo said, they're trying to make a new digital currency. They want to collapse the entire economy. Let them. New digital currency might be the best way to do it, but to me, they're doing it poorly, in my opinion. But let me tell you what I said in a previous video, Patricia. I said a while ago that if 70 million people are still waiting for their checks, and we had to bail out Boeing, we had to bail out airlines, we had to bail out box chains. Now, give me a name of these 70 chains companies that have chains all over. We have to bail them out. What's next? We got to bail out the restaurant chains, the mall chains, the jewelry chains. That's just going to hurt us more, putting more money into it when the economy's not opening, and they're blaming the governors. The governors are saving our lives. To me, if a company like Petco, let's just say Petco as an example, or PetSmart, goes under, big deal. Kmart goes under, big deal. Target goes under, big deal. Thing is we have to look after our health right now and not some bailing out some big company like Amazon or Walmart. I mean, look at it this way. If the economy tanks completely and people are unemployed in 42 states and they don't lift it because there's not enough testing equipment and the retail market completely stops, right? Every person on disability will survive, but everyone unemployed, everyone that's waiting for a cure to this virus, loses their house, their cars, lives in tents, whatever. And they are still bailing up big business. And there's a freaking problem because I say the people's lives that have houses and cars come first. It's their livelihood. We shouldn't be bailing up big companies. If a big company fails, big whoop-de-doo. In a few years' time, someone will start up another business to take over that business. Big deal. It's not the end of the world. Our lives are more important than bailing out companies. When the retail market stops, everyone will go bare bone and buy only what they need. The Post even said it today. People start cutting their streaming service. If it gets bad enough, they'll cut their internet service. I mean, literally, eventually Amazon will come to a completely grinding halt and they won't even be able to supply groceries because they can't fill it fast enough. The only stores you're going to see selling things at grocery stores. Walmart's, and Walmart's always out of TVs. Well, there's a problem right there because right now is not the time to buy a new TV or a new computer. Time is to do what needs to be done. Let me see. I like my cash in my hand. Exactly. Apple, I kind of think that too. It's not ask the right questions. I'm down here East Miami. Bad. It's money before life here. Wipe out the monetary system. Yep. Capo, my mom's friend has a virus. Well, that's what her doctor told. It's happening already. Well, there you go. You see? I mean, literally. And then if they basically go and they can't open up the businesses, what happens? The small businesses. They got to go get more loans to keep this going. And on top of that, Mitch doesn't want to extend unemployment for 42 states. He was basically bitching about it. He wants everyone to go back to work, and if they get the virus, at least it's, But if everyone basically gets the virus and 2/3 or more pass on, who's going to work the factories? What are they going to do? Open the doors and hire illegals to do it all? Look, I bring in $1,300 on survivors and disability, and I was taking care of Chloe for 50 months on my income. It was hard. She's got an income now, so it's a lot better. And so with me, I was making my check last for 2 people, and I was basically putting Chloe's needs ahead of mine because I'm a minister of God, and I figured when she got her benefits, she'd look after me for a while, and she has. So, like tonight, we're talking about tacos, which reminds me, I don't know why she's taking too long getting back here. Oh, well. There we go. Everyone's flipping on the virus, Patricia. Some say the virus doesn't exist. Others say it's deadly. I believe that the virus is deadly, and I'm staying indoors. Yeah, well, that's the other thing they're saying. Quinine is not what needs to be done. But they don't have any treatments for it. That's the thing my father-in-law said. There's no treatment, no cure. What you got to do is you got to lock down the government for 18 months while they find a cure. But this virus keeps mutating 4 times so far. So, Ugh. Mm-hmm. Wow, I could just go sit on the toilet for a minute and this conversation would continue by itself. Oh, what's up, Bun Bun? Hey, Mom. Well, like Capo knows, I have my own opinion. The economy is going to tank, but I do believe this is a bad virus with no cure. Yeah, well, what about New York and Washington State? The death numbers are pretty damn high. I can go to the Seattle Times right now and tell you, which reminds me, I need to check something anyways on the Times. You guys continue. I'm just going to check some on the Times real quick. They always keep um, tally every day for every county. I just want to see if my county's moved up. Last time it was like 16, so which isn't bad being on an island. Let's see. All right, let's just click on this. There's like a little link here in the Times. It talks about the COVID. What's going on? Let's see. Our county has, okay. All right, so that's good to know. So, it talks about the deaths, in our state. Mm-hmm. Oh, so a guy basically suing our governor for religious reasons. Yeah, that's nice. Can't go into churches, so let's sue. Mm-hmm. Okay. More farmers test positive for the virus. Wow. That's nice to know. Violation of the order is uh, hard on health. So it says we have currently almost 12,500 infections and 692 deaths in our state. So Amazon's tapped to do food bank deliveries now. It's interesting to know. Mm-hmm. Yep. Pork plants. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Where I see my state's covering COVID care, Medicaid for them. Oh man. Again. This ain't cool. Let me fix that real quick. Ah, cool. So, did we lose any connections or are we still good to go? We're still good to go. There we go. So, that's why the internet was a little boggy. I hate when fucking Windows does that. Let's see. So, another county said they're not going to enforce stay at home order. Well, that is pretty bad. Mm. All right. Well, that's good. Let's go to my local newspaper real quick. See if they got anything good. Let's see. Because I always love to watch the news and talk about it. So here we go. Our local newspaper. I haven't been there in 5 days. Should have something new. Let's see. I like reading the police blog. There's just something great about it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, there's nothing in the police blog yet. That stinks. I always like reading the police blog. I want to see what they say. Mm-hmm. Preparing for more COVID on this island. Interesting. Let's see what else is going on. Hmm. So where's the police blog? I want to see that. Guess we don't have anything. Hey, Chloe.
All right, got some sodas. Got the chips here.
Cool.
Having the healthiest of my tacos. Mercantile closed early. This is a coronavirus. It's closed an hour or two earlier than they usually do. I talked to Fiona, by the way.
How's she doing? Yeah, and what did she say?
I could try contacting the lawyer.
Well, what was the reason for it? I mean, that doesn't make sense. Hmm?
It'd be better if I just write it down.
Well, you don't want to say it?
Okay, so I went in, right,
Mm-hmm.
that day. Picking up our stuff. I picked up milk, stuff like
Yeah.
that, and some lotion stuff. The manager came up like, I can't let you come in here like this. I'm like, well, I'm already in here, and no one's had a problem with it before. It's like, well, I do. There's children in here. And I was like, well, I can just pull this down, and it'll cover more. It's like, no, you need something longer than that. It's like, well, I could just go back and get my usual black skirt. Comes down to here. It's like, that's still too short. You need something that goes down below your knees. You're a man. You don't wear short stuff. You're a man. Like, I was like, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
So after that, I was like, you really want to, you know what? I was like, I'm sorry, but I'm not catering to someone who's closed-minded in a state that's supposed to be open-minded to the LGBT.
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, I don't care. It's a small town. Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, whatever.
So it's discrimination, what Fiona's saying.
Well, I didn't explain that to her, but I explained it to you.
Yeah.
And then the thing is, the reason why I explained to Fiona is that they should have no business doing shit like that during a pandemic. When they told me to go off island to get groceries in Anacortes, where I could risk myself catching coronavirus.
So that's what she said to him.
Yeah.
Well, we can always contact a lawyer soon. I can always check in with Dusty.
Of course, if I win a case against Kings, they'll never let me shop there again.
Yeah, well.
Well, at least if I win a case, I'll have millions.
Yeah, well, the guy would lose his business too, but still.
He loses business, and everyone on the island will run me off island before I faster than
well, I'm still live, but it makes sense now. It's discrimination. So.
Yeah, and then one of the cashiers who was stacking groceries like, bro, I never dress like that. And if I was a man, I would never dress like that. I'd have short hair and I'd wear men's clothes and blah. I was like, oh please. It's just being rude. And then after that, first grocery, as soon as I got to register, that cashier said, I need. She ran up there and checked my groceries out. The manager was there bagging the groceries. They were just watching me as I walked out.
Let's see. Me and you have George Bush press conferences back in the 90s. Every death is said to be COVID. Crazy BS is all I know either freaking way. Patricia, AIDS should be super disease with the new airborne virus. I'm back. Death numbers are not real. I don't know that, and so do I. You see all the death rates down. Other deaths of COVID are actually counting every death with this virus.
All right,
Minneapolis, yes.
Two Pepsis here.
Oh, thank you.
Here's a small one. Here's a larger one.
Oh, thank you.
You have a 1 liter here.
Let's see. All these numbers have freaked people out so damn bad. People damn near quit living. Not offending no one, but notice the age of death. Just say it's COVID. Exactly. BS. I don't believe that either. Sorry. Can you delete that mod? People on SSSA are the mutant from X-Men. I'm out. He should report him. Hold on. Take care. Report who? What island? The manager who said that to him. Actually, it's her, Minnesota. It's actually her. Chloe is a hermaphrodite like me. So basically, she was just saying, a friend of ours who's Irish, who runs a gas station, basically said there's a lawsuit. I mean, the story goes, if you guys need to know what was going on, let me see. Retracted, deleted. So, but anyways, the story goes, Chloe was wearing a dress and shorts, and they said the shorts were too short and her ass cheeks were showing. So what happened was the lady and her got into it. Chloe got mad, called the lady at the store a biatch. When I was smoking a cigar outside, the lady basically told me to mind my own business, enjoy my cigar. Told Chloe she was 86. Chloe said, well, at least I can go to another grocery store. The other one here on our island. The lady said, no, you're not. Within 3 hours, a friend of mine who's a local sheriff delivered a no trespass order for all the owners' businesses here on the island, 2 grocery stores, a sporting goods store, the brewery, and a souvenir shop. There you go. So basically, the manager violated by stating discrimination, saying that someone like me, or not me, but someone like her needs to wear pants, because they're a man. And I thought, as she said, the state's open-minded, but I guess not. So anyways, that's what she was saying. So, report who, what. I live in an island in Washington State, Capo, north of Seattle, on a little island chain. It's called the San Juan Islands, near Anacortes. You got to take a ferry there, or you take a float plane or a plane. Float planes come in, but they're not running right now. The airport's smaller. Planes aren't running. Ferries are running, but they're not full. So basically, that's what she was talking about. So that's what Chloe was saying. So, anyways, that was the story. So, anyways, so that's why she was taking a couple minutes extra at the grocery store or the gas station. She was talking to our Irish friend, who's the manager, who was basically saying lawsuit because you can't basically be told you gotta wear pants, you can't wear shirts or shorts, and they were using it saying it's for the children's sake. So I don't know. Shirts are unisex in my opinion, unless they're like little frilly shirts. But then a guy's wearing a frilly shirt, you would think differently. But oh well. But crazy people don't have respect. Oh yeah, I mean the lady basically stated it was about the children. And like I said, the sheriff came up 3 hours later on her door saying, "Here you go," and it was just a big mess. And so Chloe's got to go off island to do the grocery shopping in another island, which that grocery store is completely full. They're not out of food. So to me, it's okay. I'll be going the same way. It's just a matter of when. So, but yeah, it's bad. It's literally bad because, people are, um, suffering, plain and simple. So, anyways, um, that's just a personal thing. I usually share that on my personal blog here on this channel, but lately I've been focusing on answering so much at Social Security, that it's you know. So I'm sorry Patricia left, probably because Chloe was that, or I don't know why, but so anyways, it seems the comments are dying down. So, does anyone have any other questions or concerns or comments for me? I'll give a couple of minutes, and if nothing more, we can always um, do another video tomorrow or something. I just want to make sure everyone's, you know, taken care of. Another comment came in from this. Uh, we are here. Yeah, well, like I said, the comments are slowing down, so that's why I said, does anyone have any questions, comments, concerns that I can address? I'm just waiting to see if anyone has anything to say. Uh, yeah, everyone's hoping, but I've already lost hope on that, Minnesota. I mean, literally, it's just basically a crapshoot. Like I said, everyone's basically hoping and praying and hoping and praying, and no one's actually getting the right answers. That's what's really sad is Social Security's not answering questions except early May, and Direct Express ain't answering questions. It's like giant smoke screen. Treasury Department's just basically sitting there twiddling their thumbs. I mean, they could just flip a switch and everyone would have their money tomorrow. What really irks me is why they're not doing it. Why are they not? I mean, that's the thing, why is people basically being held back their benefits? I mean, literally. Hold on a second. Let me use the restroom. Oh, here we go. Let's see. Uh, I just wish they gave us. That's the thing. That's the other problem in Minnesota. They're not giving a time frame. I mean, literally, you get the newspapers. They say, up to a certain time. It was late April and early May for SSI people. Now it's God knows who. Yep, exactly. Good to see you're still around, Sutton. I just hope Chloe didn't drive out Patricia. She was just telling me what she was telling Fiona at the store. But yeah, I mean, literally, I wish we had a better time frame too. I mean, I basically built my timeline on the Social Security uh, calendar. So far, everything's been planning out perfectly, except for people throwing out dates like we're going to get it to the 22nd. Now we're going to get it to the 24th. Capo says we're going to get it to the 30th, which could be. Honestly, no, I don't. So here's the problem with Social Security, Minnesota. Social Security has got on their website that everyone gets it at late April, SSI early May. Veterans are supposed to get payment. That's to be discussed. What dates they're going to get paid, and that's the veterans, and then the railroads the same, to be discussed. Everyone else doesn't know. The Treasury Department's only giving dates for paper checks right now, and asking everyone to use the portal to get their checks faster if they're really hurting. Fortunately, the portal's broken. Yeah, well, that's the best course of action. I'm doing the same. I mean, literally, because they keep changing the goalpost, Sutton. I mean, literally. I mean, honestly, I don't even know what to think anymore. I mean, literally, the IRS says one thing. It's like, you know what it makes me feel like, Sutton? It makes me feel that me and Nelfie's work is down the toilet. Literally, Nelfie's got an aunt that works at Social Security. She went to talk to her supervisor, and it's May 1st. However, now the IRS says it's between now and May 13th in a 3-week time frame for everyone to get paid. And yet, it's like as soon as Nelfie and I get the right answer from Social Security, they basically change the dates again. It's like they don't want anyone to know. It's like the government's basically watching YouTube videos going, oh, they know the truth, let's change it. Boop, 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 boop. So it's not a guarantee Direct Express holders will get their money on the card on May 1st. Hey, good. Yeah, that's what it seems like. They just changed the date again. And the portal doesn't work for SSI. That's the thing. If you paid your taxes and you are a working class, the portal works for you if you filed. Now, if you didn't file and you're a non-filer, the portal doesn't work. So that's the thing. I mean, they keep telling us to go to the portal, but why do they want us to go to the portal? No one knows. That's the thing. No one bloody knows why they want to use the portal. And if people sit there and say, oh, well, no one's giving any damn answers. Well, yeah, I mean, literally, they can make it a Christmas present, I mean, literally, they have till December 31st, 2020 by the law to pay out. And right now, they keep dragging this damn thing out. And as I believe Nelfie, because we get paid already once a month with benefit checks, they don't want to pay anyone more. Well, yeah, I'm going to be. I check my account at 1 a.m. Eastern every night. If there's nothing pending, or if I check on the phone service, there's nothing pending, then I know we're not going to get it. I mean, literally, you should have seen how many people were doing a happy dance thinking they got money yesterday because Direct Express was down. And when they did get in, no money. Yeah, that's the thing, Sutton. I agree. You're completely 100% right. They could flip one little switch and we'd all get it within minutes. But no, there's some damn reason they're holding back, and it's because they don't really give two shits about us. That's the real thing. We get monthly payments, so they just want to delay it. So I've lost all hope that people will actually get their damn checks. I mean, literally. And they say, oh, in the next 3 weeks, they can flip a switch right then and now. You can check your account right now, and it'll say money in there. Instead, it's not. It's saying you have $19 to your account because they're not going to give it. And if you click on check your existing account, there's nothing pending. And then you got these people saying, oh, we're going to get it Friday. We're not going to get it Friday. We're going to get it. If we get it anytime soon, it's going to be May 1st. Plain and simple. If they're generous to just give it to us, and they're not generous to give it to us, then we're not going to get it on Friday the 1st. I mean, literally, Direct Express won't even update their website, and that's what really freaking sucks too. That's what I don't understand. It's like Don Capo said, something like we're not asking the right questions or something. We are asking the right questions. We're asking, why are you delaying it? You just flip a computer button and done. What are they waiting for? I personally think there, as Gail said, there's no freaking money. Literally, they don't have the money. They're not delaying it again. I mean, literally, what are they doing? I mean, literally, they're, are they really trying to make people so desperate they look for other avenues for their money? Because, or is it that they think that, because remember what I said, Sutton, the elderly are going to basically hoard it. The disabled supposedly wants to spend it freely. And the people that truly, it's going to go buy groceries. Everyone else is going to be basically in those patterns. Are they afraid that the grocery stores are all going to be ran out as soon as the 1200 comes? So they're trying to keep the people that apply for food stamps and everything so they can get their groceries first, letting the poor suffer? Or is it something else? Or are they afraid that the money's going to go be used spent foolishly, so they don't want to part with the money? Or are they printing money? Yeah, they printed about 2.2 trillion in cash to float into the economy for some reason. Actual cash money to offset the. And then apparently the Treasury Department was going to print 2.3 more trillion. So that'd be like, what is it, 4.5 trillion in cash floating around? Yet, if that's not enough, something's not right. Honestly, I don't think they're waiting for Christmas, Minnesota. I think they're waiting for the entire economy to collapse. I mean, look, I personally think, it's either they're waiting for the economy to collapse, or hypothetically, another thought that's just came into my head is if they're not waiting for the economy to collapse, they're hoping everyone goes back to work, and then they'll give us the money to personally put into the economy, buy junk and stuff, Did you hear about companies taking people's checks? Are you talking about personal debt collectors taking it? Yeah, I've heard about personal debt collectors, but still, I don't know. I'm just worried about the people. That's what's really worrying me. The people are suffering and no one's getting anywhere. Yeah, and Congress is basically saying that money needs to be used for food, so they're basically making rules to protect people from losing their money. Plain and simple. You can see I'm getting kind of wore out. I mean, and I don't understand why we have 15 people watching, and only a few of you guys are commenting. If there's 15 people watching, wouldn't they basically be willing to basically tell us who they are, or at least say something than just watch? You got an email saying I got a 20. Yeah, it's probably a scam. There's a lot of scams going out there. They want you to click the info so they can tap into your computer or phone or whatever to get your information so they can take the money. I, on the other hand, I'm just really, I'm getting irritated because you got all these people watching and yet not one person, only you and Sutton's posting, yet no one else is, and it's irritating me. I mean, if they really wanted Social Security updates, they could ask questions. Instead, I got 14 people currently watching, it's BS that only you, me, and Sutton, Well, you got Direct Express, so your money's protected, Sutton. But still, like I said, not to be griping, but we got 14 people watching, and only you and Minnesota's, you know, posting comments, and everyone else is just watching. What am I the laughing stock of YouTube? I mean, I'd like to know what's so interesting about me when you guys got so many people watching it. No one's basically commenting. I'm new, guys. Don't be scared to. Yeah, exactly. Don't be scared to ask questions. I mean, literally. I mean, I'm answering questions as people ask them. I mean, literally. I mean, what is so wrong with not asking questions? Or are you guys afraid that I'm going to snap because it's the same questions? I mean, honestly, no one knows. Oh, hi, Annie. You. Oh yeah, I appreciate everyone subscribing. I mean, it means a lot to me to know that there's people out there that truly want the actual real information out there. I'm like I said, I'm digging up information all the time. Middle of the night, I'll be on my laptop looking up information, trying to get some information in between movies and whatever. All because I want to make sure you all get the right information. There's a lot of people out there sitting there going, "Ooh." I mean, I got people that sometimes leave comments while I'm sleeping saying stuff like I'm full of beans. At least they think I'm full of beans. But then I got other people basically sitting there going, your video was long, but it was basically informational. At least. Yeah, you know as well as I do, I don't need to answer that, Minnesota, but I will. Basically, it's a bunch of BS. A lot of houses are subsidized housing. The government's not going to basically give free rent when 2/3 of people that live in subsidized housing, their rent's already covered 70%. They only pay 30%. And mortgages, do you think banks really want to give free rent from the government? Again, that's just an utter BS. Appreciate you doing all the work for us because I don't know. Well, yeah, I appreciate what Nelfie does. I'm wondering how she's doing. Literally, I saw her do a video. It's got to be the weather's keeping her away. Doing short videos. I worry about Nelfie too, but Nelfie basically got confirmed that from her aunt that we're supposed to get paid May 1st, but the IRS, like I said, it feels like they're watching our videos and just one-upping us. I appreciate what you do. I try to make it as understanding as possible and even easy to understand language for even a child to understand. Thanks for what you do. Well, I appreciate that. I mean, literally, I've seen a lot of people making videos all the time, and they're getting their facts wrong, or now they're basically saying, I don't know. And I mean, it's just one giant mess. And, the questions I have, Sutton knows this, is why aren't they talking about Direct Express? Why aren't they talking about um, actual concrete dates? I mean, to me, it's it's confusing, literally. I mean, like I said, this is you know, like a hobby of mine to keep my mind busy, but also makes me look at all the aspects of everything too to make sure everything's good. I mean, sometimes I come up with scientific information or evidence based on my own thoughts, but like I said, everything that I put together in the timeline keeps changing. It's like the government sees my videos and then they change the timeline, and then they go to Twitter and change the timeline and changes the Social Security timeline. I mean, everything doesn't make sense. Well, yeah, the government's not going to answer it. That's the thing. It's like Sutton said, they can flip a switch. Why aren't they basically flipping the switch? We were told as soon as the bill was signed, 2 weeks after it was signed, we'd get our money. That was April 13th. No money. Then people said the week of the 20th. That's what the newspaper said. 22nd came, no money. The end of the week's coming up soon. Then what? They're going to change the dates to the week, first week of May, middle week of May. Then what? Change it again? I mean, literally, no one knows what's going on. I mean, to me, it's either they want to kill off the elderly and disabled as fast as they can, or they just don't want to give us the money because, my birthday was April 18th. Yeah, and I wish you would have got your check April 18th. That would have been a blessing for you, Minnesota. Instead, we all get to sit here in limbo. Every time we turn around, we're all sitting in limbo, I mean, literally, it stinks to no end. Every time I turn around, and it's, I don't know. I just don't know anymore. I mean, I'm not giving up or anything. It's just, I just don't know. I mean, if you were in my position, Sutton or Minnesota, you'd understand when you're doing a video like this for as long as you do it, educate people and keep answering the same questions. It kind of gets tiring because they all ask the same thing. Where's my money? It's like, I don't have an answer. Oh, I know, because right now there's nothing pending. That's why I'm not even bothering until tomorrow or tonight. I'll check after 10 and for a reset. And then after that, if it's not coming in, I won't bother till, because as soon as 10 o'clock comes in here or 1 a.m. Eastern time, then I know Friday's not going to get any money. So that would mean by the time Thursday, we get through Thursday and we check for Friday, there's nothing going to be there Saturday. So it's still basically hanging in the balance of limbo and mumbo jumbo. I mean, no one knows what's going on. Oh, yeah, I agree completely with what you're saying, Minnesota. It is bringing us all together. People need to know. I mean, look, I got elderly people asking me if they're going to get 2 checks. I don't know. I have no clue. I got other people saying, how come I can't get my kids anymore? Or other issues, and it's just a big, big mess. I mean, literally. I mean, I basically, what Chloe does? Chloe was like griping last night, so I had a few drinks last night. I went outside, smoked a cigar to calm myself. Came back in, she was in the tub. I went and watched a movie. And as I was sleeping this morning, she basically looked at me and she says, I hope people truly appreciate what you're doing because it's draining you, but at the same time, it's bringing everyone together to know where their money is. And she says the real problem is why the government can't flip a switch. Flip it like that. Everyone gets their money. So, like Sutton said, don't sit on my chips. Sutton, my little Shih Tzu, tried sitting on my chips. Hey, what's wrong? Oh, I love you too. You just want to be close to Mama, don't you? Or you want to get comfortable on Mama's pillow. You should sleep with Mama more, Moppy. You got your own little side of the bed here every night. Oh, yeah, that's the exact thing I wanted to say also, Sutton, is we need a freaking update. I mean, honestly, I will check my bank account every day, even if I go into the live feed like I'm doing now and say, yeah, I didn't get an update. But, I will basically comb through the channels and comb through everything I can get my hands on to make a current update if they change the rules again. If they don't change the rules tomorrow, I'll be like, no rules have changed. Reiterate everything that people can ask questions. And there's going to be people channeling in going, oh, where's my money? I hear we're getting it tomorrow, Friday. I'll be like, nothing pending. I just love how people sit there and, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. It's Friday. Really? Then if I don't know what I'm talking about, then why is it I told everyone? Remember last night, Sutton? I said, cross your fingers, but don't breath. I don't think we're going to get anything last night for today. We didn't get anything. And then people say, oh, I don't know what I'm talking about. Let's see. People get a text or phone call because you can eat that up with Direct Express. Even if it's a month longer from now, they should at least say something. It's bullshit. Yeah, that's the thing. It is bullshit. They turn around and they're not giving any fucking answers. Literally, they're not answering any fucking questions. I mean, look, Sutton, I'm tired of the bullshit when I check my account morning and night and I hear, we have no information, payment, blah, blah, blah. And then you put in it, they're like, oh, okay. And then you know how I feel. I basically sit there and say, okay, PIN number, card number, enter PIN number. And you think, well, if they didn't update their voice system, maybe they'll say pending. Then you know something. Instead, it's an SSA payment in the amount of blah, 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 April 3rd, 2020. And you're like, I'm like my husband. I look at the phone or the Skype and I go, if I had a cell phone, I'd be like, thinking, and then it says an SSA payment in the amount. SSA, it doesn't say you have a pending deposit from IRS. Instead, it's that's the thing, Well, that's the thing. No one's they're watching us, Sutton. They're watching me, but they're not telling us who it is. I mean, literally 12 people. Hell, it could be 11 senators or 10 senators watching, wondering why the people aren't getting their money. Could be 10 police officers watching because they're bored as hell. Or 9 federal agents. I mean, who knows? They're not answering who they are. They're just watching me. Hi, am I that entertaining or am I full of shit? Why don't you post a comment down below? I'd like to get your input on anything. 13 people. Me too. It's like they should at least say if people will get their money on their card and send it, they don't know shit. Yeah, that's the thing. They don't know shit. You call Social Security, they're like, oh yeah, you did it, mate. And then you basically read Twitter, and Twitter just turns around. It's like Twitter's like, oh, Social Security said it's going to be late April, early May. Let's just thump them one and say bad Social Security for posting an update, bad. And also, because it seems the Treasury doesn't want to pay. But you don't get texts or phone calls before your regular check comes in days before. You actually, if you set up Direct Express, you can have an email go in that tells you when your payments are due. But still, literally, it's just, this is just, what do you call it? Yeah, you see, I had to throw that out there as a joke, because of it. But still, yeah, it is a headache. It's giving me a headache every day, Sutton, honestly, because I try to explain it to people, and people just come in and they're like, oh, I heard about you, you're full of shit. Or they post comments like, you're full of shit. We're going to get it Friday. Look, I want to believe Don Capo is completely right that it's coming on the 1st. I really do. But with them changing the goalpost every time, honestly, I just don't want to start to believe it anymore. And then on top of that, to hear them people say the virus is made up. The virus is scaring the shit out of me. Literally. Why do you think I sent Chloe out? Chloe, go get the milk. Chloe, get the groceries. Chloe, get the shrimp. Chloe, get my, refill on my cognac. Chloe, do this. Okay, no problem. Chloe, go get steaks for us. Here's my card. Literally, I tell her that because I'm older than her and I don't want to get sick. Whereas, if there is, call us out. Let us know. Literally, that's what really bothers me also, you two, is because we got 12 people. Now, I'm just one person, so I don't get to see my own self doing this. You got 12 people, right? 12 stinking people, right? And they're basically sitting there, no offense, they're sitting there watching me, but they're not saying anything. Is it people that basically want to know what if it's these 12 people or 10 people are these people that make a living off of videos? So they're basically making money off of videos. So they're making money off of my video, right? So they're making money off of my video by basically making themselves a new update, which is pretty bogus. If that's something I'm always worrying. Speak of ghosties. Yeah, I mean, literally, I'd like to know who the heck these people are. I mean, literally, who are these damn people that are basically ignoring us? I mean, it's scary. I mean, I got a lot of subscribers coming in and be like, oh, Rita's making a new video. Yeah, it's 5 hours long and people aren't asking questions. If they're not asking questions and they're just watching me, you deserve more. Yeah, I got about 400 subs. I'm almost equivalent to my cigar channel when I do reviews, but still, it saddens me, and because Annie, because you got all these people coming in, that they know they subscribe to me. They want the latest social security information. Some of them want their money for shopping. Some wants it for groceries. Some wants it for rent. And they come in here and they see the length of the video and they're just like, oh, I'm going to just tune in and see what's going on. But they don't basically. Yeah, I do too. I had one last night. My favorite brand, my favorite cigar is my favorite all-time cigars, the Romeo and Juliet Anniversary. It's a medium to full-bodied cigar. It's a Sumatran Ecuadorian tobacco leaf, and it's really got some good fillers. I had several 5-packs, so I smoke these when I can, because of the fact that I like my cigar. I also use my husband's. He passed away, but my husband's cigar punch. It says Monte Cristo Social Club. A hole punch, little key. Come in this little case. When you become I don't know if they're giving them out still, but the Social Club gives you a little card when you're a member, and they give you a present, and you can go to their website, talk about what you're smoking, and etc. This is my husband's cigar punch. I have mine somewhere, and then I always keep my husband. I have a Romeo and Juliet cutter that's just the same as this, but it says Romeo and Juliet. This is my husband's favorite cutter, Gurkha. Gurkha cigars are hit and miss, but I always keep this on hand to cut cigars too. If I can't finish it, I'll cut the end off and then light it up later. Save on that, and I also have my favorite things like, I don't know. It wasn't my coat, maybe. Hold on a sec. No, nothing. So I don't know where my coat went, but basically, I also have my all-time favorite cigar lighter I use too. So that's cool as well. Yeah. Damn. Hopefully I didn't drop it somewhere. Catalogs, stuff. I don't know. Anyway, somewhere in this house, my coat has my cigar lighter in it, I think. I know I didn't take it out, did I? Right here? Nope, not in there. I don't know. I don't know. Oh well. I mean, literally, it'll come up. It's probably in here somewhere, my cigar lighter. Me and my cigar lighter. Oh well. Yes? Yeah, cool. Send me a link or tell me about it. Sorry, I'm just looking for something, everyone. I don't mean to be lazy or short or whatever. I'm just looking for something. Oh, is it in here? No, it isn't in here. How my lighter went missing. Anyways, I got this big orange cigar lighter. It's a triple flame. I always keep it with me at all times. So where it went, no one knows. But it's a good cigar lighter. Mom, where's my lighter? Anyone knew you were lighting last night to tell you guys. It could have fallen out of my back pocket last night at the at the bench, which means someone picked it up this morning, Chloe. But I would have heard it drop, so I would think we'll figure it out, right? Do you know where it went? Oh man, yeah, I know. I took my cigar lighter with me, but I don't know where it went. That's the thing. It scares me. It just disappeared. Things fell out of my pocket. My keys went missing at the same time, Chloe. No, you had my key. No, did you give me my key? My keys were in my back pocket, remember? So it might have fallen out last night. Hold on, let me see what's in here. Nothing. Weird. That's really odd. Oh, here we go. Just gotta find my key then. This is what I have. Daytona cigar lighter, 3-burner. Love my cigar. I smoke cigarettes. Let's see. You deserve more subs. Cool. I'll have to check it out. Yeah, I also want to say I really do a lot of business with cigar.com. They have some really great cigars. See? Check this out. You have Cigar International, cigar.com. They send you a catalog every month, so you can order some good Puroses. Now, if I knew where my freaking key was. That would mean if my lighter popped out of my pocket last night this way, that would mean my key would have fallen out too around here. But my key didn't, so I don't know, Chloe. That's the oddest thing in the world. My key went missing. Oh, Chloe will help me find it. She's a good girl on that. It's a big lighter. Oh yeah. Big lighter, but look at this. 3 burners. See? 3 burners. This thing will toast up a good cigar at any time. If they want to steal my information, what are they going to get out of it? Most of these people just say, I don't know. That's awesome. Well, yeah, I mean, literally, like I said, what are they going to get out of stealing my information? You know? The only thing I'm missing, Chloe, is my key. Literally, my key is the only thing missing. Yeah, I did.
You remember taking out your pants after you got home?
I would assume my key was the mailbox.
If anyone else picked up the keys, they'll probably really lost them out.
What lost the valve?
Share?
Yeah.
I got it before. I found
Yeah. That's the oddest thing last night. Oh, no, that's not my key. That's my cigar wrapper. Oh, I found my keys. Ah, my keys. My keys. I want to make sure I have the mailbox key. All right, I'm feeling pretty damn good right now. Pretty scrappy too. Let's see. Well, how much was the lighter? Free. Lighter was free when I bought a box of cigars. So I bought 4 boxes, got 4 of these. I gave 3 of the lighters away. One to my cousin Corey. He's a awesome man. One to my cousin Dinky, awesome cousin-in-law, awesome girl, and etc. And my thing about my cousin-in-law, I think she kept one, and if I remember correctly, she gave one to her dad. So yeah, it's all cool, you know. But lighter was free because I bought boxes. I bought nubs. One of my all-time favorite cigars. I like those 60 by 4-inch by 60 ring gauge squatties. And when I did, they sent me a box of through Holt Cigars. They sent me this, and so one of the things I always do is I keep this bad boy always fueled up, and I use it all the time. So you know, yeah, I know. Speak it, ghosties. So I gotta find my Zippos so I can use them soon. But I prefer a torch lighter. That's why I always try to keep this filled. The ultimate cigar lighter. Look at that. This thing's been through a lot, I tell you. Paint's coming off, but I still won't, you know. Well, I think if this pandemic ever ends, people actually, honestly, Minnesota are going to be doing like in the 1920s 9 crash. They're going to be penny pinching the rest of their life, buying only what they need. I mean, if you look at the big picture, for example, people that buy useless junk will realize they don't need to buy things. I mean, back in the old day, people had one type of vacuum cleaner and stuff, and they'd be like, well, what would you like us to improve on it? People would tell them, you know, and other things, but eventually other people wanted to get in on the craze of other things. So, for example, as I know it, that you go to the grocery store and they have like 20 different types of something, or Walmart has like 100 different types of TVs, and you go online and you can find like 10,000 different types of TV. And it's like you don't need to saturate the market with 10,000 TVs or 10,000 desktop configurations for computers or 5,000 laptops or 100,000 types of different configuring cars. I mean, literally, you don't need to keep making newer cars every year. People don't buy cars every year. Back in the day, a model of car would have been like 8,000 cars made for a year. Or now they're just like hammering them out, you know? What do you think about hoarders? People to be stocking up with stuff who we don't need. Hold on, what we don't need. And do you think all this money getting handed out, is it going to cut? No, Social Security is on their own trust fund, so they're not going to be losing money. SSI is on the general fund, so no. The hoarders, on the other hand, well, let's just say I'm not really a hoarder. The problem is certain items I will stockpile because honestly, if I can find a window for something online, window being toilet paper, paper towels, I will get it. But also, I do think that these hoarders are also hoarding because the economy is grinding halt. And as long as the government doesn't open up or the states don't open up without a cure, I think what's going to happen is everything's coming to a grinding halt. The economy will crash because no one's buying gasoline. And let me just explain something. I know Annie says she's watching. Let me put it this way. When it comes to the economy, okay, cargo ships aren't leaving China. Cargo ships aren't leaving ports of other countries. They're not using bunker fuel for the cargo ships. So the trains aren't moving supplies fast enough because, you know, supply and demands now. Uh, FedEx, UPS, DHL, those planes are still delivering packages to a point. Amazon's shipping packages, but if the retail market comes to a screeching halt because everyone has to live bare bone and only live with what they need and not buying excess junk, new computers, new iPhones, new iPads, new Samsung tablets, whatever, you're going to see the entire market come to a screeching halt. And if Amazon has a warehouse full of crap they can't sell, while everyone is sucking up all the food, whether it be Walmart, Target, Amazon, Kmart, you name it, whatever grocery store is selling online, you're going to see the food market go down. Everyone's going to be buying food. And eventually, some people are going to have to cut corners to cut out their streaming service to add more to their food. And when the streaming service gets cut out, then they're going to cut out other expenses. Eventually, they might have to keep the internet because they're still at home and cut out their cell phone service. So eventually, they're going to start cutting programs and services left and right and narrowing it down just to the bare bones. And when that happens, it's because, you know, I mean, look, airlines are 95% of people aren't flying. So airlines are not using too much jet fuel. Oil's now stabilizing, but no one needs it. What about welfare? Welfare will stay. It'll get actually more saturated because as long as people don't have a cure or a treatment plan for this virus, people aren't going to go out as much. And so they're going to use the internet as much as possible. Therefore, they're going to get their welfare checks, either their cash money that the states might give them or their food stamps. And they're going to live by having their stuff shipped to them. So you're going to see a lot of more food be drained on Amazon and Walmart that ships. And eventually, when that happens, a lot of people are going to be hoping like hell the grocery store will have something for them to eat or drink, like milk, which will be always in stock. Eggs will be in stock. As you know, pork's going to go up in price because of contamination, so people aren't going to be buying pork, so the pork market's going to dump. No one's going to buy pork. You're not going to see pork. Eventually, meats might be harder to get a hold of, so what are they looking at? Smoked fish, seafood. And what if those people in the plant start getting sick? Then you have to watch out for your seafood, so you have to be careful. So all these people are not thinking about it. These processing plants where people are working side by side in short distances, getting sick, then they are going to go to canned goods. But again, what if the people at the canned good plant get sick? Or what if the people at the plant get sick, right? And then they have to stop production of the foods. You're going to see a big problem. And then we're going to see things that we don't want to see in the second wave, which is really going to hurt people severely. You think we'll reach a new bill, a bill by 2020? I think they're going to fix it pretty soon. I mean, literally, they have to. I mean, look, right now, here's a scary thing. As you all know, talking about earlier, the Senate and the Congress don't want to update the computer system, so they're using 60-year-old computers, 55 to 60-year-old computers for the IRS and other programs. They're using Cobalt. They don't want to pay to upgrade, so they keep having technicians make new repairs, and has a factory that makes repair parts for these older computers so they can keep them in good condition to run. And then on top of that, because they don't want to funnel any money into these programs, they say if the coronavirus doesn't get contained soon, the United States Postal Service will be probably bankrupt by September, which means we won't get any money or not money mail. And if it fails by September and they're not willing to put money into the Postal Service, then they're killing it off. And by congressional law, Congress has money allocated for the post office. So they need to fix the post office. Otherwise, who's going to deliver our mail? Is everything going to go by email because they're losing money? I like writing snail mail letters all the time. Pen pal, So, I'm not smart, Minnesota. I just read a lot and I analyze everything like Sherlock Holmes. Not really. The government doesn't think of me as viable to society. Me being a hermaphrodite and, as they classify me, a post-operative trans woman, and to their needs, and etc. I had someone earlier talking about my boobs, and they're like, oh, they look really real. Well, the doctor did a good job for making them as good as possible. I didn't have much tissue to begin with, but I'm quite content with it. Now, someone called me a fat slob. It's a different story, or I'm a fat ass. Well, that's their opinion. But no, the thing is if you look at the news media, like for example, if you go through, okay, and you want to read a newspaper, for example, like I said, I believe in the Washington Post. They've been straight up, completely honest. They're like, Jeff Bezos owns it, but a lot of newspapers nowadays are taking articles and paying the Washington Post for these articles, put in their paper to fill in the blanks. I find this paper to be interesting because they're talking about the stuff like, we could be in a depression soon. We could be in a severe recession into a depression. It talks about how governors are doing this and governors are doing that. And if you analyze it all, it basically makes complete sense. I mean, I've been looking at the unemployment numbers and they're not completely accurate. Everyone's waiting for this week's numbers to see if it went up from 22 to 27 or, my father-in-law says we don't have the true numbers. It could be 30s or even 40 million unemployed. I mean, and everyone knows if you got Moscow Mitch and Leningrad Lin's basically trying to force the government to reopen so businesses can get back on track, it's only because they're thinking about their big business buddies that are paying them. They're not thinking about the citizens. And also, it's an election year. So if you look at it, the election year, like if you ever watch the movie My Fellow Americans with Jack Lemmon and James Garner, they both are former presidents, and they all basically look at the big picture of, jobs. The job market sunk, so they lost their presidency. If this happened, and they lost their presidency. So if you look at the big pictures, I also study politics, so I like the movies like LBJ with Woody Harrelson, Nixon, Anthony Hopkins, and I like to watch documentaries to see how our presidents, I mean, look at a lot of these movies. Daniel Day-Lewis did Lincoln, favorite movie. I ordered that. I have it coming soon. But if you look at all these movies and you look at all these things that and you look at it, you're looking at a conglomerate things that everything's falling apart. And if you analyze, you're like, oh, there's 22 million. Most of the restaurant workers are unemployed. The retail has come to a grinding halt. They're going to be on the unemployed. When they say 183 million people are still working, honestly, I'm trying to figure out how 183 million is working because they're talking about nurses, they're talking about doctors. Now, if you take in the other people that are working, like if you look at the people, some of them are working part-time, like the electric company. Power goes out on the other side of the island. They go and check the power plant. Then they go and check the area. And then they go and send in a skeleton crew to fix it. The internet companies all around the country are keeping a skeleton crew. Server goes down, you call up, my internet's not working. They go and go, and then they basically call you every half hour. Is your internet working? Is your internet at your right speed? I mean, that's where you get those numbers of out of 183 million. I mean, basically, certain essential workers. I mean, they say these essential numbers, right? Well, look at it this way: you have to have someone maintaining the sewage treatment plant down the hill from us to maintain the sewage treatment plant, or people maintaining the sewers in New York, or people have to have plumbers on call in case of a plumbing issue. Otherwise, they stay home quarantined until a plumbing issue. Same goes with electricians. They only are on call, otherwise they're at home. I mean, you look at the numbers and, it still doesn't equal 183 million people working. A lot of government agencies closed. I mean, if you look at the numbers, you got X amount of people that are mandatory for, funerals. They're like, oh, we can't have funerals. So they're basically cutting out mostly the funeral service, the memorial service. They're just like, here's what you do. You plop them in the ground and can celebrate their life later. And so these ones are essential, you know, so they plump them in the ground and other things, you know. I mean, has anyone ever thought that a mortician that does makeup on, you know, people that's passed on, has anyone thought, could the coronavirus live in on a dead person? I mean, no one truly knows if it could survive. That'd be a good question to think about. You know, so they're saying as soon as they die, New York's filling up refrigerator trucks and putting them in burying them in the parks like the homeless. And it's a scary time we live in. But if you look at the numbers, you know, they're like, oh, well, you know, people that drive the septic tank trucks, they're on call. Oh, your tank's overflowing? Okay, we'll empty it. Or, you know, they're not going to let garbage pile up. So they have garbage men working. But the numbers still don't add up. Why they say 183 million still working out of 205 million. It's got to be an old census number, I think. I mean, I don't know how to explain it. People who talk about other people should not be allowed in any stream. Yeah, that seems right. Don't. Easter, the restaurant up the street was handing out 3 meals, ham and turkey, 5 and 4 limited drive and deal. I hope not. People who talk about other people should not be allowed in. Well, yeah, I mean literally, but also, you know, when I go offline, you know, in the videos, and if people go and decide to watch the entire video, whether it be 2 hours or 9 hours, and when they get done, they're like, "Oh, you shouldn't be on YouTube. You're a fat ass. You're a tobacco spitting, cigar loving man. That's a fat ass trying to be a girl. Blah blah blah. Whatever, you know." Or, you know, you shouldn't be on YouTube. You're just a pure fat ass, you know, and it upsets me to no end. I mean, literally, it's like, you know, I mean, all women come in all shapes and sizes, you know, but, you know, the numbers don't, like I said, the numbers don't match up. And because of it, I'm always concerned with the numbers, you know, because it doesn't make sense, you know. Let's see. Up the street was handing out free meals, ham or turkey. 5 meals for a limited drive and deal. Well, at least they were doing something nice for the people. I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom, but don't let it bother you because they're just, oh, I know they're trolls. They have nothing better to do. They just want to sit there and basically say I'm full of beans. I mean, look at that one guy I had to remove earlier. The moderators also tried to deal with him. He was just basically saying I'm full of shit. Go watch my video. It's better than yours. My video knows everything on SSI. Really? I don't deal with SSI. I deal with Direct Express. And people need to know, because that's the biggest effing question out there besides when am I getting my money is. Am I going to get my payment on Direct Express? And that's the thing. No one knows. Jimmy, DPS, my moderator, I will you are professional. Of course, you know it. No, I'm afraid that. Did you ever finish that movie, that documentary? Yeah, I want to see it again. I got to finish it, and I never finished it. That's something I was looking forward to with you. Let's see. They're jealous. They are jealous. They're going through their own issues. Why they got to put other people in? Because they like to live in, they like to make themselves feel good by propping themselves up, by tearing other people down. You know, people ask the question all the time. I watched all videos and noticed the main question is, well, yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. These people are like, oh, well, you're supposed to be getting it sooner or whatever. And it isn't like that. By the way, since this is turned into a discussion about anything and everything right now, I guess, because we don't have any lovely people coming in except these ghosties, as Sutton would say. I guess this video is now changed to ask any questions or whatever. I know after 10 o'clock, if this video is still going Pacific time, I will be logging off and making dinner and watching movies and checking Direct Express to give you all the update tonight in this live feed. So Anyways, holy. So she had to go and do this. Oh well. Oh, cool. So I have a couple mini updates that might be of an interesting discussion tonight. Not that I want to brag or do anything of the sort, but I thought I would bring something on the table, and I didn't say they sit there and type. I said pretty much what I said was that they're watching me. I mean, look, we got 10 people watching, and you and me and Annie, and I always do videos all the time, so I usually do my own video diary where I talk about personal issues because, I live with, I'm not on medications, but I live with bipolar 1. My companion lives with borderline personality. So to me, it is a thing I discuss, like everyday issues. Sometimes I bring up certain things, and my family always found me through YouTube, anyways, when they were checking in. But one of the things I wanted to share, that's an interesting concept, and I don't want to brag to anyone because everyone's hurting, but there's something I want to share that, is kind of good and kind of good, okay? So before I basically say what I'm going to say, I just don't want to upset anyone. So please understand that if I upset you, please tell me because I want to make sure to make it right for everyone. So so I always do lives. So one of the things I wanted to talk about is tonight I went ahead and contacted some companies. And I said, look, I know you send catalogs out. I know you do online ordering, but do you take money orders? Because my companion doesn't have her debit card yet from Direct Express, and she wants to place an order. And, this is like helping the economy out to a point. And they said, well, what do you got in mind? I said, well, do you take money orders? So Chloe went ahead and set up an order through email. And so the money order, I believe she sent it out today. And she went out and decided to get some fresh seafood brought into our home. So it'll be here in a couple days once the money order clears. They'll send it out. They said Monday. So, a little bit of fresh seafood's not bad. Chloe wanted some tuna and fresh shrimp and some other stuff. So next week I'll be doing a little bit of seafood cooking for Chloe and myself. So, and so, so why do you think people just sit there and type? What do you mean, sit there and type? Ghost? Why do you sit? I didn't say they were sitting there typing. I said they're sitting there and watching. I mean, look, we got 9 people watching. We had 16. I was complaining about it. That you and Annie and Sutton, some of you guys are watching, but no one else is telling us who they are. They're just watching, You must cooking through the whole. Well, yeah. So one of the things that Chloe also picked up was some lobster, large lobster tails and some crab legs, king crab and snow crab legs. So I'll be doing steamed crab too. So watching that type. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're just watching, And so, I don't know why they just keep watching and not typing. I mean, literally, what are they interested in? To make my life bad, or when I get the video done, they want to go and hope like heck the video is done so they can go and make a negative comment. Your video sucks. Well, that's fine and dandy. It doesn't matter to me. I mean, I'm actually happy we found a place that will ship us lobster tail and crab and stuff. And the other thing is we're looking into is talking to Omaha Steaks about money orders too. I know they have a catalog, so we were thinking of getting some steaks and making sure we have food to have in, so we don't have to go out all the time. Do I like seafood? Well, yes, that's why we got shrimp, lobster, king crab legs, and snow crab legs coming, and she's got tuna coming. What's that tell you? And Chloe just didn't go and buy it for herself. She bought the food for us too. You know. Hold on a sec. Hey, Chloe, check out Omaha Steak. Yeah, I'm looking at it now. Good, looks good. I was looking it up, you know. But you know,
that's the one I've been. That's the fish. That's a fish market I've been to before. I've actually been there once.
Well, hey, Bettina, how goes it? Well, yeah. Well, you know, like I said,
It's about like 12 years since I've been to that one.
You know, I emailed this one company, right? And you gotta. Oh yeah. By the way, I have to show you something here. You know, since we have the big enough screen, you can see what's coming. I want to show you something. This one place I emailed. I'm not going to give the names for our viewers right now unless they want it. But anyway, this place here, the property his family owns, he asked if the guy takes money orders. And the guy's like, yeah, I take money orders. What do you want? And Dad's like, well, my daughter-in-law wants to order some stuff from you. Do you take money orders? He's like, yeah. So anyways, so one of the things Dad was talking about, it's kind of expensive, right? But it's really well worth it. So let me show you what.
Where are they shipped from?
Kentucky.
Okay.
Anyways, so one of the things Dad was talking about, right, is if you go with this, it's really affordable, right? Like you can get you cook it yourself, right? They smoke it already. They smoke it and you cook it. Is this, right? Anyways, what you do is, let me show you this. Right, I go from high to low because the price is right. So, for example, you don't want packets because you don't want it cut up, right? But look at this, $73 for a whole for a 17-pound ham. Good ham, by the way. It's the best ham in the world. Now, what I want to show you is this, right? Right? Now, Dad was saying, this is why I'm sharing this with you. Yeah, but this is not Tzatziki bacon. It's the best bacon in the market, right? Oh, that's grilling bacon. We don't want that. We want actual, here we go. What if I show, oh, they don't have any of that inside. Damn. Anyways, usually they have, let me see, is there a search? Yeah, here we go. Let's see. Right? Usually they have jalapeno, right? But they don't have any jalapeno right now. But when they have it, it is like the best in the world. Dad likes the peppered bacon, but they have, you know, right there, there's thick peppered bacon right there. But they're out of jalapeno bacon. But when they do, I'm telling you, it is like the best bacon in the world, you know. Well, you can get some really good stuff there too. So, you know. And so what I was going to share with you is this, right? Watch this. What takes money orders. And for example, check this out. Because, you know, it's cool. And you were talking about buying food, right? They got a box family. See, look at this. The butcher cut, right? $150, and you get hot dogs and steaks and other things. But what I want to show you is what I think for us is, you ready?
Yeah.
Watch this. Dude. It loads. Here we go. It's loading. There you go. It's a little bit of money, but look at this. 48-ounce rib steak. Throw that on a barbecue. Or how about this? 48-ounce T-bone steak.
There you go.
36-ounce New York. How about this? The old 72er. Or what about this? 2 1-pound king cut pork chops.
Is this from that Omaha?
This is Omaha, yeah.
From Nebraska?
Look, age 21 days for the meats. Yeah, they're in Omaha, Nebraska. That's why it's called Omaha Steaks.
Wow.
I'd say we should do it, Chloe. Throw a couple of those on the barbecue. We have steak for a few days with those cuts. Eventually, I'm not trying to brag or anything, you know. Hi, Sutton.
Good.
Bettina, she's got to live in Helpman. We think she should work online for Social Security. Yeah, she should. That sounds good. Let's see. I don't know how to cook it, though. I always buy it already done for my daughter. Lobster is easy to cook. Same with steamed king crab legs. So, super tired. So, what made you super tired, Bettina? Playing video games all day again? Oh, so you know, I'm glad you're back. We have some ghosties watching us. So there's Bettina, there's Sutton, there's Minnesota, there's Annie. So we got 7 ghosties watching. I understand. Sorry about that. So you know. Yeah, we're just trying to see about getting maybe a steak box put together, you know, probably SSA agents. Why? So they can basically go back and update their website or basically say I'm complaining. No, that's the interesting thing, you know. I mean, I always thought it was the Men in Black watching going, yeah, there she is, she's doing something. Oh, yeah, yeah. No, I doubt SSA agents would be watching. I mean, they got enough problems as they would answer the phone all the time. Right, Direct Express. They don't email anyone, so I'm calling bullshit right there. What do you think, Chloe? I've never seen an email yet from Direct Express. Oh, Jamie. Sorry, but you know, what do you think, Bettina and Sutton? Do you want to call do you want to call bullshit there? I got some hip waders. Well, I can go over to my well, hold on a sec. I need to check something. Oh, those are cool looking. Hold on. Give me a second. Here we go. All right, so Chloe, apparently Social Security and Direct Express emailed someone. I say it's bullshit, right?
Yeah, bullshit.
They don't do it. So I think you're gonna need to spend $498 out of your check for me to buy me a pair of decent hip waders because the shit's getting up to here.
No. I think we're gonna need to get a poop truck driver in here.
Gerald. Do I need to register if I get SSD?
The guy who's not a ghost, he's actually a septic man.
All right, so basically, something I want to say is you don't have to do anything. If you have a dependent, your time frame to claim your dependent is done. That ended at noon today Eastern time. So So if you have a dependent, you won't get the $500 per kid, but you will get your check. It's just a matter of when. But since you asked the question, I guess I'm going to have to reiterate it again for everyone here. So 2 weeks out, Stephen Mnuchin basically stated in the papers and online in interviews, as soon as President Trump signed the bill, payments will be all given to us 2 weeks' time. That's what it said in the papers. And then all of a sudden, a memo was leaked the week of the 6th saying everyone was going to get paid on the week of the 13th. Everyone who was filing and gets SSI or retirement got their benefits starting at the 8th, the 15th, and the 22nd. The ones that didn't get benefits, the filers that don't get benefits, started trickling in on the 11th and still trickling in. So today's the 22nd, so everyone who got paid on this month's Direct Express got it. The only next payments for SSI is the April 30th and May 1st. So if we get payments, it'll be then. But then again, as Sutton knows, I say this all the time, on the 15th of April, they said anyone who has dependents can file up to July 15th. They changed the playing field Monday night when the Washington Post leaked an interview or article from the Treasury saying that they are going to cut out everyone for dependents after today noon. So yesterday it was all over the paper. Today, because Social Security said on the 15th in a memo and on their website that everyone gets their benefits at the end of April except for SSI, which gets their benefits in early May. Today, the Treasury, the IRS department said all payments would be going out for SSI, ssdi, retirement survivors, railroad, and veterans in the next 3 weeks from now to May 13th. They changed the goal post again. So now we just sit back and wait and see what day we truly are going to get paid. Who was it that asked the question? Let me ask. So I know in the comments because I'm trying to answer it. Jamie. So there you go. So that's what's going on, So, so you don't need to register. You can get a text or alerts or a low balance or an email. Yep. So
We're cooking the meats and
scam. Yeah, exactly. No dependent. Okay. Hey, all from South Carolina. Hey, Mikey. You don't have to do anything. That's what everyone says in the paper. You don't have to file. The IRS wants you to file, but you don't have to file. You just sit back and wait. So I hope that answers your question. So, girl, I've been scammed plenty of times. Your video is awesome, by the way. God bless. Well, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. I had to actually ban someone from commenting today in the live chat, and I had to ban someone that was commenting on my video after the live chat, and they kept saying that YouTube should remove my videos because of my fat ass, and that I eat too much and other things, and I'm always showing myself either eating or doing tobacco or whatever, and I'm just here to inform people so they don't get confused with all these other people monetizing on videos, making update videos 2 or 3 times a day so they can make a living off of YouTube because they can't go to work. And I'm doing all this information for no charge, and people they're always coming in, when I do an update, early morning or whenever I get on. Like today was later, I was on with Social Security, and I'm telling you, I was on the phone with them. They were rude. They were like, people are going hungry and they can't manage their funds. They need to pay. And I was like, And so one of the things I do, Jamie, is I go ahead and I go through every morning with my tablet. I got to charge it eventually. I go through the Washington Post and other newspaper sources, Google, etc. I get all the latest information. If something's changed, I always update, and I also update anyways. For example, if I get a pending deposit for Social Security and for the stimulus check, then I will post it so everyone can go and check their account to make sure that it coordinates with us, because no one truly knows when payments are going to be made, so it's really hard. Well, yeah, thanks, Mikey. I try to help as much as possible. Are you saying you got your check on Direct Express? Because I'm calling bullshit, because I'm going to check Direct Express right now. My card's going to show I have $19.28. So, Bettina, Sutton, I'm smelling a troll now. Let me check. If my card's got $19 and there's nothing on it, then I'm basically saying, you know what to do, sweetie. Because I'm smelling a troll. I sense someone's trying to stir the shitstorm. $19.28. Oh, man. You see? I like to call it like it is. Well, Jamie, since you think my video is informal, very informative, I'll tell you. My system is simple. When it comes to Direct Express, what I do is in the morning between 10:30 and 12:30, 10:30 a.m. and 12:30 p.m. Pacific time, or 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern time. I check every day in the 12-hour window for pending transactions. Then around 47 minutes from now, I will check Direct Express by my tablet through the phone, and I will check to see if a deposit went in, if they're bypassing the pending thing. And if there is nothing, then we know that nothing's going to be going in on April, because it was an Eastern time. It resets itself for April 23rd. So that would mean that we wouldn't get anything until, that would mean because it's Eastern time, that would mean when it hits 1 a.m. April, then it will tell us if we will get anything Friday. And if anything is pending Friday, people will know. Otherwise, you're not going to see anything until May 1st, if then. So I wouldn't hold your breath. So when it resets itself for April 23rd, Eastern time, 1 a.m., it'll tell you if there's something pending for Friday morning at 1 a.m. And if there isn't, you're not going to see jack. It's hard to say. So, everyone said they got a lot, but not gonna. She just got it to me. Yeah, well, here's the deal. Again, like I said, anyone who filed their taxes early or filed as soon as they know $1,200 was coming, paper checks are going out right now. Everyone should get the first set of paper checks by the 25th, and then the second set of paper checks will be mailed up the 27th for May 1st or May 2nd. So, so that's, we're talking about Direct Express, everyone. We're not talking about other people's fucking banks. Excuse me for being blunt. But we're discussing only Direct Express. We're not giving two shits about other people's banks. So they were coming in saying, "Oh, I got my money already." I don't care. I'm focusing on Direct Express only. Not giving two shits about Comerica Bank's own bank holders, or Bank of America or Islander Bank or Key Bank or Boeing Credit Union or whatever. I don't give two shits about those people. They filed their taxes. We know they're getting their money. It's trickling in. What I'm focusing on is the people that don't have a bank account and has Direct Express. That is what I'm focusing on the most. There's a lot of people with Direct Express cards confused of when their money's coming in. And that's why I'm doing all these videos to help you all out. So if we get a troll coming in saying she's getting her money, I don't want to hear it, because unless it's Direct Express, you know, that's the thing. I don't want people turning around and going, oh yeah, I got my money, ha ha ha. That means they're basically pissing off in everyone's pool, and the Direct Express people are still waiting, and they got to wait one day to 3 weeks, 1 day to 21 days to know when they're getting paid, when no one's telling anyone. So that's why it's basically confusing, you know. The bunny's making noise. As I said many times on my channel, and everyone knows it, thank you, Mikey, that I have said since the 11th of April, today is the 22nd, that checks are still trickling in, hitting people's bank accounts. Let me see what Jamie says. The good thing, I still get my SSD on the week of the 1st. Yeah, exactly. So I wouldn't even worry. And Jamie, one of the reasons why they're fucking delaying it, excuse my French, is because they think that you can manage your monthly checks monthly and survive with food and bills paid. So they don't give two shits if you get your money 6 months from now or 9 months from now. They don't give two fucking shits. All they care about is delaying it as long as possible and not giving anyone the right information. So you see these dickheads basically post on YouTube that, oh, we're getting paid Friday. Really? If you believe that you're going to get paid Friday on your stimulus, I got a bridge to sell you. Well, look, Minnesota, if you were going to get paid on Wednesday, you would have had it in your bank account at 10 a.m. last night. You didn't get it. So if you get paid tomorrow, it would hit tonight at 10 p.m. Pacific time. That means you got to know, you'll know if you get anything pending in the next 24 hours in approximately 42 minutes. There you go. So I'm sorry if I'm swearing. It's just pissing me off, literally. Well, yeah, they want to combine payments. But again, Bettina, the question is, and I guess you didn't hear the memo earlier that I said in the beginning of the video 6 hours ago. So I'll reiterate it with you so you can understand too, because I'm a good person and I love everyone. Now, what has happened is, as you know from yesterday's video, they basically said at noon today, knowing that after noon Eastern time, people with dependents aren't going to get their checks. They'll get their same $1,200, but not a dependent. They used to say you can file for dependents till July and you get a check by December 31st. But now that they're saying that you got to file by April 15, 2021 for your 2020 taxes, the law states that everyone has to be paid by the bill law of the stimulus by December 31st, 2020. So that means people that are thinking about getting their dependent payments next year ain't going to get jack shit for the stimulus. Two is, they decided, because the newspapers were posting it, and Social Security posted on their own blog the 15th, that end of April, we all get it, SSI, as you know, May 1st. But then today on the Twitter site for IRS said, from now until May 13th, from now and in the next, their own play on words, the next 3 weeks, everyone will get paid. That's what they said. Now they changed the goalpost fucking again. Who knows who the fuck's telling the truth? All I'm saying is what I have read and saw on Twitter. Then the next 3 weeks, we will get paid. So if they're planning to put it in Friday, we'll know in approximately 40 minutes. Actually, Tactical Mikey, I'll tell you what I think. If our commander-in-chief can lie on camera every fucking thing and change and skirt the questions, you don't think Stephen Mnuchin will either. He said we'd all get paid with a flip of a switch 2 weeks after the law was signed into law. The CARE Act was signed. 2 weeks would have been the 13th of April. All I'm going to say out of love for everyone is where the fuck is your money? You guys are suffering and no one's basically knowing the truth. Sutton said it herself. I'm not holding my breath. They're going to change it again. They changed the playing fields today. From now until May 1st, they can change the playing field again and say, oh, you're going to get it at the end of April or end of May or early June. We don't know what the fuck they're doing, why they're basically doing it. All they got to do is flip a switch and transfer millions of payments in at one given time. Why are they fucking delaying it for the disabled? The elderly? You got to wait. Look, again, as Sutton was just saying, you got to wait 39 minutes and then you can check. Exactly. They're fucking dragging it out. I want to fucking know why for everyone that's suffering and going hungry. It would have been easy to, yeah, they just fucking flip a switch. I mean, that's the thing. Why aren't they talking about it? I mean, look, Bettina, sweetheart. You basically called Direct Express up. They were supposed to change the information today to give us the dates that we're supposed to get paid. Instead, all you get on their fucking answering service is, we don't know when you're going to get your money. Every fucking time. The government lies on everything. When we look at the military, I used to basically read my father's DD-214, and it had lots of information in it, like top secret, classified, classified, top secret, classified, classified, top secret. It's like, what was my dad doing that was top secret? Well, let's see, it was military intelligence, top secret, top secret, top secret, classified. You know they're not going to do that unless they declassify, debrief it. He served in Korea. He served in Vietnam. He served the first Gulf War. He was in the mill for 38 years, and the man knew what he was doing. I got $19.28. The last dollar that was taken out was to pay for my news, or no, the last two charges was $1 for my my Washington Post subscription for a month, which is better than the Seattle Times charging for 5 weeks and you're getting a shitty paper. And two is they took out $6.49 for taxes for my Amazon Prime membership for a month, so I can sit there and watch anything I want on Amazon Prime, like documentaries. And as you could see, Mikey, Chloe keeps going out and refilling the tobacco so I can keep doing these videos and do dip at the same time. And she keeps making sure I have cherry Pepsi on hand for me. The lady is a freaking amazing. I mean, look, Bettina, you got to ask yourself the true question. Why are they dragging it out? And why don't they just fucking flip a switch? They're dragging it out for some fucking stupid reason. And my fucking gut feeling says there's no more fucking money. So they don't want to tell anyone. So they keep changing the damn playing field. Well, cherry Pepsi is what I like. And by the way, Bettina, just so you know, cherry tobacco. They make some. They got a peach tobacco that's pretty good. Chloe's favorite peach. And before I say anything, the best soda on the market, or was on the market, Bettina, that discontinued as a throwback was Crystal Pepsi. That stuff was a fucking bomb. No, they're not, Mikey. I'll explain. See, look what Chloe got me. She got me another cherry Pepsi. And then she got me a 1 liter of cherry Pepsi. And as nice as she is, I got several cans of unopened dip. And she got me a bag of Cheetos. Tomorrow she's going shopping at the other aisle for groceries. I also have a 2 liter Pepsi right there. I also have an open 2 liter of cherry Pepsi. I drink cherry Pepsi in the evening so I don't tap into my cognac, you know. No, they're not living on the money, because let me explain how I know that America doesn't have a damn dime. Because the Camaro was sitting on the money, they'd be living off your interest, and that would mean they're keeping Comerica Bank afloat because they have the contract, so they're basically keeping them alive by funneling money that they can sit on it. No, they're not doing it because the IRS said today they will send out payments through the Treasury in the next 3 weeks. That means the Treasury isn't even dropped money into Comerica. The only money Comerica got was when they got their payments dropped in today for the people that filed. That's the only ones. The next payment date is April 29th and April 30th at 10 p.m. is when people will see more money trickled in from Direct Express. And then May 1st, and then May 13th, May 20th, and May 27th. And then, what is it? Excuse me, that wasn't ladylike. May 27th. And then, what is it? Excuse me, that wasn't ladylike. And then finally, May 31st for the end of the month or the payment schedule. So if you use the payments calendar that Social Security provides on their website, you'll know those are the dates that they actually get their money. They're not sitting on any interest. I live on great rock stars. So you support the company that makes Grand Theft Auto. Good for you, sister. I like white rock stars. When you get the 24 ounces, they're always on sale for like $2 here on the island. I also like Monster with the little screw lid. You know what I fucking miss? Me and my husband used to go down to the grocery store every morning or a gas station around town, right? When we got paid at night. At 10 o'clock at night, we'd go over to either the Jackpot or the A1 gas stop or and then we'd go there first, and the next morning, because we'd stock up on them, we'd go over to the hardware store to Aiken's Harvest Food. We'd go to IGA. We'd get these Monster BFGs, the 32-ounce cans. The FDA banned them because there was too much caffeine. You got to be fucking kidding me. Too much caffeine. Yeah, I love Cherry Pepsi. Cherry Pepsi is the bomb. I'm still checking my count at 1 a.m. I am too, but you know what? I'm not counting my blessings because when it resets tomorrow at midnight, it's resetting it for Friday morning's deposit. So Friday, in the next 24 hours, there's a deposit for Friday morning. That would mean that it would reset itself for a Saturday pickup. Again, Saturday payment. And then you damn know and well that that means 3 days has passed, and that means you got 17 days or 18 days until they can basically come up with something to change the goalpost again. We all do, but I know I'm not getting paid till the 30th. Yeah, so am I. That's the thing. At 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, I will get paid. Now, if my check's there, it's going to be a blessing. And by the way, Bettina, I'm going to say this jokingly, of course, because Clydell was talking about it last night, joking with me, that I get 2 payments every month from Social Security. I would be nice to see 2 payments in there because I'd be rushing down to the grocery stores, stockpiling a lot of food. Hell, I'd be ordering from Omaha, double making sure I got plenty of meat. I'd be ordering from the seafood places, Blenheim ginger ale. Yeah, that's a good point. Hanson's a good soda too, I'm on Social Security and SSI. I don't know what date to follow because there's different dates on both. Well, here's the deal. If you're on SSI and disability, so if you're Social Security retirement and SSI, you get it May 3rd, so it would be May 1st. Now, if you're on SSI and SSDI, you will get it May 3rd or May 1st. Unless they make you have 2 different pay dates between you get 2 different checks at 2 different times, and that would be really fucking weird. Usually they do it May 3rd every month, so I would assume May 3rd. Not that I would know anything. I'm just a stupid, dumb shit motherfucker that everyone thinks it doesn't know jack shit about Social Security. And I've been dealing with Social Security since 2002, and my Direct Express card in 2007. So I guess I don't know anything about that stuff. So, as I say, the wheels go round and round. The wheels on the bus go round and round. Now pass the mustard. I mean, literally, I don't know anything. I wish I knew something, otherwise I'd be happy as hell to say something. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Third's on a Sunday, so I get it the first. That's how it works. Everyone knows that. And as the report said today, for anyone watching the report, they said, and I quote, that Mitch McConnell doesn't want to give us any more stimulus money. They want us to go back to work. So that's what they're saying. They want us all to go back to work, or at least the workers to go back to work. So, of course, our states get to make the decision, and they don't like it. So they're trying to push the states to open up, even if it kills people. To me, it's utter BS. My candy's running low, so on my now later, so I got to buy another 2 tubs when my money comes in. 2 tubs. I'm thinking about buying Jose some coffee again. I got to sit down and write him a letter one of these days. It's just I'm so busy doing these videos, I just don't have time to sit down and write a letter to him, unless I basically skip doing my morning review and just do a review when I'm done with my letter writing to Jose. I could do that, make time for him. Thing is I also got to get around to writing my pen pal in Kentucky. She emailed me. I just got that sitting in the invoice going, Well, yeah, I know. That's because, you know why it's 7 hours? Minnesota, I'll tell you why. It's because people come in all the time because they know I'm answering about Direct Express, and they always ask the question, when am I getting my money? That's usually the main answer, and I have to reiterate every time. I mean, literally. I want to just say, who the fuck knows? There's your answer. But instead, I have to go into the details of, removing the goalpost, changing it again, and everyone's like, oh, okay, thank you, and it's cool. But still, I just want to say, like, who knows, Mm-hmm. I mean, literally, and with, I'm always professional, so if I keep getting comments, I'm not going to stop. When the comments completely peter out, movie time. Or when it hits 10 o'clock, when Peter's out anyways, because once Direct Express is done, the lovely Sutton wants to get some sleep, which is cool. And Bettina, she's tired, so, She was like, oh, I'm just popping in to say hi. Mm-hmm. Well, no, they come in at any time of day, as long as it's going to ask. And, the reason they ask is because a lot of these websites don't have any answers. I mean, you said it yourself, I think it was Minnesota, I think it was you, that you were watching other channels about the same questions, and what answers were you getting about Direct Express, Well, I'm going to do a Sutton thing. Yeah, of course a butt hurt. I want my money now. That's my impersonation of Sutton. Well, yeah. See, there's no direct answer. Am I doing? I hope I'm doing the best answer for you, Minnesota. I'm waiting till 10. Yeah, so am I. Then I'm gonna go put a documentary in. Chloe's making tacos tonight. And Sutton never told me what she was having for dinner tonight. I'm still curious what she had for dinner. Yeah, I'm not hurting, as you all know, but still, I'm worried about all of you. Hamburgers? Oh, yeah. Well, I asked what Sutton had for dinner. I had bacon burgers the other night. Someone came into my channel that other day when I was eating the bacon burger, called me fat ass. And it's like, you waste all your money on food. Every time I turn around and see you eating candy, burgers, and food, and that's what you put your money into. I only eat one meal a day. I made fried chicken and taters and mac and cheese. Mmm. Yeah, I have a family recipe. I have a other YouTube channel, and my mom's fried chicken recipes there. It's a simple recipe. Everyone can make it. I mean, I could even tell you right now how to make my mom's fried chicken. I know it by heart. You're in Arizona? Shit. If you really want to know how to make my mom's fried chicken, simple actually. You buy about 5 pounds of chicken legs. That's what I use. I don't like anything else. Chicken legs is the best. I don't like those stinking fryer packs, where they're like, here's a fryer pack with other type cuts of chicken. And what you do is you take a pan, big pan. I got this huge skillet. Let's see. Who looks for this? Well, see my shimmer pan. The rest. I don't know. That's the rumor going around, AJ. And then what you do is you put oil in the bottom of the pan, right? The frying pan. And you keep the pan with a lot of cooking oil. Vegetable oil preferred. Whatever oil you have, canola oil. Make sure it's got a good gob amount on all of it. Make sure your chicken's fully defrosted. And you take about a paper bag or a Ziploc bag or a bowl, and you dump in about 2 cups flour. Put as much pepper as you want in the flour mixture. Keep stirring it up. Keep adding pepper as you want. Put in as much poultry seasoning you want. Mix it all together. As much poultry seasoning with the flour and the pepper. Roll the chicken in the mixture. Throw it in, fry it up. While you're frying it up, brown it on all sides. Layer it into a baking sheet, or not a baking sheet, but something deep enough that the grease catches, so it fills the grease up in the bottom, deep enough baking pan. Line it all up. Make sure the oven's preheated at 350. When the oven's ready, after all your chicken's been browned, throw it in the oven for 45 minutes at 350. Cook it. Pull it out, let it cool about 3 to 5 minutes. Scarf down. That's one hell of a way to eat chicken, I tell you. Well, let me ask you a question, AJ, before I keep getting pissed off here. No offense. Did your sister file taxes or file the tax form? That's the first question I'm going to ask. Shrimp and grits. Well, teach their own. The grits. Me, I've had Southern grits. Personally, one of my favorite breakfast foods is Southern biscuits and gravy. Sometimes I'll even do Southern ham if I buy a Southern ham. There's a place my father-in-law has family member owns a well-known place that makes ham. And ham is fucking badass. A lot of people saying they got it. Of course, your mother didn't get it. What you expect to get it? The dead should get a check. And they'll start with me. Bettina or Sutton. We already know the dead aren't getting checks and they're getting it before us. But my joke was, I hope the dead, the dead shouldn't be getting checks, is what I meant. So anyways, I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Let's see. Yes, but see, if your sister filed taxes, she got her payment early because of it. If anyone else didn't file taxes, you're in the same boat as us. Maybe Bettina or Sutton, while I'm using the bathroom, AJ will explain to you what I know. Otherwise, if you wait a minute, I'll sit down with you and explain everything in detail again. Actually, you're going to stop. I'll make you stop and share the follow. Sweet. Sounds good. Thank you, hon. Him up. Okay, so, all right. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. Yes, but not my mother. And was on it. So, no, my dead mom got one this morning. Oh, a paper check. Well, you better turn it around because your mom's the only one who can file. So you better turn it around. So if there's a box in the Treasury Department in the box or somewhere in the envelope, they're gonna have to find a way to send it back or not cash it because cashing someone that got a check that's deceased is against the law. So that's what I'm talking about. Like an actual check. Yeah, he or she's a paper check. Oh man. Yeah, I know what you want, you little rugrat, little munchkin. You want a check. Let me see. Because a lot of people, Minnesota's lying through their freaking teeth. They didn't get their checks. They got their checks and they didn't file. Then I got a fucking bridges to sell you. Let's see. My dead mom got one this morning. All right, so let me explain what's going on. Okay, well, see, I didn't want to misgender you. I get misgendered from time to time, so I said he or she, just to make sure that if someone wants to correct me, thank you. So here's the deal. Again, with the entire schmeal. 2 weeks, Steve Mnuchin promised 2 weeks everyone would get paid just like that, their payment. And so President signed the bill. All of a sudden, the newspaper said everyone was going to get their checks on the week of the 13th. People that filed their taxes, that work part-time and get Social Security, retirement, or SSI, was getting their payments the 8th, the 15th, and the 22nd. So this is the last day for that part of it. Everyone else that wasn't on benefits and was working, the straight workers, started getting their checks trickling in on the 11th of April. On April 15th, Social Security posted that everyone would get their checks end of April or SSI early May. But they also said if you have a dependent, you must file by July 15th for your stimulus check. Fortunately, the IRS Monday night and stated that the deadline was today, 12 p.m. Eastern. If you didn't file, your kid doesn't get a check. People say, oh, well, you can file for next year. All money has to be doled out by December 31st, 2020 by the law. So next year, those people ain't going to get their dependent's child stimulus checks. So what happened? Well, a few days after April 15th, the Veterans Administration came out and said vets are going to get paid. The discussion is to be discussed what date. Same with the railroad. But everyone else can just sit back and wait for their checks. So because Social Security has it on their website that it's late April, early May for SSIs, early May, late April for ssdi retirement survivors, people figured, okay, we're all going to get paid May 1st. Well, today they changed the goalposts again. The newspapers all said everyone was going to go and get their pay. Everyone gets paid early May. Fine by me, May 1st again. Then the IRS basically found out that the newspapers and everyone was saying everyone gets paid early May. So they turned around and did a play on words, changing the goalposts further, AJ, by stating that from now until May 13th, 3 weeks from today, everyone would get paid. Another bullshit move to basically delay people getting their checks. Everyone knows they just flip a switch and everyone gets paid. Why the disabled, the retirees, the survivors are still sitting in limbo land waiting for their fucking checks is beyond me. I feel sorry for a lot of people that are going hungry because of it. So I hope that this gives you an update of why I can't guarantee when you're going to get paid. They say they want to combine them, but the other kicker is when you call Direct Express, they give you the same bullshit answer. We have no information at this time for benefits, stimuluses, but you'll get your regular check. However, Direct Express was supposed to update their website today and their phone service. They never did. Social Security was supposed to do the same today. They never did. I called Social Security up to ask why people aren't getting their stimuluses. Some of them are going hungry. And the lady on the other end was getting rude, saying people that are going hungry, that can't manage their funds, need a fucking payee. So I hope they're talking about the children because they're trying to basically say, look at the birdie over here while they're doing something over here. Look at the birdie over here while they're doing something over here. The left hand ain't fucking talking about it. 15 minutes, right. So, and then you'll know if something's pending for Friday. So, Join My Guild has a bank account that she's filled portal. She didn't get it either. John, my girl, has a bank account and she filed a portal and she didn't get it either. Yep, bullshit. I have Direct Express. Yep, bullshit. I have Direct Express also. Bullshit. Does anyone know anything that has Direct Express that have received any? Yes, I tried to explain that earlier, Sutton girl. Basically what's happened is anyone who's got they work, okay, and they filed taxes and they work part-time and they have Direct Express and they filed their taxes. Their payments went in the 8th, the 15th, and today. They got their stimulus checks. Everyone else that is non-filers didn't get jack shit. I hope that answers that question pretty good. And I know quite a few people with Direct Express. So do I. Why would you call, AJ? Same, Bettina. To get information, I want my money. Well, there's another thing, AJ. Most of the government thinks because we get benefits monthly, we're not hurting that bad because we can maintain our monthly benefits, make sure we have food, shelter, lodging, clothing, electricity, rent, everything. So we don't need it that bad. So they're delaying it for whatever fucking reason. I don't know why, but again, it's utter bullshit. I want my money. They won't tell you anything. Yep, there you go. Social Security basically lambasted me today. It tells you not to call. Yeah, and if you do click to ask for a supervisor, they give you the same bullshit. So I call, read articles nonstop. I read the New York Post. How is the Post? I read the Washington Post. I find that newspaper to be the best paper out there in the world. I mean, my first 4 weeks is $1, and I'm telling you, I'm sucking up everything I can get my hands on. And then I go through, and this is how I work it so you understand, AJ. In the mornings when I get up, I fill my coffee cup up. I go online. I drink my coffee. I watch video YouTubers doing updates about stupid bullshit stuff. I go through the Google feeds. I go through other news feeds. I go through everything. I pick off everything I can to find out dates of change, if they have a concrete timeline. Then when I'm done, I go to the Washington Post and other newspapers I'm subscribed to. I go through it on this tablet. I get done. I wash up. I get on video. And I give the latest update every morning. And that's why the video is 6 hours and 44 minutes. We got a lot of people that come to me asking about Direct Express. There's a lot of people that are throwing bullshit dates out there. Oh, you're going to get paid Wednesday. So many people are saying, I don't know anything about May 1st as a possibility. We were all going to get paid today. And that blew up in their face. Now they're throwing dates out. It's Friday. I bet you my bottom, top, and middle dollar, we ain't going to see jack shit Friday either. Now, I'm not hurting for money, but I'm also worried about everyone else around me that needs the money to live and survive and buy food and can't. So I keep focusing on these videos daily, you know. PNC Bank, you see? Anyone who's getting their money, then I gotta ask the question, AJ, did your ex-boyfriend file taxes? Because everyone who filed taxes, as I said before, get their benefits first. The ones that are the non-filers have been shit on, and no one knows, when they're going to get paid. What is that, Bettina? Listen to Rita? Well, what about listening to me? So if he didn't file his taxes, then that's kind of odd because most people file taxes, get their money first. Everyone else doesn't get it. So unless, that's the thing. Everyone that files, the filers get their money first. The non-filers sit back and wait. Now, hence why he's my ex. Let's see. So I call, read articles nonstop. I read the New York Post. Listen to Rita. Listen to me on what? That's what I'm asking, Bettina. Well, listen to me. What reason? My ex has PNC Bank. Yes, my girlfriend has Citizen Bank. No routine either. And I have Direct Express. Nope. Inspire next. They got banned earlier for saying they got it too early. I mean, some of them keep asking questions that you're answering. They should listen to. Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. Thank you, Bettina, for correcting me. I mean, I have a lot of people think I'm full of shit. And frankly, I call through. I mean, I accumulate so much every day just to find every piece of information to make sure we know when we're getting our payments, Oh yeah, I mean, what? Your girlfriend was on my channel and got banned. What was the reason she got banned for? If that's the case, I'll have to look into it. Hopefully she didn't get banned. So anyway, 7 minutes and then we'll know. I'll be calling my tablet, my headphones again as usual. Oh, well. I believe you. That's why. Well, I do the best I can. Frankly, I've been digging up so much information that, like Sutton and Bettina knows, it really gets tiring sometimes when, you doing a video and then you have all these people come in, AJ, and they're like, "Where's my money?" And you sit there thinking, well, sir or ma'am, you get it when fucking government doesn't. Then I'm like, well, here's the deal, to explain it to them. And they understand, but still, sometimes they just want to be rude because they just want to basically ask the same thing. Where's your Direct Express? Am I going to get my payment? I just seen someone say they got their money and I got banned. But I don't want to be in the middle of it. I understand you explain it good to me. I just get different information. Everyone's getting different information. That's the thing. No one has any info. The true answer is, and I've said this to Sutton, I've said this to Bettina, that Direct Express, American Bank, doesn't want us to know when we're getting paid. The IRS doesn't. The Treasury doesn't. I mean, they can fucking flip a switch and give us all our money tomorrow, but they don't. Why don't they? No one fucking knows. All they want to do is fucking be assholes. Ass clowns, motherfuckers, dipshits. Well, stick around here, you won't be alone at least. You'll feel, well, I'm just going to say it as a minister of God, you're not alone. You can always tune in anytime. We'll always be there for you. So, 24 pregnant. Wow. With a little peanut on the way. We all need our money. I agree. Everyone needs their money. I don't, but, I used to be a complete dipstick basically saying that, the elderly is going to hoard it, the disabled is going to spend it foolishly, the people that need it's going to spend it wisely. So why do we all need this money? Well, now I see everyone's situation changing, and it's pretty bad. Yeah, my state does the same. If you don't have an income, they'll pay the rent here. I live on an island, so my rent's about a third of my income. So my if I had to pay full price, it's like 1,300. My rent's like $300, so I can't complain. The electricity is what's really gets us, but we have extra money because we got our electricity subsidy covered after waiting 5 months. They were waiting for the government to cut a check. Ugh. It's simple, Minnesota. Do I got to explain that too? Google HUD programs in your state. You also can Google the USDA RARD program, Rural Development. There's a link out there somewhere I can find you eventually that tells you what housing is subsidized in rural communities. It's the orphan program to HUD. I live in a rural community on an island, so I'm with the USDA, the United States Department of Agriculture, Rural Assistant, Rural Development. Well, of course it's expensive. You live in Phoenix. Chloe was there for 4 years.
Who's
She knows
this
exactly.
person lives in Phoenix?
One of my moderators, Bettina McDonald.
We're at Phoenix. Where they live in Phoenix,
No, I don't know what suburb of Phoenix. They just live in Phoenix.
I mean, what's their nearest major street crossings?
Major street crossings. I don't know.
Like, I used to live in Mesa off of Gilbert, Maine.
Mm.
And one time I lived somewhere that was near McClintock and Southern and Tempe. And then in Phoenix, it was 24th and Thomas.
I'm on a waiting list with Section 8. Yeah, I see Section 8's got a long wait list. I know exactly, New Windsor, New York. Wow. Yeah, I live on an island north of Seattle. Little island chain called San Juan Island. Very beautiful. I'd like to be on the beach, but they closed the beach down. Didn't want people getting the coronavirus walking on the beach. Go figure.
Yeah, look into a couple of those fish markets. They sound pretty good.
Actually, HUD's nationwide. HUD would be in major cities like Pennsylvania and Philadelphia. Smaller communities would be USDA. If they're rural communities, it'd be the United States Department of Agriculture, Rural Assistance, Rural Development.
Usually, USDA's usually in small towns, rural areas where you have HUD, which is in large. They're like in small cities or in big city suburbs. Where Section 8, you find.
Tina lives near the Metro Center.
Metro Center Mall. Okay, I know where that's at. But yeah, Section 8 is usually in the major cities in the town area.
Your best bet is if you want subsidized, you live in a rural assistant. That's what we do, and it's easier to find housing than basically waiting on the HUD. So AJ says she was born and raised. I just moved to the East Coast. I'm born and raised in Las Vegas.
Huh. Where do you go on the East Coast?
Windsor, New York.
I grew up an hour and a half west out of Pittsburgh. I lived out that area for like 20 years until I moved to Phoenix, and then I came out here. But before I lived out to Pittsburgh, when I was very little, I used to live in Sacramento when I was very little. I was born in Redding, California. Moppy was born in Washington.
My Shih Tzu, little Shih Tzu boy was born in Washington.
He's never lived in another state before. Haven't you, Moppy? He will someday when this pandemic blows over in a year or two. We could probably do our Johnstown move then. But yeah, this is your birth state, Moppy. You're born in Quincy.
Mm-hmm. He was born in Quincy, Washington, bub. Oh God, Sacramento and Reading, you.
Yeah, I was born in Reading. Lived in Sacramento when I was very young. Then we moved out towards the east end of Ohio, right across the river from West Virginia and Pennsylvania. We were next to the northern panhandle of West Virginia, where Wheeling is.
Mm-hmm.
We were in between Wheeling, West Virginia, and Steubenville, Ohio. Why do you have your headphones on?
Trek Express.
Okay, but yeah.
Minnesota's cinema. Is there anything pending, any of you? Because I'm checking pending real quick. Like I said, I would hold your breath. No stimulation here. Yeah, well, is there anything pending? Nothing pending. So Thursday, there's not going to be any money. So we'll know. Or actually, we won't know anything until. Well, let's see. It's Thursday already there, so that would mean nothing pending for the next 24 hours. So we'll see about Friday. Sleep well, Patina. You don't call them, they won't give you any information. Everyone knows they won't give you any information. Minnesota. Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I would say. But I also would say keep an eye on my videos, Josh, because if I get a pending, I will be letting everyone know so they can check their account themselves. That's the only way we'll know. Even if we all give up, I have to keep checking to keep going down. So right now, it's the 23rd, and um, in April there in the East Coast. So we all just got to sit back and wait. So tomorrow night, again, we'll check to see if anything for Friday. More likely won't. So we'll check for Friday. And if there's nothing Friday, we'll check Saturday. I'm taking a break Sunday. That would mean the last week of April, but I don't think we're going to see anything. I think we're going to sleep well, Tactical Michael. Night, Sutton. Tactical Michael. So that means there's, well, let's see. Tina's going to bed. Sutton's going to bed. That leaves 8 people watching. Tactical Michael's going to bed. That means 7. That just leaves AJ and Josh and some other people. Night, Sutton. Sleep well. So, um, anyone else have any questions or stuff? Actually, Direct Express usually kicks in at 1 a.m. Eastern Time every month, so on the dot. So I've been dealing with Direct Express since 2007. So that's why I know the time zones for checking to see if there's anything pending. Like tomorrow morning, I'll check between 10:30 and 12:30 Pacific Time, AM, and then PM in that time frame. Then I'll do a video um, afterwards, and then that'll tell me if there's anything pending. If not, that would mean at 10 o'clock it resets itself tomorrow for Friday. Well, 2:30 in the morning can't buy much unless you're shopping online. So, but still. Anyways, this is really hurting people. You know that, AJ? I mean, it's hurting a lot of people. I still can't be Social Security lady. They told me that people need to rely on that check for food. They need a payee. What type of people would say that, you know? All right, check back around tomorrow, Josh. Get some sleep. Good night.
These Social Security people, they're really being a pain. They're really, they're just being rude. You call them up like when I called up, remember?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well.
And I just told you that if you have a disability, you should have a payee.
Yeah, because I was taking care of you. So, yeah, I'm still here, too.
I don't think she has the power to do it, though, that lady on the phone.
She was just upset.
Upset because everyone's getting, people with disabilities getting checks.
Yeah.
It's this pandemic that's really stirring up people. People are attacking each other. Of course, I'm making some call. I might make some calls on phone when I can. Whenever we could call lawyers again. I'm not letting this go. I'm going to.
They probably do know they're probably getting paid. We're probably, but the thing is Direct Express has no answers. That's the real problem, you know. They just don't have, And that's how I see it, And what's really bad is when everyone does get their checks, groceries going to be stockpiled like crazy, and grocery stores are going to run out of supplies yet again. Oh, yeah, I know. I mean, SSA knows what's going on. We look at, for example, Direct Express, American Bank. I mean, right now, the railroad people that are supposed to get their 1,200 stimulus for the railroad and the veterans, they ain't getting anything. They're being to be discussed at a later date for deposit. I mean, that tells you right there they're trying to shaft anyone on government benefits. What was the fraudulent lawsuit for? I heard I've had nothing but good luck with Direct Express for 13 years. So, to me, they've always been fair to me. So, but yeah, SSA, they know something. Last time I spoke to them Monday, they said it's May 1st, but then all of a sudden the IRS posts this freaking Twitter that says in the next 3 weeks. I mean, literally, Steve Mnuchin said he just flips a switch and everyone gets paid. I heard that the reason Direct Express doesn't want to have stimulus payments put in is because they have to charge the government more money for those payments, so they want it all at once, And that's a problem too, I don't know. Oh, I know. We should have been a priority, but we're not. Literally, that's what's really sad. Is they said the needy and the poor get it first, then everyone else. Instead, we're on the back burner. I think it's because we get monthly benefits that they just think we're fine. I mean, literally, there's a lot of struggling people out there with families, with children. They're struggling. They could lose their houses, their cars. States won't reopen because of this virus, and it hurts me to no end. I see people all the time. I don't want to live in my car again, or I'm out of meds and I need this money, and I gotta wait. Hopefully, it comes tomorrow. Hopefully, it comes tomorrow. It doesn't come tomorrow. Oh yeah, I know. I mean, I'm a video game collector, but right now, AJ, there's not the freaking time to buy video games. I mean, look, you said you suck up as much information as possible, so I assume you saw the report where Congress people were saying that they're putting in safety net so private um, creditor or private debt collectors can't touch this money because people need to buy food. I mean, one of our people that I don't know if he's still here in Minnesota. He said that he went to Walmart the other day. He goes Walmart. 60% of the electronics were bought out. I'm sorry, but I live in a state where we have extra resources, and where I live, we have a center that if you can't pay your rent, you need food, you can go to them. And people they're now asking questions to people. Where's your stimulus check? They got to prove they didn't get it. And if they didn't get it, they get help. And if they did get it and they spent it, they're like, no, no, no. The people are suffering. We're not helping someone. You just bought a new jumbo TV. Well, you're now asking for help for food or rent because you went and bought a freaking TV. I mean, the economy can be stimulated later if it ever survives. Right now, we have to look after everyone, pull together, and advocate. I mean, I don't like seeing people spend their money foolishly and then go, oh, I can't eat. I mean, I don't have Facebook. I destroyed my Facebook, family issue. And so I use Twitter only to check IRS. Otherwise, the only way family can find me is through email or YouTube. And because of it, it's in a bathtub. That's a waste of money. You don't basically post in a bathtub. I mean, a lot of people hurting right now and a lot of people that need their money, and the government says, oh, I'm sorry, you can get a paper check. If you lose your car and your house and everything, not my problem. Go back to work. Quit mooching off the system. This virus is so deadly that people are afraid to go back to work. Polls said 86% don't want to go back to work. They don't trust going back to work. Well, yeah, you see? So she spent $1,200, a girl, and now she's doing nude pictures. I mean, literally, that's just downright wrong. If you get $1,200, make it last. I mean, that's the thing. Like I was talking to people earlier on this video. We were talking about um, food, and I was talking to Chloe. She just got on disability, and so she got a retro check. She hasn't got her first payments, and she asked me to check money orders for stores that can ship her food. So I've been emailing companies like Omaha Steaks and stuff, and making sure freezer's full, and that's what I've been doing in my spare time. And we were talking about large cut steaks and stuff to make sure the freezer is full, and but that's why I supported Chloe for 50 months, spent about $40,000. So Right now we're in a pandemic, so what she has, she's trying to give back to a point. And so we're trying to make sure the freezer's full. And so it's just really hard, I mean, literally. And so I didn't want to insult anyone talking about, you know, steaks and seafood. But, but to me, it's we have to eat, and so, our grocery stores are empty where we live, except for the two islands over. They're full. So Chloe's going shopping tomorrow for groceries on a different island, and yet, I see all these people buying useless stuff. And to me, I keep saying, hoard your supplies. I mean, there's a lot of hoarding. I mean, look at toilet paper. 3.5 weeks we were out. I found a place that sold two types of TP, so I stockpiled TP and paper towels. Make sure I don't have to use other means to wipe or take a shower. But water is included, but the electric bill gets high. Since I've been taking care of Chloe for 50 months, I've learned to cut my water bill down, or my electric bill down, by taking a shower or bath once in a while instead of every day. So I mean, I have to penny pinch myself. I'm trying to figure out HUD. I must be dumb. HUD's easy to figure out. What you do is you go to states, you put in whatever state you want to live in, and you put in HUD, and it should give you a list of housing. Same with the USDA. Oh yeah, you see, you waste $1,200 on a birthday present. I wouldn't waste money on that kind of thing if it's an ex. Hell, I'm pretty much single after my husband died, and you don't see me. I mean, you know. Yeah, well, sometimes in my opinion, like Chloe got two huge retro checks. So to me, she wants to spend a little money. She's been having no money for 50 months. So to me, it was a blessing when she decided, meats and stuff to survive and grocery shopping. I mean, hell, one of Chloe's favorite things to do is she likes to keep rum on hand, to drink. Malibu, Bacardi. It's, those things, but the retro check was so huge that she can do it, but she's also penny pinching, and only going out, usually to get milk or cheese or butter. Otherwise, we're pretty well stocked here. It's just being stuck indoors is what's really bad. I know what you mean. I've been in the same situation. Trust me. I've been that way a couple times, and it's not pretty. It gives you nightmares. So I understand completely. You don't have to use the word. Just thinking about probably give me a nightmare tonight. So that's really, um, really sad. I mean, a lot of girls that happens, and I'm very compassionate. You know, especially for the child. I hope, honestly, you took legal action. So, anyways, Minnesota, like I said, I can help you in the future, if you need help with HUD. I'm with USDA, so I know exactly how to go through, navigate the USDA site. So, make sure to include so, that's how I see it. So, on that aspect. I mean, what you do, Minnesota is, for example, say you want to live in Las Vegas, you put in Las Vegas HUD, and it'll pull up a directory of all the housing that does HUD. You want to live in Washington State, for example, put in Washington State HUD, and it'll pull up all the places that Washington State has HUD. That's how it works, you know. So it's a simple thing. It's by state, you know, and it'll tell you sometimes wait list is 6 months or 10 years. Those people are still waiting 15 years for HUD because everyone wants on HUD because it's 30% of your income. USDA is the same, but with the housing market crashing because there's too many houses for sale and people unemployed, a lot of people are going to try to get into the family settings of subsidized. So, you know, it's complicated. Be right back. Yeah. All right. So, maybe. Let's see. They're opening up all the kids. Oh, I know. I saw a report in the Post where the mayor of Las Vegas said she wanted everyone had the virus to go and mingle and everything and let the Mother Nature weed them all out if they die. Oh, well. Me, I think that's freaking sick. Sick minds thinking, you know. I mean, but, you know, I'm so sorry for what you've had to go through. I lost my husband 4 years ago, so I know all about death. So, oh yeah, she is crazy. And literally, even the Washington Post said that. But damn, I'm telling you, it's not cool, you know. But I don't know. I don't know anymore, you know. We're all, you know. My dad served 38 years in the military. He died of a heart attack working on the first call 4. I got benefits starting when I was 12, 11 years old, something like that. Let's see, 12 years old. He died right after my 12th birthday. I went to see him and then told me he loved me and he didn't think he was going to live much longer. 3 weeks later, he passed away right after my birthday. He always used to say my grandmother was a tough old bird, but he didn't know she passed away 6 months, 5 months before I went to see him. I went to Ohio, so long time ago. I'm getting up there in age, probably 50 years old soon, so not bad looking for 50, but not the most attractive either. You know, it's just funny. 18th birthday. Are you? Didn't you say you're 24? So if you're 24, how is it you're 18? Are you? It doesn't make sense. Oh well. It just seems, you know, you know. I thought you said you were. Oh, you're 17. Wow. Do you have a? Do you manage your own money? Because if you manage your own money, that's interesting. Because anyone under, I don't know, you know, how it works with the stimulus check. You know, that's something that's interesting. You know, 17. Wow. Yeah. Well, if you're on SSI or SSDI, you know you know, if it's a trust or something. I don't know how it works with inheritances. I hear if you get an inheritance, the government takes it right out to cover all the expenses of the years you're on disability. So I don't really know how it works, honestly. My father-in-law, he wanted to give me an inheritance, but he's like, "You can't do it." The guy's loaded, and he's like, "I can't do it because you'll lose your disability and stuff." Um, so he's like not going to give me anything. He wanted to because I call him monthly and or weekly, and I talk to him, and ever since hubby died, and but he's going to give it to his all the money to his niece. And I was like, I mean, literally, I look after him more than anyone, and it's like, oh well, it's life. He's like, I can't give you anything because you'll lose it to the government, even in a trust or, an inheritance or whatever. So it's like, whatever. I don't understand, that part. It just doesn't make sense. So I know he's right, but, he's almost 70. So he's just like, oh, can't give you any inheritance, but he's going to give it to his niece. And I'm just like, whatever. That's cool. In college? Yeah, college is cool. I never graduated high school, so, I was in special education, so, but I'm very intelligent. I suck up all the information I can to get the best information for everyone right now. It keeps my mind busy from being stuck indoors. Kind of stinks. People say, "Oh, well, you can go out." Yeah, yeah. Where am I going to go? The grocery store? I mean, literally can't go to the beach. I live on an island, so I'm screwed. But still, what really bothers me is seeing all these people hurting and going hungry and going to lose their houses and everything, and they can't even get $1,200 that could help them. Everyone's entitled to the 1,200. Criminal justice. Yeah, well, that's good. So you want to be a lawyer? Yeah, well, you are very blessed. I can tell you that. Not what your situation would happen to you, but you were blessed. So, unless you want to go to criminal justice to be a prison guard or something. I know a couple of people that was nurses that changed professions and went to be prison guard. So, Jose, the guy that's interested in me, he's a prison guard too, but he hasn't messaged me in a while. I send him coffee once a month, and he doesn't even message me. I even gave him my phone number and my email address and everything since I got rid of Facebook, and I write him letters all the time, and no reply. He's like, "Oh yeah, I watch your videos." Really interesting, but you can't comment or tell me how you're doing. You're interested in me. Nah. Sometimes I feel like I'm the fool. Literally. Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, the criminal justice system is freaking broken. 20 years ago, they would criminalize people, but nowadays, I mean, my roommate, for example, I don't want to go into details, but my roommate one night, a couple years ago, we had a neighbor over. And this might really piss you off. We were all drinking, enjoying ourselves. I passed out on the floor. They took my bed. My bed's right here. I woke up like 7 hours later. My roommate was on the bed, and this woman, my roommate's intersex or hermaphrodite, was on top, and this lady who's like 200 pounds or something was on top of her, and my roommate knew what happened because I woke up. She begged me to help her, get her off, and so law enforcement came out, did everything, and they're like, oh, well, you were drinking, so it doesn't count, blah, 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 blah. That was it, But the woman that did it to her being hermaphrodite, like me, left her child next to her sleeping for like 12 hours. Didn't even check on him. They had CPS out there. They just swept it all under the freaking rug. After that, it was like the criminal justice system doesn't work. That was it, So to me, I just think, what the hell, I've been through a lot myself as a child, and as an adult, it's happened to me a couple times, and it's like, alcohol or no alcohol, justice should be served, but nope, they just look the other way. Or, oh, it didn't happen, or oh, this or that.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm going to say on that,
What happens when you're under the trans umbrella and stuff happens like that?
Yeah, they put you under the trans umbrella, like Chloe just said.
And then they say nothing happened. Hell, they file a lawsuit against someone. Hell, if you're gay or lesbian, yeah, you might win, but if you're trans, well, the judge will always side with the bigot. Even if they support the trans community, they'll still side with the bigot because they're being paid to side with the bigot.
Hold on. After my mom died, my sister abandoned me. She chose a man over me, her little sister, and her kids. I just was a stupid little kid, according to the Clark County Police. Yeah. With Chloe, it's like, oh, well, you're under the trans umbrella, so, to them you were drinking, and, they were saying, oh, it was probably, consensual. And honestly, Chloe begged me, and it took me like 20 minutes to get her off of Chloe because she was pinned Chloe down. Chloe made sure, stuff happened. Nothing happened. And then on top of it, nothing on the CPS, and, and then they all chalk it up to booze. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I'm bipolar 1, and I have special education. I also have, I'm under two other things. I have Asperger's and fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. My mom was drunk, so with me, and I'm also slowly going blind without my glasses, and I think this is here. I got to put this in one of these days. I've been meaning to do it. I'm going deaf in my ears, so my hearing aid, I got to change the hearing out. The battery's dead, so I got to change it out. But yeah, I have a hearing aid, and, so, and I have heart disease. I know tobacco helps with heart, doesn't help with heart disease, but it's one of the reasons why I do it is because I can't smoke in my apartment. It's a non-smoking building. So, and then, being disabled, I have a service dog, Moppy the Shih Tzu. He's got his little coat and everything. Here, Mop. Here. Oh, what's up, huh? What's up? Haha. I need a hug. Oh, yeah, I need a hug. Well, if you want to say aw because of Moppy here, I'll show you something that's cute too. Hold on a sec. Hi. Here's the baby of the family. Down! Don't knock the computer over. No! This is not your dinner. Okay. He's not going to harm you. He's not going to harm you. Look at the nose. Now this is an odd. This is actually a full-grown Dutch dwarf. He's a rabbit. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. You should too. Well, at your age, you shouldn't be smoking or drinking. Hi. I mean, I truly love this little guy too. This 1 year old. We got him on Easter last year. Some people say, "Oh, is that real? Is he a battery operating?" Oh, shh, don't do that. Don't squirm, Bubba. And I say, "Well, where's the thing for the battery? You know?" Yeah. So you understand Rabbitson? He's 1 year old. This is a Dutch Black Otter Dutch. So it's my baby. Brings me comfort and happiness. Oh yeah. There you go. Go ahead. Go ahead. Here you go, Bubba. Oh, I tell you, it's just been a hassle with the coronavirus. You know, I got a moderator, and I appointed a moderator that thinks that the virus is fake. You know, and me, I'm literally scared. So, you know, but yeah. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, well, you know, Ebony understands me and he looks after me. I know he does a little dance every time I fill it. He looks at me when his water thing's down and I fill it up and he dances. And when I fill up the little food bowl, he dances like, "Oh yeah, food." But they're easy to maintain, you know. The only thing that kind of gets sucky is you got to clean its cage out a lot because rabbit urine is kind of strong, you know. I hope you're not really thinking about that. Hey, Rob, how you doing? That's what sucks about having it sometimes. Oh, people younger than me smoking. I know that, but the thing is, you know, young people shouldn't be smoking and drinking. You know, that's why sometimes I always put disclaimers in some of my other videos from my other channel when I review cigars or drink, because I tell them turn it off. It's not for kids, because you know, I mean, literally to me, you know, at my age, you know, they say old dogs can't learn new tricks. Well, they can, but me, I'm just set in my ways. You know, I like to write letters. I like to, you know, etc., etc. It's just the way I am, you know. So, my 1200 brother, let me guess, Rob, you'd like an update too? What's going on with Social Security, SSI, and stuff? I can gladly give you an update if you haven't heard the update already. And I hope you're not really thinking of eating your bunny, because bunnies are families. It'd be like me saying I'm going to eat my Shih Tzu because of my $1,200 income. I'm literally not worried about money. I'm actually worried about other people, you know. So, anyways, anyone got anything to talk about or questions to ask? Hello? Did the comments peter out finally? Is it time for me to log out? Let's see. AJ says, "Do you think we're going to receive our stimulus payments?" Honestly, AJ, I can't guarantee it, but like I said, if you understand what I said earlier about your questions, the government is not talking about Direct Express at all. Literally. I was told that they were going to update it Direct Express Wednesday. Today, they didn't do it. I was told Social Security was going to be updating this stuff. They didn't do it. The people are just saying it'll come on our card. No problem. IRS turned around, and said, hey, in the next 3 weeks. Honestly, they keep changing the dates. And frankly, I don't know why, but like I said many times over, all they have to do is flip a switch, transfer money. They're not flipping the switch, so no one knows why the hell they're not just transferring it. Somehow it seems they're trying to delay people getting the money for whatever reason. That's what I see. I mean, they can make one computer tap in, transfer it all. Why they're making people wait is beyond me. And anytime I try to get more information on Direct Express, all I get is the same run around with that damn bloody answering service, which we have no information at this time about money. I mean, literally, I'd like to see everyone get their checks tomorrow, but now it's on and now it's reset itself for pending, and there's no pending, nothing pending. So who knows when we're getting it? I mean, it said end of April, then early May, then in the next 3 weeks. It's like Sutton said before she left. Yeah, I'm not holding my breath. I mean, it just doesn't make freaking sense. I said that in a previous video. I thought people were going to get paper checks, but, paper checks would have went out this week for us. So if we're not getting any paper checks this week, then, and one of the things that I have is called mail notification by the Postal Service. So every day, if I get anything in my mailbox, they'll post a picture of what's coming. So if there's a treasury check, I'm going to let everyone know it's paper. They're delaying it. And if it isn't paper, well, now the other thing is the IRS portal's broken. Because the portal's broken, they haven't updated or plan to update it. I heard people say they're going to update it when it comes to the Direct Express to tell us when we're going to get our payment. Instead, they're not updating it. So again, we're all freaking screwed yet again, No, you're wrong about that. The next paper check dates that go out, sweetie, is the 27th. Everyone will receive the paper checks between the 28th and May 2nd. Right now, all the paper checks have already went out April 20th for the 24th. A few of my friends in Texas got their checks today. So a couple other people in California and stuff got theirs yesterday. So it depends on where the checks are coming from, what Treasury Department. The Treasury has 7 Treasury Departments. So they have seven mints that can print checks and print money. So out of those 7, 5 million checks will go out to various places to make sure they get it in time. So the checks already went out on the 20th. We're supposed to receive them by the 24th. So Monday they'll be sending out more checks on the 27th for a May 1st delivery or a May 2nd. And then it goes down the list all the way to September 11th. Let's see. Yeah, paper checks go out. No, like I said, paper checks are already going out. They're going out Monday. People are receiving between Friday and Saturday of every week. Let's see. Hey, Bertha, Direct Express is a mess. We know it's a fucking mess. Excuse my French. I mean, look at it. They won't give us any fucking updates. You've been with me for how many live sessions? We all talk about the same bullshit. It's the same crap. They won't update things. I mean, literally, a lot of people are hurting. You're hurting. AJ's hurting. Sutton's hurting. All these people are hurting. And we're not getting any fucking answers. But it's not just about New York. It's not just about if you live in a certain state, you get it updated. It's basically nationwide, AJ. So basically what they're doing is they're saying, look, fuck you. We're not giving you an update. So what they're doing is also people at the railroad that's supposed to be getting a deposit, they put in to be discussed or to be determined when they're going to get their money dropped in. The veterans just was told a few days ago they're going to get payments, but again, it's to be discussed. So the veterans that are fighting for our rights are basically being shit on, just like people on benefits, because it's just a big hassle. And I assume being bipolar, we do have a paranoid side. I'm paranoid the government's basically just saying, fuck you, you ain't getting one. We're basically bitching, you know? That's what I think. What is it? I think Direct Express does know. Remember, they sign a contract every year or every few years, because they're the only ones the government wants to handle the money through America. I've been with Direct Express since 2007. I've had nothing but good luck with them. So, yeah, still no damn update. I think they are hopefully forget about our fair share. That's what they're trying to do, Veralta. They don't give a fuck. All they care about is fucking shitting on everyone else. Well, yeah, everyone knows it's a damn shame. And look, they're shitting on the veterans, they're shitting on the railroad people. They think because we already get monthly payments, we can make it last. And remember what I said earlier, Social Security, when I talked to him today, without anyone who's going hungry right now, relying on a $1,200 check, should be on a payee, because they should make their money last. I mean, literally. You know, in my fucking opinion, Veralta, the reason they're fucking doing this to people is because they know people are suffering. Grocery stores are running out of toilet paper and paper towels. Others are running out of food. People are suffering. It's like the government wants to collapse the government. The government wants to collapse the economy, and the government wants to make people go hungry. I mean, literally. I mean, it's all politics. I mean, that's how I see it. Maybe I'm just paranoid, but I think it's the way I see it is they don't want to pay us. They have till December 31st in the law to pay it. And if they can delay it as long as possible, you know, but then again, remember what I said earlier, Veralta, if you remember. They go and get a $2.2 trillion stimulus package. 2 weeks later, all the small business and money ran out. Airlines have been fucking bailed out. Fucking 70 big chain companies that have chain stores all over the place got bailed out. Big business gets bailed out. Everyone who filed their taxes on the portal, TurboTax, or H&R Block, got their money. And it's still trickling in. What happened to the people on benefits? Oh, well, why can't they just fucking come out and say, we have no more money? Then when the small business loans ran out, they went to Congress, begged for another package, $484 billion. Again, where's the fucking money for us? Why don't they just come out and cut the bullshit and say we're out of money? And then I would understand that. But instead, dragging it out for whatever reason. I also have other theories, as you know. One is the elderly hoards their money. That's what happened in the last 3 stimuluses in the past during Obama and Bush. The disabled spend it foolishly to stimulate the economy. And then people that needed it spend it wisely. So I think they know this. I mean, look at it this way. And I'll explain it in a second. I have something else to say. But yeah, tax filers are bragging and spending their money on dumb crap and trying to sell naked picture and video to make money. Not Shake Shack. They got their money. Early May. What the fuck is early May? Exactly. That's the thing. First they said it's late for disability, retirement survivors, late April. Social SSI, early May. Then the newspapers said everyone gets it early May. What is the definition of early May? I asked Social Security. They said May 1st, May 7th. Then today, fucking IRS says, oh, you'll get it in the next 3 weeks. Play on words, next 3 weeks. And you just answered just something I was about to say, AJ. They're going out, spending their fucking money foolishly when they should be using it because, you know, use it for food and make sure they're taken care of. They go buy useless shit and brag about it. And then when the economy takes a nosedive and there's excess video games, excess computers, whatever they're buying, they're bragging about it, thinking, oh, I got the government will bail me out again, or these places here will pay my rent. And then they try to take away from people that fucking need it. And I'm sitting here thinking, what the fuck is wrong with these pictures? Now, let me answer the thing that I want to say, you know. Cinco de Mayo, Mother's Day, what the fuck? Yeah, I mean, let's see, Veralta says the government wants sweep this under the carpet. They do everything else. I agree with you. Well, how about this, Veralta, AJ? AJ just said that they're buying stupid shit, right? Let me put it this way. There is another theory that I'm putting on the table right now that I came up with. The Congress and the Senate is watching all these stupid motherfuckers buying useless garbage, useless shit. And they're looking at people buying stuff, bragging on social media. And they're thinking the people that suffer like us are going to do the same fucking thing and do the same shit. So why give it to us when they think we're going to do the same? Spend it foolishly. That's what I think. I mean, look, if 80 million people got their checks after filing, they're buying useless shit and crap when they should be buying food, thinking the government or the churches or the resource centers or these places will bail them out so they can buy useless shit. And yet they're turning around and watching all these people buy useless shit. They're basically thinking, maybe we shouldn't give them the disabled and the ones on retirement survivors, SSI, railroad veterans, etc. money because they'll do the same shit. So let's hold it back for the people that get a monthly check. So what are they doing? They're fucking screwing over the fucking people. Oh, I know. It's because they're basically funneling their fucking money into fucking electronics. Let me put it this way, AJ. Did you ever hear about the other pandemic, the other shortage going on? So a guy invented a robot, an online bot for online internet, right? You can download it. It's free. It's like BirdBot or something. Means what it does is it alerts you of any products you want to buy, like toilet paper. As soon as it's in stock, you can buy as many as you want. Well, anyways, this guy originally made it for the Switch. Nintendo, I have connections with Nintendo, is bringing out 22 plus million more Switches because around the world, they're all sold out. And around the world, the countries that have stimulus checks going out for the people, these motherfuckers are taking these Switches, putting on eBay. Instead of charging $200 for a Switch Lite, $300 for a full Switch, they're turning around and charging $500 to $800 for a Switch, thinking that the American people are stupid motherfuckers that can be parted with their money. You know the old saying, a fool can be parted with their money. They're basically taking and jacking Nintendo Switches up, thinking everyone's going to be at home. They want the latest system, the Switch. I keep telling people, save your money. You can get a Switch when they restock in late summer, early fall. In the meantime, don't fall to the Switch scam. Oh, yeah, see, that's exactly what they're doing. We can't give up. I have two Switches. Well, yeah, so I have the lights, and I have the regulars, too, and I also have the new ones. And I know they're bringing out a Switch Pro soon, because I have connections with Nintendo. Being a former moderator at Nintendo gives you some extra perks, and sometimes testing power. Plus the fact when you worked 60 plus hours a long time ago, testing Pokemon, you get to know what you're testing. Same with RPGs, but that's beside the point. Point is, I have stacks of Switch games. So all my games I'm using right now to keep myself busy, to keep myself entertained, and I'm not buying anything. Whereas everyone else is basically buying fucking foolish shit. It's basically, but that's beside the point. Don't get me started with the Switches. But you understand, they're fucking trying to part with everyone's money because they're fucking lazy son of the bitches that trying to make a living, so they're hoarding them all. Well, let them hoard them all. Nintendo will just produce 20, 30, 40, 50 million and be like, haha, fuck you, you scalpers. Hooker is a big one. Yeah, I know. Some people are buying hookers, and I saw a guy the other day. It pissed me off. I was watching some dipshit's video, and this guy said, "Oh, when my money comes, I'm gonna go buy $1,200 of booze. The government will bail me out, or some agency if I need rent money. I'm just gonna supply the beer and the wine and the liquor market. Enhance them." I'm sorry, but you don't fucking buy that much booze. I mean, there's other things. I was at the store a while ago. Some people were getting their stimulus checks a couple weeks ago. And I went down the non-tourist store. That's what the ones for the people on our island. And the entire booze section was empty. Beer was filled up in carts. So a guy sitting there smiling going, "Yeah, man, the wife's got 2,400 plus 500 for each of her kids. Look what we're doing." I'm looking at this cart. It's full of beer and stuff. I'm going, I didn't even say anything. I wanted to say, you're a sorry piece of shit if you're taking your $500 stimulus per kid and you're buying grog with it. I mean, literally just furiated me. And then I went down the aisle and, I was looking for a bottle of scotch. So I got my scotch, got my meats, got what I needed for that week. And, I mean, we must have waited like an hour and a half. They were just scanning like beep, beep, people. So many shopping carts filled with booze, filled with chips, filled with snacks, filled with beer, filled with liquor, filled with wine. And I'm going, thinking of myself at the time, I don't think we're going to get a stimulus if everyone knows they're buying all this crap. I mean, what? You're upset you don't have a job, so you want to get fucking inebriated? Oh, yeah, me, I'm drunk. Woo. He's looking for hepatitis and liver cancer. I mean, honestly, I don't want to be rude, AJ, but it is just fucking stupid what they're buying. And then people tell me I'm full of shit. Oh, well, we could buy what we want. I mean, I love my advocates on this island, okay? I was emailing them the other day, and I said, hey, what if someone needs help? They need food or clothing or rent money. And I said, what do you do with the stimulus? They ask for bank accounts. They check if the deposit's in there, and if it is, or some of them, they just say, what happened to your stimulus? Oh, well, it got spent. Well, what did you spend it? And they literally got to weed it out to only help the people that truly need it. I mean, they ask me all the time, how are you doing? You need any help? No, I'm good. So we got a huge retro check. We're basically sitting on it. They're like, good for you, but everyone else, they're like, yeah, people are going in there, oh, I need my rent covered, I need this, and I need that, and I need food. And they're like, what are you doing with your money? Ooh, ooh, ooh. I mean, I know a guy who wants to invest money in computer parts. I'm sorry, but you can't eat fucking computer parts. Thank God he's got to pay, but still, you can't eat fucking computer parts. You don't need the fucking fastest computer on the market to go fucking run video games for the next 10 years because you're worried WoW's going to go under. I'm sorry, that's just fucking stupid. I mean, literally, we're in a crisis where we all have to pull our resources and look after each other. We don't need to fucking sit there and be like, oh, yeah, look what I got. Look what, this was a waste of money, but I'm enjoying it. Ha ha, look what I got. I mean, literally, to me, if you have plenty of video games, be blessed you have them. Some people might have to sell their video game collection to fucking survive. You might see game collections going on eBay dirt cheap because people need to eat. And they made mistakes, or they can't make their rent, so they're selling their games cheap, or they got to eat, or whatever. I mean, father-in-law said you're going to see a lot of people selling games dirt cheap, stuff that I've been looking for a long time. He said, well, if that happens, snatch up a few. I mean, I don't like the idea of snatching up a few cheap, but, people need to realize that they're basically doing stupid fucking shit, Let's see. I see a bunch of people every day over at the winery by my house buying cases and cases of beer, cards. Yeah, you see, they're afraid that the economy is going to tank, so these boozers are doing what they can to stock up now so they can get drunk every day and wait and wait and wait. Two of my neighbors are actually selling packs of Newports for $10 out of here. Yeah, you see, they're fucking scalping. Cigarettes, especially Newports, cost $18.75. I know. Cigarettes are fucking, I remember when my mom was a long time ago, she said to me that cigarettes were 25 cents a pack, but then the government needed to tax the shit out of people because they needed money. I mean, this can, if I buy a 5-pack of this at the Indian reservation, it's $14. I buy 5 cans on the island, it's $40. So, but rumor has it, the Indian reservation closed right now, so But we're stuck here anyway, so. AT games? Are you talking about those one-up arcades, those little mini arcades? So, is that what you mean, the little mini arcades? So the one-ups? I've always wanted one of those, but I've never thought about investing in one, AJ, because I don't fucking want to sit there and have Mortal Kombat 1, 2, and 3 on a machine, and when I get bored playing it, just sits in the corner, same as Street Fighter. If I'm going to be playing Street Fighter, I might as well play the one on the Switch with like 13 games on it over fucking 3. I mean, yeah, literally, I tried to get to be testing those out, but one up wanted these fuckers on YouTube that had like 100,000 viewers, and they're like, "Oh, here's a machine, review it for us." Me, I'm like, "Can I have one to review, please?" Nope, I'm not worthy to review one. You have 3 of them. Yeah, I bet you'd get bored pretty quickly if you only have 1 to 3 games in them. Me, I don't even think about them. I mean, to me, I think, that, they're easy to put together, but to me, I'm just like one of those. And I also look at the fact that, they might be cool, but eventually, like I said, Mortal Kombat might get tiring, or Street Fighter, or whatever else they have. Me, I'm more interested in games that I can play for hours upon hours, role-playing games. Put in 10,000 hours of Skyrim. I'm good with that. Yeah, well, you see, you have 3 of them, so technically, as long, I'd be getting tired of those. Me, I won't buy them because I feel like, and I'm not really into fighting games anyways. I mean, I have the entire Mega Man collection on Switch. The reason I have those is trying to get freaking actual working Mega Mans for the NES is like finding a needle in a haystack. You have to make sure the batteries work, and this works, and that works. And I mean, literally, if the batteries don't work in the old NES games, you're just wasting your money just to add to your collection. So I only get games that work, Oh yeah, brag about it. I'm 5'9". So I'm tall. My first wife, not my first wife, I think my second and third wife were 5'1" and 5'2". They were short. They looked up to me. Second wife was Russian. That didn't last long. Third wife is Filipino. I still miss Annie, though. Used to work. Yeah. Gee, you must be doing really well financially if you have all those. I mean, unless you budget properly for those too. I'm not trying to brag or anything. So, because I found the mini Genesis to be useless in my opinion. They didn't have the games I wanted. So I just wanted the Genesis collection on Switch for Phantasy Star. Great games, by the way. But trying to find a working actual Genesis cartridge, Phantasy Star, that actually works with the batteries. Again, it's just a pain in the butt. So, yeah, my wife was short too. Filipino. Yeah, I had one husband. They were trying to be a girl. Couldn't do it. Hormones killed them. So they went back to being a boy. Looked after me all the time. But yeah, mostly women, wifeys. My first wife was Australian. I lived with her for 5 years. The second one was Russian. The third one was Filipino. And hamburger flavored tacos. That taco. So sorry if I'm eating in front of you. I haven't eaten all day, so yeah. Not for him.
What's that?
Not for him.
Yes, for us. He has kibbles.
Yeah, he's got steak and vegetable kibble.
Yeah. Bobby, your kibbles should be tasty for a dog. Most dogs find them.
Sorry to hear about that. My my brother-in-law died Christmas Day. My sister was never the same, I tell you, after that. He died 2000, Christmas Day 2000. Remember my mom calling me and saying she had to go to Alaska at the time. Literally, I was like,
He passed away.
heart attack.
Oh my, how old was he?
Where we at?
48?
Mm-hmm.
38?
Mm-hmm.
Like Aaron?
Young man, they got 38 of heart attack.
Alright.
Big mess, I'll tell you. My sister Jamie never recovered, I tell you. I don't know how many times my mom would call me and tell me Jamie was in the mental hospital. You know, she couldn't cope, that she lost her house and everything in Alaska.
Where did she move?
She lives in a subsidized house or apartment through the USDA, I believe, out of Wasilla. Down.
Or is she still in Alaska?
Yeah. She loves it up there. She won't leave. Her favorite thing to do is go fishing every day.
Wow.
I can believe it. I mean, I lost my father when I was 12. Lost my mother 10 years ago this year. Can't believe it's been 10 years. And I lost my husband 4 years ago. So I can understand what you're going through.
Did your brother-in-law at the time have any heart diseases or anything?
Yeah. What he had is he made sure my sister had all those places, credit card insurance.
Yeah.
Like, when something happens, everything's covered, right?
Mm-hmm.
My sister thought he wasn't going to die anytime soon, so the insurance was wasted, right? Mm-hmm. So as soon as he died, she realized she made a big mistake. Lost her cabin, her land, everything.
Man, that would suck.
Yeah.
Did she have work?
No.
Disability?
Yeah. She was like going deaf, so she had like 2 hearing aids and semi-blind and all that crap, She had 3 kids.
I would have been in mental hospital too.
Rumor has it she survived after driving a truck off a cliff, in Alaska. My mom's like, your sister's in the hospital again. I don't know if they found out she had any mental illness or anything.
She was probably lonely at the time too.
No. She was upset her husband died. And she hated Christmas after that. Same goes with her son and her daughter. They hated Christmas. No, it was just a big mess. Now I can see how you're surviving. Yeah, it's really hard. I hope everything goes good for your schooling too. I mean, I'm not really waiting for the stimulus. I'm only waiting for it so everyone knows it's in the bank so they can get their money. Because right now, no one's getting their money. My thing is everyone needs it. Yet everyone's not surviving either. I mean, people are struggling, and yet it feels like there is no insight for most people, I mean, no economy, everything's closed up. And people are like, oh, well, it's cool. Right. It's not cool. Unemployment's going through the roof. People know they can lose their houses, their cars. And the government says it's there for everyone. And yet, you're not delivering on their promise. They keep delaying. Like I keep saying, why are they delaying? How come they're delaying? That's the problem. Connection's unstable. Big deal. It's going to come back. That's the thing.
Okay.
Because we're connecting on hardwire.
Yeah.
I mean, literally. So, sorry. Someone called me fat ass this morning because I did a video and I was eating Salisbury steaks last night. Down! You're not getting any. Get away from the camera. I don't want you knocking it over. There's nothing on my plate. And so, they said I was a fat ass. And, what's funny is it would be a Moppy. And because of it, I had to get my dinner in, you know. And so, but anyways, so anyways, I guess from what I'm gathering, I got to use the restroom real quick, but I guess the comments petered out again. So I don't know if anyone else is watching or if I should go watch a movie or, you know, just waiting to see. Is there any more? No. Cool.
What? No, I could. Yeah. We can probably just wear this tomorrow.
Cool. That's cool. See, just wait a minute. I'm on the phone with my aunt. I'm still here. Oh, okay, cool. I'm just gonna grab some more food real quick.
I'll just stay layered up. On. By the way, I'm kind of warm in this anyways.
By the way, I'm still in this. He didn't get his food today, did he?
I don't think you did.
Well, that tells you right there what you want. Alright. Here's your dinner, Ebony. Oh, yeah. Look how cute you are. Ho. Poor man's tacos.
Yep.
It's food that some people aren't even getting.
No. Bad. It's really bad. Oh, the new another episode of Quarantine Week was released. Yeah. You know, 3 degrees. There were some cool videos. I mean, what I really like the most
Look
is
at him.
I like the magical remote.
Yeah.
That one is really cool. Where he becomes his roommate and gets pregnant. Or
It'd be kind of really weird. That really did happen, you know.
yeah,
Why someone would want to be the roommate, you know?
there's actually in the stories, you talking on video, it was an accident.
Yeah. No. Someone's for mommy clothes, not me. Poor man's tacos. So. Your aunt must not sleep if it's really late, you know. You know what Aaron used to do with these? The shells?
What is it?
He'd put peanut butter in to make sure it didn't go to waste. I like.
Oh, nice.
Mm. Yeah. It's like 11:15 here. So, sorry. Gotta eat. Poor man's tacos. Don't have any vegetables, so we just got hamburger meat. tortillas, and it works. I was telling Chloe, that some people don't even have that to eat, So I'm very grateful for what I have. I'm worried about other people,
I am too. Like I said, no one should ever be told they can't buy their groceries in their nearby town during a pandemic like this. It's wrong. And that's what really upset me about that store, was that they did that during a pandemic. I mean, who does this during a pandemic? Or do they not understand the pandemic that well? Nobody does.
Stupid people. That's what does it, Chloe.
It's the rich people on the island. They don't care. They don't care if a poor person like us, poor people like us, catches. As long as they don't catch it, they don't care.
You know what I feel?
However, if another rich person catches it, they get all worried and upset. Like, we don't want them to talk their great assets. But
know what I say?
what is it?
More likely, the news is right. Grocery stores will spread. When it does, a lot of people will get in that grocery store. I don't plan to go in there.
Yeah, that one has a lot of people too. The one in the other island is not always packed, so it's a safer store to go to. Until people on this island start going there.
Nah, they won't. You know why they won't? They're too freaking lazy. That's the real problem. It's laziness. I mean, look.
No, I've seen someone on the island saying that since the pandemic, they've been going to gas station because they felt safer shopping there than in the stores.
Well, you want to know what I think?
Really?
What's really bad, since this is about Social Security and everything else, the real problem is young people don't want to buy groceries that don't feel safe buying at a grocery store because what the news says.